home, the Mini 3, has connection issues, but these antennas on this one do great. I'll post a link up in the chat for the drone if you guys are interested.
Yeah. Drone coming back?
Not yet. I'm going to go around the other side and then I will. What's this? Oh, it's just trash. Oh, there's a refrigerator.
Refrigerator out there?
Yeah.
Freezer out there?
Freezer.
In the middle of the place?
Off the side on the hill. Thank you so much for that super chat.
There's a refrigerator out there?
It looks like a walker on the left side of the door. Yes.
That's
yes,
weird.
It looks like a walker.
A walker?
Yeah, on the inside of that shed.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
What the hell are these?
Thank you, Lars Musings.
Hello, good morning.
What does that look like, dude?
Connie Caston. Thank you, Connie Caston.
Catching up on what the guys are doing while I get everything.
Try not to hit the tree.
KTG 809. Thank you.
Those are bottles. Glass bottles.
Bottles of beer?
Look like wine bottles.
He doesn't have a live drone. This is not a live drone. He just does the drone.
Yeah, I don't have the drone that does the live. I can only do recordings. This is a recording drone. The ones with the lives, the drones.
A torture shed.
The torture shed.
That's crazy.
Thank you for
Whoa, there's another one right there. Look.
I think it's just, I think it's Arizona wild and fish people just come out here and hang out and drink booze, beer and shoot guns and just get away.
Yeah, maybe they're making moonshine.
I don't know. Maybe it's a house.
I used to make moonshine. I used to make that in my garage.
There are some people that just like to live off the grid too. You know? Is there any electricity there, you think, or solar? What is that?
I don't think there's anything. I think they use candles.
There is, because if you look ahead,
there's wire. Look, there's wire on the roof. Maybe there is.
Who's paying the electric bill? Do we need a land glide, man?
If it didn't say no trespassing, we would have walked up to the door and opened it, but I'm not going to trespass, especially on the live stream.
No.
I'm not interested in that.
Look.
I don't do it on the live stream, and I don't do it off the live stream. We're about 304 meters out, 306 meters. So that's what, 900 feet, 1,000 feet away?
Yeah.
So it's like, look, that's the thing. I'm 900 feet away over this hill, and I still have full connection. What is that burn spot by the basketball court? Well, someone wants to see the basketball court one last time. Yeah, I'm going to do that.
That's crazy.
Good little drone, huh?
Yes, nice try.
It's cheaper than DJI and has better quality.
DGI, Dad's gone. DGI, Dad's gone. Investigates.
Yeah,
DGI.
How about DJI? Dad's gonna investigate.
Cool to have a house out here, though, right?
No.
With some cameras.
I'm too technically sound. I couldn't survive out here.
Yeah.
I need my 5-speed internet. Maybe with Starlink, yeah, I guess. Get some generators, or get some solar panels.
Oh, look, I mean, the electricity's right there, so it's not far.
I like the I like the interact with people.
Oh yeah, I lived up in Montana for a while.
I lived years in solitary confinement, so it's not fun.
That's a whole different.
It's not fun.
That'll change you.
Oh, it's a poop shack.
What is it?
It's a poop shack. Where you go poo.
Oh, okay, an outhouse.
Yeah, look, it's not a walker.
It's an outhouse.
It's an outhouse, makeshift outhouse. Look at that. And there's a can't see it with the cell phone very well, but it's a 5-gallon bucket under it. So that's where you go potty.
Oh, okay.
Thank you so much for becoming a member. Cool. I can't go on private property, and I'm not going on private property. Absolutely not. I'm not interested on trespassing.
All right, drone coming back.
Drone's coming back.
Drone's coming back.
Going through this area right now.
We're on the move. Where's the drone?
I'm searching, looking for
over the hill.
Drone's going to be coming. It's spot the drone.
Piles or anything like that was out of place.
I hear it.
Yeah, look for buzzards. If you see buzzards, search. You don't see any buzzards.
Where's the drone?
While we watch this, I am going to be in catch up. I'm going to be getting everything ready.
See the indention on the mountain?
Here it is. Hey! Great landing.
Thank you.
Perfect landing. I give it a 10.
A 10.
What the judges say? 10.
That was perfect.
Perfect landing.
I'm sitting in the truck looking down at my
It's the
controller.
drone Olympics.
I was not looking at the drone.
Hey, perfect landing. All right, folks. Come on in. Come on in. Windsock off.
Did you just look at windsock for phone, or what did you type?
You know, I got this as a gift.
Okay.
So I don't know. Somebody said, you need a windsock. I need a windsock. Is that one of those like Amazon
Put
wish
your
lists?
tailgate up.
Yeah, if you don't mind. Is it down?
I put it down.
Oh, okay. Yeah, if you don't mind. Thank you.
Somebody said, close the cooler lid, JLR. How rude.
Ha! You're such a rude person.
I'm such a rude person.
I'm deleting you on Facebook.
Yes. He's kicking me out because I left the cooler open.
I'm banning you from my chat.
Banning. Leaving the cooler open. Roll out.
I just got this drone not too long ago.
You gonna
Yes.
keep it or are you gonna give it back?
I'm gonna
Or
keep it.
You're keeping it?
I'm gonna sell my DGI. I have a Mini 3. I'm gonna sell the Mini 3. I like this one way better. Okay, real quick before I roll out, I had several people asking for a link. Let me post a link in the chat for you guys. Oops. Be real quick. I still got it pulled up from earlier.
All right, so we're on the move. We're going to continue to see what's going on.
I think we're gonna be near the end of this road here pretty soon. So
Well, just remember what time it gets dark, because I don't know what time you want to head back as far as dark. You know,
I was thinking we can hit this road right here.
Mm-hmm.
It says 57 minutes. I don't think it's take that long. It's 27 miles, 24 miles.
But if it takes that long, we still get it before it gets dark.
Yeah, and then we'll hit this road, and we'll probably be coming back. We'll probably get back into Tucson, as it's dark already. But we'll get out of the dirt as it's dark.
Yeah. So we got about 57 minutes left on the.
So this drone right now is $519. It's on sale for $519, and I love it.
Really?
Yeah, it's only $5. Dude, that's a good price. Heather, thank you so much for that super chat. That was awesome. God bless you. Thank you to the members too. We had a bunch of members come in.
New members. All right, we're on the move.
Okay, we're out. We're out of here. We're out of here. I hate that beep. I thought I had it turned off, but then I turned it back on.
Oh, scratch. That's not good.
That's okay. I'm not stressing on it.
Thank you from Atlanta.
All right, moving up. We got this one big bump, right?
Technically, we are looking for Nancy, but we could. There are missing people. I don't know. There's a lot of missing people in every state.
Let me redo the GPS real quick because I want to make sure we go to the right spot.
So maybe we find something else.
And guys, if I get a little scratch on the truck, I know it's a new truck. I'm not gonna stress on it.
In Massachusetts.
But I've also rubbed like trees and stuff on this truck before.
Hi, my man,
washed
Jerry.
it was
What's
fine.
up?
I don't know. Something about the new paint on these Toyotas.
Turn this down a little
The
bit because
Toyota
they're not really
Coronas,
talking about anything
They do pretty good, I think.
of substance right
25
now.
miles to the next town. 25.
There we go. I'm glad to see you. I was
But-
wondering about you, how you were
Go over
doing.
30 miles an hour.
And yeah, you know, it was funny. I was just talking about that with a friend earlier today. Said
Just-
I've had some
all
stuff
three of us
come
have our
up in,
heads on a
you
swivel,
know, my
guys.
real life that
So
I've had to take care of the
if we see
past
something,
couple
we'll stop.
days.
Hey, Midwest Mom.
Yada,
thanks for
yada,
Super
and-
chat. Let's go.
Yeah, I think you do. You just sometimes you have to take a brain
Let's
break
actually
from
put
it
Let's Go
and
on a t-shirt.
watch something else, do something else, and I totally understand that. So good. I'm glad it
So
did you good.
JLR is going to ride with me a couple more times. I'm going to get order a little thing. They could be overnighted for $10.
And
we get a
from
little
what I
phone
can
out from
see,
the
there's
car.
nothing really going on today. I figured
got
we just
you.
put
No,
this
this
on
is
and
good.
You sure?
Yeah, yeah.
It's not falling
catch
off?
up, see if
Same one that
anything
fell off 30
happened, and
times?
Yeah, and I licked it. All that
look at some
water on it.
pretty
Okay, that
landscape
works.
at least while I get all
Never
my
mind.
stuff
Another
set up.
Where is Mammoth?
I was gonna
Mammoth,
come
I
live a
think
little
it's
bit
not
later,
here.
but then I saw that
Well, we might have to do that. Someone said go there. Her sister owns it.
that they were out here. I thought I'd check it out.
Mammoth. I don't know where that is. I saw the word Mammoth on the map.
And
but I
I'm
didn't know
muting
what it
because I'm
was.
being loud back here.
I do know
But
that
I
it's,
can,
like,
I will
not
keep
on
peeking
Tucson.
chat just because I'm getting all my stuff ready. But I'll keep peeking. So go ahead.
Yeah,
And
no, it's on
feel
the
free to
outskirts.
talk
I've
away.
heard of it. I'm just trying to think of exactly where it is.
Closed tailgate. Tailgate is closed. Closed ice chest. Ice chest is closed. So this road right here goes off to a wash. Guys, we can't keep on pulling off these roads because we got to, and that says no trespassing anyway, so we're good. If we like the sheriff said, if you're going to search, be mindful of private property and trespassing. It sounds like the sheriff is going to be vigilant with search parties going on private property.
Yeah.
So if we trespass, I promise you right now, I guarantee you there's at least one person watching one of these live streams that is working for the sheriff's department. And I guarantee you, if we get caught trespassing, when we get back in town, we're going to get a ticket. I guarantee it. They are
We're
vigilant.
not trespassing.
So we're not going to trespass.
It's not
At all.
our first rodeo.
I'm leaving. Thank you so much for that super chat, but I'm gonna be this, say this as nice as possible. If you're gonna leave someone else's live stream, it's not an airport. You don't have to come to my live stream to announce your departure. And I mean that in a respectful way.
That's
Well,
I don't like that either.
yeah, every time someone
It's rude.
unfollows another streamer, they come to my live stream and they tell me I'm doing that. I'm like, it's be respectful, man. Come on. I appreciate the super chat, but I don't want your super chat if it's a, talk negative. I do appreciate your super chat though. Thank you. Appreciate you hanging out with us. There's a bug on my side that was irritating me. Just one bug. One bug.
That's an interesting theory.
Cattle guard. So this is just one of many, many areas, folks.
Mammoth by San Pedro River. Oh, maybe that's out here. I think it's out here. Maybe that's why I saw the word mammoth.
Can you tell the difference? Let me see. I saw what you said.
Truck
Thank
is
you.
awesome. Best truck.
Purple tea water.
Yeah,
Streaming truck in America right here.
I was thinking about getting like a full-size pickup, and then I started thinking, I was like, you know what? I want something that's got off-road capabilities. It's got lockers in it. I push a button, it locks the axles together, which is why I was hopping real bad when I was trying to do that backup earlier because I had too much traction. I push a button, it's got lockers, it's got the four-wheel drive stuff, it's got the TRD racing lift kit on it, whatever that is.
So
Oh,
this
that's
thing-
a radio tower.
That's a radio tower.
Radio tower off to our left, guys.
It's a radio tower.
If you guys want to see stuff like that, I have another YouTube channel called Cali Crawler, C-A-L-I Crawler. And that's where I do all my off-road stuff, my Jeep stuff. I'm not even monetized on there. It's just my adventure YouTube channel. And that's where I check out, like how we're checking out this stuff right here. That's where I check it out without live streaming. That's where I make those little videos. And it's tiny. Hey, look at it. It's a Chevy. Hi. Got a smile and wave, boys. Smile and wave. Oh, look. There's a bird over there circling. See him? Over towards that mountain?
That's the training grounds,
Oh,
probably.
yeah.
Yeah, but there's
that
a
would
bird
be cool
circling.
if we
Oh,
could
you're
get
just
some
enjoying
footage of
the
them.
air. What's on the top of the hill over there? Another
Another tank.
Oil tanker?
A little water tank looks like.
Water tank?
Storage tank. But there's a bird circling. That's what we're looking for. But there's only one. But that's what we're looking for. Birds circling. But this one's so far out.
Buzzards.
That's what the birds that circle, buzzards.
Yeah, the buzzards.
Buzzards.
Yeah,
I always,
check
when
the
people said
birds.
buzzards, I always thought about like lizards.
We're going on to a place that Jacob
That
has
says
done
posted
some
no
research
trespassing,
that
so I
this
can't
would
go.
be a good place for someone to kind of get out of that.
Yeah, I'm gonna start doing this
See.
every day. Be careful you don't get your tires spiked out there. Sorry, I couldn't resist. Give me PTSD, guys. I was in a live stream one time. I was live streaming a police standoff. This guy was barricaded in his car, and he had it running, and he was putting blankets up on the windows, and there was sheriffs like crazy. California Highway Patrol was out there like crazy, and they had a standoff, and they kicked me out of one part of the neighborhood. So I went around the backside, and I drove over a spike strip. This truck,
yeah?
this truck wasn't even a week old, and I spike stripped the 2 driver's side tires. It was in a I think I did get the truck in December.
Did
So
you get insurance on that, or that?
no,
that's out of the
I
pocket?
fixed it out of pocket. California Highway, but insurance doesn't cover that. They said not the insurance plan I had because it was road hazard. They cover like damage to the vehicle, not tire pops.
Tanya remembers that.
California Highway Patrol said to get my receipt and turn it into California Highway Patrol. They'll send it to Sacramento and give me a response whether they're going to cover it or not. And I just said, you know what? I'll just pay for it, man. So it was like $490 down the drain. It was my fault, I guess. I'm the one that drove over them.
Shit happens.
Yeah, there you go.
Where you
Poop
guys
happens.
heading
Poop
to
happens.
Purple Ridge? We're doing the purple stuff tomorrow.
Purple Ridge tomorrow?
I don't know. Purple, a lot of the psychics are saying purple. Or Linda, the psychic, saying
So
purple.
Lindell's okay.
If you see
so-
anything purple, stop.
You guys should. So somebody said a psychic, a medium said purple.
So
So
these purple,
Is that
number
this, bro?
ridge. We're gonna check that out tomorrow.
is that this?
But
Oh, it's this. I didn't get one of these anyways. So fix that.
Still up here on this dirt road, folks.
I wonder if people can get a hunting license and like this would be their area. You know what I mean? If people are out here actually hunting.
I don't know. I mean, yeah,
For the
public property, I see a lot of casings, and when you go to the private property areas, it says no hunting. So I would assume they have that up because there's gonna be hunters in the area. I haven't seen no hunting signs.
So we didn't even manage to do the one over there by the lemon, right?
Okay.
The dirt road?
We're gonna
Yeah.
have to plan.
No, I'm down to go up that whenever you want.
We'll do something tomorrow afternoon.
It's a 4-wheel drive trail. It's about 20 miles long, and people say it's gonna take all day.
And let me know.
So it's something we need to hit the road at like noon at least to be back by 6. Because you go up to the top of Mount
Big
Lemon,
Mama, that's up
and
there.
then
Okay.
you and I remember when we drove up there and we're like, oh, there's a 4-wheel drive turn off,
Mhm.
and they didn't want to go down it. So
Look at
I'm
this.
going to go up. Oh, look at all these rocks.
Look at all these rocks.
This reminds me of This is like
How did this
California
happen?
terrain.
Let's go.
That's California terrain right there.
Well, if you think about it, this all used to be filled with ice.
Is there
maybe
caves
one
and
day.
stuff?
Posted no trespassing.
Where? It's like rocks. How did them rocks get here?
It's interesting.
There's horse tracks. People be riding horses out here.
Mile marker 15.
1-5.
1-5.
Dude, just in like the last 2 miles, the terrain's already changed. The plants on the ground, you got the little yellow flowers growing more, less cacti. There's a couple of them, but a lot less. And then you're
Yeah,
starting
we're
to see
looking for circling birds.
a little bit change in the dirt. Look, the dirt looks a little bit different color too, no? Less of that red rock. Remember the red rock we were seeing earlier?
Yeah.
There's a pole right there.
Yeah, I got all of Linda's tips, so we don't need to. I got the
There's more rocks. We're starting to get into this rocky terrain up here. Oh, we got another car.
Cattle guard, bicycles
We
cross
got a
with
truck
caution.
Wow. This guy's zooming,
He's
man.
zooming.
He's going fast.
Just picking up your feet.
Bear with me. I'm going to change my layout real quick.
That's good luck.
Cattle guard.
Yeah. Cattle guard, cattle crossing.
Hello.
Oh, they.
Oh, look at there's water tanks right there.
Yeah.
There's a tanker there on the hill. See if we were out here like 6 a.m. at the crack of dawn, I would be stopping at every single one, throwing the drone over it and looking in them. But I I'll only be out here after it's dark. Maybe tomorrow I'll hit the road.
Yeah, but how do you get like all these like rocks out here? Like in the middle of the woods?
I don't know. Willow Springs Ranch is the other way.
How far are we from Saddlebrook? Do you remember how far this?
Saddlebrook?
That was kind of where.
It's like 15 miles back.
Yeah, it's like about 15 miles. 15.
So really, this dirt road just takes you all in this terrain from the main road all the way around.
Yeah, it's like a diagonal path to this little town we're gonna come out into. We come out into a little town by a river. I don't know if there's water in the river, but at least on the map it looks like there's a
What
river.
town do you remember?
Dudley or something like that.
Oh yeah, Dudley.
Is it Dudley? I just remember it reminded me of Harry Potter. And I was watching Harry Potter last night. When I went back to the hotel, I turned on the TV, Harry Potter was on. So I fell asleep to that. I remember looking at the map, and I remember thinking, like, you know what? Harry Potter last night, go over there. So it's right there. Anything?
No. Well, we're starting to get in these like rocky terrain.
A lot more cattle.
Oh, same here. I keep trying to remember.
Sure, some
To-
dogs.
Yeah, here's if you.
I
hit a
lose
cow, you
an hour of
actually have to
sleep.
pay for the
Yep.
cow.
Really?
Yes.
Probably down to 2 hours a night instead of 3.
Because you should know that there's cattle in the area, and you should have been paying attention.
I wish we didn't do that. Oh,
$5,000 or something too. It's not cheap.
It's anywhere from 2 to 5.
it's a pain,
I had a friend that they did that. They sued his insurance company.
and it just
His
messes up
insurance
everybody's
company for his
sleep
car.
pattern. And
So this is called Willow Springs Road. An actual road. Willow Springs Road.
Yeah. Oh, gopher just got the thing right there. Something. Are there gophers out here? Back home, there's a lot.
Skunks.
Skunks? I bet they smell good. Someone shut
We
that
are
sign.
about 15 miles outside of Saddlebrook.
okay, there.
In the middle of nowhere, basically.
I wish.
Running around, folks.
We're
still going strong. We're just trying to get out of this woods area.
Things that Jacob did some research and said this
2.6 miles.
place that maybe a perp would come out to drop a body. So
That's what I'm saying. Now the land's getting more hilly and everything.
This is what I was talking about, where the little turns, the hills.
Yeah, and that's true. And it will be nice
They
having
can see you. No one's
You
gonna
know,
see you out
the sun out earlier in the
what
morning,
we see, guys,
especially for
what we're looking for is me
trying to
Roland,
get
and
the
Tucson.
old fuck to go and do stuff, you
All
know.
three of us have our heads on a swivel, and we got our eyes scanning the area, and we see anything that looks like a
Being my
gravesite
teenager out of bed.
or anything that looks suspicious, like those rocks right there look suspicious if you come around the corner. But now I see they're probably there from water washing down the thing. But we're looking for anything that looks like something was dumped, any disturbed dirt, anywhere you would hide a body, maybe some visible drag marks. I know I'm going about 25, 30 miles through here, but we
Driver.
also have 3 sets of eyes watching the area,
It's cut. You're supposed to call me Cutsy, not
which
Claw.
is super cool.
yeah, I remember that. And
Silly goose.
And he has some hope. Has been a little controversial.
Really. Here's another wash right here. A lot of there's even tire tracks on that wash.
It's just different. It's not the positive happy.
Really.
Yeah, it's real. Yeah.
How's it going? Are you
Do you
on
think
break?
somebody that knows
Or?
Nancy might have
What's
been
you
in an
doing?
accident and came back to drag her out of there?
Yeah, I hear that. Adrian, I read that.
What is it?
Well, turn it goes out a little bit too.
Yeah, it looks like the side of the road. There's an old dirt road.
It seems like there's so many of them out
Yeah,
here.
but those are no name roads.
No namers.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's tools or bots.
You better not be texting
Trolls
and
and bots.
driving.
I always get that term a lot. Your bots, bot boy.
Still going strong, folks. JLR investigates.
Drive safe and put your listening ears on.
And back to the main road here.
I don't know about you guys, but I haven't really done a whole lot of like collaborations like this, and I think it's super awesome that we're all getting together, you know. and
Oh, I
working
hate
together.
these sticky things.
Yeah, I agree.
Just-
Especially since
I have to remember to order the other ones next time.
What's that? That's weird.
it's an old corral.
Oh, cattle corral.
It's a cattle corral. Oh. Like a cattle corral.
We need.
It's
Is
like
this,
dusty
this
and dirty,
like
dirty
county
out here,
land?
like dirty and dusty.
I think it's either state or BLM. I think it's state though. I think it's like a state park area that's open for off-roading. And for people to drive through here, people come through here.
Oh.
and camping.
We'll do a little research in this
I'm
road.
boxing up those nails that I'm doing for
For Nancy, so we can check it off the list.
Yeah, back home I do a
One of
lot
my
of
little
off-roading
young
and stuff.
clients who-
I'm in a couple off-road clubs. Oddly enough,
lost her best friend recently, and this was her favorite
we
color.
keep the trails open and maintain the trails. We go do trail cleanups. We pick up trash. We clear the trails. We clear down trees.
She's a
we have
good
our
client
swimmers
of
permits,
mine,
swimmers
and
license,
she's a
and all that stuff.
sweetheart,
We work
and
with BLM.
so
Anyways, and with the places we go and maintain, we go to a
I
lot of
take
stuff
care of my
where it's like,
nail
holy cow,
clients for sure.
hide a person back here. You talk to BLM and they're like, yes, we have found bodies back there over the years. People come out and they dump them in their four-wheel drives because they think that no one else is going to come out here. So that's what I was kind of thinking. If I was going to hide something, I'm going off the beaten path. I don't want to be around people. If I'm going to get rid of something, I want to make sure it's never found. I'm going to be honest with you guys. I would have come out here. I would have come out here and looked
I mean, it's
for a spot.
it's a needle in the haystack, but if you think about it, ain't nobody gonna be back here.
No, nobody at all.
So if the perp did some research to take Nancy, the perp did some research to find out where they was gonna go about it, not just
Absolutely.
out on the whim.
What happened with
Oh,
last
it's
night?
been-
You guys rock.
we had a big
Entertainment.
I'm in
I
Michigan,
love this. Thank you for that super
and we
chat,
had some
Heather.
deadly
And,
storms
the
last
panel
night.
I don't know how it came to an end.
Tornado tore through
Oh, he was
Union
arrested. That's what
City
came out?
and
Or did they
Three
breach?
Rivers, and
I don't know how it ended.
So we
Um,
don't,
He wasn't arrested.
there was some deaths. There was quite a bit of
the sheriff's
damage.
department was trying to talk him down and talk him out. He did dump gasoline all over the property.
In fact, I've got the news clips I was going to show in a little bit.
About an hour and a half after I got
Um,
there, the sheriff's department released the fire department. Fire department left, and then I was literally starting to fall asleep standing up because I drove from California
Just
out here
the,
to Bakersfield. It's a 10-hour drive. I tried taking a
The
nap on
entire
way out to the
roof
truck.
of the Menards hardware store, one of those big, like Home Depot, Lowe's, the entire roof was just
Anyways,
lifted off and carried away.
So I decided to go ahead and call it.
So how many miles? are we from
Yikes.
Tucson?
We
Tucson,
just
Arizona.
had
Oh,
like
wait, we'll just do it. Nancy.
power flickering. I was having internet issues last night. That's why I didn't come live.
So we are 1 hour and
But-
22 minutes.
It was really weird the way that the storm rolled in.
Take that long because they're expecting.
We were on our way home from dinner, and
Yeah,
but
it's not posted unless otherwise posted. They're usually 55 mile per hour roads.
we were in two separate cars,
I
and
mean, if you got something, man, you're gonna be hightailing it on something like this.
Yeah.
the lightning
Yeah,
was
we got
so
a
weird.
stop
It
sign.
wasn't like
Stop
big,
sign.
Coming up to a stop sign.
bolts of lightning. It was
Those rocks, man. That reminds me
like
of
these
California
sheets, like sheeting across the sky.
desert.
Little
And-
slip road.
The thunder sounded really weird. It was like people in our community chat explained it that it sounded
No, nowhere.
like
Black bag on the side of the road.
a machine
This looks
gun
like a
or
paved
like
road. Black bag.
Yeah, it's a trash bag, but
Oh.
just a black bag, black trash bag. I would walk over and
an
grab it, but as soon as
automatic
the bag
weapon
died,
being fired. I
Yeah,
mean,
it
it
looks
was
like more
just
like
it was crazy. And then some F3 tornado says the biggest, most damaging tornado.
More
Maybe it was the
wider.
most damaging tornado in Michigan since like 1988.
that
And
don't,
here is
don't tell me that's blood.
this is the final set. It's gonna go out to my little
Well,
friend.
that's all we need. I'll tell Nanos to
Client.
glove out here.
So
I don't know. I'll see. I'm gonna put this on self promote.
I'm glad I got the extra wide boxes. I was mad because I ordered the wrong ones. I'm actually glad because they fit the extra long stilettos perfectly. So
Oh, it's a bag.
There's not a lot of them.
As I drove past, it looked
Yeah,
like a
I
glove.
saw that earlier. Oh, shoot.
A bag. I found a bag.
Was it the
I'll show you guys
strongest
mine.
tornado or the most damaging since 1988?
Bag.
Deborah, do you remember?
Bags are suspect. You need to fight.
Well, at least we're picking up trash.
Taking trash off the road.
From when I drove by, it looked like a glove.
Cleaning the
It
environment.
didn't look like a latex glove. It just looked like some kind of glove.
We are in the middle of nowhere.
I don't think there's a need to wear gloves.
But this road turns into like no road soon, right?
Well, I wonder what's in Dudley.
Dudley?
That's what's interesting.
You ever been there?
I don't remember ever
Who's
being
Dudley?
there. I remember seeing it on the
Town.
town.
What about Tombstone?
Probably an old
Where's
ghost
Tombstone?
town.
In case you're wondering, I'm going to do a set of toenails because I said I would. I haven't.
Bad juju.
I ordered these though, and
Cattle guard.
Is that what it is, Dudleyville?
Dudley.
I don't know about these.
I
I'm
remember reminding
mad.
me of
I
Harry
ordered
Potter, and I was
them,
like, you know what? Harry Potter was on last night.
and so you get your case
Might
like
as
this,
well.
right? Yeah.
Try that
Well,
Wednesday. Look at this.
funny enough, what they don't mention,
Yeah, yeah.
So far, I only
is
went down one
that
little canyon. There's that one with the scooter.
you only get 1 foot, so you have to order
No
multiple
trespassing
sets.
All right. So this right here says no
Fun.
trespassing, and you have to get over a barbed wire fence to go out off the side. So I really don't think anything's gonna be right.
The only reason I ordered these
Both
is because
sides,
they
the
already
signs say
had
no trespassing.
the French
I don't
line
think
and
someone's
they're
to dump
painted
something
on
else
there,
private
so
property, because you have ranchers that come through here, and ranchers
but
are
yeah,
not
I'm
very
happy
happy
with
when they
this.
see tracks. So this is all no trespassing on both sides of the road. So we're gonna try to get through here a little bit faster. I don't think there's gonna be anything right here. Let's get past the no trespassing signs.
so
Get back
if
to the road,
whomever
there's no
buys these,
trespassing.
just know
However, we still got our eyes peeled on the left and the right.
I apologize, but I most likely said a lot of bad words while I was making them. So
I am gonna do on this though. I'm gonna go on this little turn. Let's just turn around.
People do probably come shoot.
I did see this on the map too. There's a burn pit in the middle.
A burn pit.
A burn pit in the middle. A little pile of rocks.
This would be a good area to
I've said it before too. With my toenail sets,
So
I
somebody's
don't
probably
do
thinking
just
I could
14. I usually end up being, what is this going to be? 1, 2,
It's like a camping.
4, 5.
What we can do?
It's a bonsai tree.
Look at that. It's great.
Well, this is going to be a 24-piece set. I don't charge more for it. I just do it all because toenails are so hard to fit that I give you all of them.
Bonsai tree.
Well,
I don't
that's
know
I was
anything.
just reading about that, Rebecca. And-
look how hard the ground is right here.
What did I read about that the other day?
Yeah, they're just out here
No, I'm glad you said that because that was one of the things
Can I get through right
I
here?
was talking about that with somebody else about him is that
I go to the left.
I want to try and find out more information about
Yeah,
that
this
because
is cool.
he
Nice little spot. It'd be pitch black out here at night. Look at the stars.
did they what did I hear? Hi, Miss Jen between.
South of this.
All right, no problem.
5.
Can't
you see Mount Lemon no more?
Did they call off the
I
search
can't. We're looking south right now.
the other day? It just happened a couple days ago.
Bonsai tree.
I'm not familiar with tree names and stuff.
They're the ones they sell them at the farmers markets usually.
Okay.
If you saw them, you'd be like, okay.
Yeah, no, I have, and that was the thing is all of a sudden I saw this and I'm like, wait a minute, who is this?
Nothing's going on.
And there was I had not seen anything on him. And I have a missing in Michigan. That was what, yeah, one said they were still, and that was, I read the other one that said that they had called it off. And I'm like, yeah, that was one that I wanted to, I was thinking about looking into more and doing for the Missing in Michigan
Whereas
series.
this
Because
remote is gonna be.
Yeah.
You ain't gonna get more. I mean, it
another
takes
one that's
literally a
still
while to get
missing
out,
is
right?
Starla Goings
That's 14
from
miles.
14
Munising.
more miles. than this.
And the last that was heard,
This
that
is
I
some of
heard
her alarm
was
now I've ever
that,
looked. I do grade searches with helicopters.
Sheriff's Department
Okay, if I do, look
had
at
gotten a
this cattle
search
in the
warrant to dig
Yeah, there's-
into
there's
her
cows in the
into
road.
their yard but
We got
Um,
cows in the road, folks.
nothing ever came from it.
Hayden Ranch Road. Hayden Ranch.
Hayden Ranch Road and Freeman Road.
Oh,
Look at that. The gate's
That's
locked.
scary. I
there's a camera
wonder-
Right there. There's a camera on that gate.
that's what
Yeah.
that's what a lot of people
cattle.
in the Facebook
There's
groups
There's
that
a big one
know
to the
them.
left coming
I
up.
mean, these are like family, like friends,
Holy
neighbors.
cow.
Said about Starla. They
there's the
think
bull,
that he
baby.
most likely just dumped her
There's the bull,
somewhere
There's the bull.
Yeah,
There's
there's
Mama
the bull.
Dukes.
because according to him, he didn't even call her in and miss
Look
it.
at those.
Her
he's
daughter, who
fired
lives in
up, too.
Florida, did a welfare
Hello.
check on her.
Like, do not go near my.
Hello.
Hi,
Did
Austin. How you
subscribe-
doing,
Dad's
hon?
gone live? Okay. Yeah. No,
Tell your mom I said hi if she's around.
He's telling him to get out of the road. That's what he's doing. You see that? They're smart.
Oh, cow.
He's telling her like,
I love cows. Say what you will about them.
We love our animals.
I grew up
Here comes another
around
one
farms
down
and
here.
stuff, so
He's asking if we're vegetarians or vegan.
and there used to be. I dated a guy in high
They're
school
cute. They're
who
very
lived
cute.
next to a big
Yeah, they are. Oh, look at this mama. She got some milkers on her.
a bull pasture, and the bull would always come over, and we called him Ferdinand. He would come over and eat dandelions out of your hand. He wasn't very tough, but he
Hello.
was sweet.
Thanks for subscribing and hitting the like button, Moo-Moos. Pretty cool. There's some viewers right there. They've been watching for a while. Thanks for watching.
The other thing that I don't like about these toenails is they are flimsy, and I'm mad because I paid some decent money for them.
Big Ben, wild horse.
Well, that too. They also taste very good. Yes,
Was that the Eagle Pass
I
one?
will give you
It's
that.
way out there in Big Ben.
Okay.
Big Ben area. Just like nothing out there.
Oh, let's see. What am I gonna do with these?
Fetus.
So anyone pay
Yeah,
attention.
this
If
is
you
the
buy a
Nancy
set of
Guthrie,
nails,
the Nancy
do yourself,
Guthrie
and you
case,
think that
Bill
they're gonna
Bull,
be
like
all
he just
great,
texted.
and they're not. This is how you turn them into greatness.
I didn't ask the cows about Nancy.
This.
As soon as I find my stuff.
So much land. Working our way out.
Okay. What I'm using is Gelish Foundation. It's like Builder in a
Pop the
bottle.
cow,
A
pop
little
the
less,
bull.
not
That's
quite
what
as
things to
thick,
say about our live streams.
but it gives that
Do you think he was
extra
happy with us or mad at us? What do you guys think?
Oh, I don't know.
extra strength to this, and I'm gonna
This is wild.
Holy
give it a decent coat,
action, somebody says.
and then we're gonna hang 10 it for 10 seconds and then
The
cure
bull will
it.
charge.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, well I charge back.
Yeah, he was. If we would have gotten out, he probably would have.
Starlink getting a little choppy, isn't it?
Well, that seems to be good for me. Get a plane right
Starlink getting choppy.
No.
here. Yeah, I've got pretty good service.
Yeah, let me log in. Log back in. Hold on, folks. All right.
I've heard that. That he was the only bull I've ever been like close to.
Back.
Yeah, I don't know. I think he was retired. You know what I mean? So,
More cows.
That one was pregnant.
but yeah, he was the biggest
That cow's
just
pregnant.
baby. But I have
Look
heard
at
that
cow
about
is.
bulls. In fact,
Hello.
there's a
Right in
guy
front
that
of
I
the car.
follow on
Yep.
Facebook, and
I do that a
he's a
lot.
farmer, and he's got a bull
Hello.
named Rusty, and
See you
he's
guys
talked
later.
about that, how he's
Bye.
sweet, he gives him cookies,
Thanks
and
for
he,
subscribing.
but to make no mistake, he has no issue
No.
stomping you out,
Dump somebody or hitting somebody on cattle land
Yeah.
like this with a bunch of cows and bulls?
Yeah.
I think so.
The missing man was found.
What
Oh,
does-
ew, my
There's
man
some-
Jerry.
I got the beef jerky if you want some.
Yeah, is there more? I'll take
Oh,
one.
yeah.
Ew.
I just smelled
Beef
it.
jerky,
I don't want
JLR?
No, I'm good. No, thank you.
Yeah, there was a missing man in Tucson, kind of near Nancy's actually. He rode off on his scooter and he has been found.
one. Oh, that's good. Is he okay?
That I don't know, but I think so.
Cassie, thank you so much for the beef jerky. We're eating it right now. It's good.
Two elderly. This was sent ago. I haven't heard about two elderly.
Oh,
Where are we going? We're going to Dudleyville. If you look on the map, you'll see Dudleyville. Does it show there's actually like
oh, that's cute.
Looks like a little town. Like a little.
I just think it's always funny. Like I said, I follow a couple farmers on Facebook, and
Dudleyville.
Yeah.
nobody's ignoring man either.
one of them's a dairy farmer, and
So we got about 30 minutes on this road here.
it just cracks me up. All the
Dudley.
the people that are on there just talking about how horrible it is for the cows, and
High pressure gas line.
I'm thinking, I mean, and really, if you look at it, like, they're spoiled. I wouldn't mind living in this barn, okay? Because they got a back scratcher, they got comfy beds. I think because first she's getting all this attention because of who her daughter was. And now I think it's changed. She's getting attention because of the whole thing with the sheriff and the FBI and, some of the stuff getting botched. So I think
Didn't that lady say like hilly stuff?
it's kind of turning into something else.
Arizona Trail Park.
And I think too, I was just having a convo about this with a friend. I think too that there's
Scenic route.
some really like
Anybody gotta go to the bathroom or anything? I'm assuming there's
Oh, there's
bathrooms.
bikers up there.
Bikers.
just,
Harleys.
No.
like I said, I don't get into politics or news or anything, or religion in here,
Green
but
Hancock is trying to get a hold of
there's
you.
been some really
She has some very important information.
mind-blowing stuff
Thank you for everything you do, Kim.
that has
Kim, thank
happened
Probably freaking them out. They're like,
with our government, with our world, just with everything lately. And
you. What is this?
I think it's a way to
People on there.
There we go.
kind of disconnect from that.
That's interesting.
So the Arizona Trail is before.
That is true, yes.
Wagons.
Mm-hmm.
They would come in through the.
Well, I remember learning
Really?
Mm-hmm.
This is
when I was
it.
younger that
It's all throughout.
even though cows are these big, huge
Yeah,
animals,
big
they
line
actually
on
can
that
be
map.
quite sensitive
You can go take a picture of that.
about how they eat, drink, sleep,
I don't
all
wanna
of that stuff.
Go near their stuff.
Right.
Get a little paranoid.
They brought their kid out here on it too.
That's crazy.
Oh, I bet.
We're like 12 miles from a.
Yeah, I mean, seriously, I would not mind being.
Straight up
I just think
legends.
it's funny. Those
Well, we
poor
are Pino
cows.
County.
I'm like,
Pino
that
County,
poor
Pino
cow has
County,
been sitting there
Pino
getting her bum
Yeah, I know.
scratched
Yeah,
for the last
Pino.
10 minutes. I'm
Pino.
like, she's
Oh,
okay.
Canal.
Pinal County.
So this is
Is
not
that the s-
Pima. No, it's not the same county.
It's,
No, Pima is us.
what's
and
his
then
name?
this-
He does, is it
Pinal County.
This is Sheriff Lamb.
Sheriff Lamb?
TDF, I think is the guy's name.
Is that the same as
He does,
Phoenix? Is Phoenix in Pinal?
his farm
No,
is one of the
that's
farms that supplies for, that Tillamook
That's
cheese, I
interesting.
think it is.
Okay. Can I get one more of the beef jerkies? Thank you.
We're
Oh.
working our way out. Who knows if we'll ever make it out?
Yeah, look,
And I
we're
remember
start
across
going
the
down this
street
in front of us.
From my babysitter's house, there were horses,
How many people you got on TikTok?
Right now, there's only 400.
and in the winter time, they were out and about in their jackets and stuff. There was an ice skating pond like right next to
Yeah, you guys should both get on
the little area, and so we'd go ice skating, and then we'd feed the horses
I don't
apples
know. I feel like
afterwards.
I got beef with TikTok.
Apples and carrots, and they loved them. They were just like huge
There's
dogs.
purple
You got me.
flowers.
Wait, really?
No joke. Look at all these purple
So there's
flowers.
hill. She said purple and hills. So we see hills and we see purple.
That's the first time I've seen purple flowers. That's crazy.
But yeah, where I'm at, I'm in the city, but that doesn't really mean a lot out here.
Still rolling,
The
folks.
city's not cityfied.
We are going to Dudleyville.
We have we've got a couple horse farms around us. A couple
Sorry. Sorry for laughing
dairy
like that.
farms around
Good,
us.
super chat. LOL.
We even have an
you
alpaca
turkey while you drive
farm.
past the cows. I read that as I was eating the beef jerky. Thank you.
So that was always fun seeing the babies.
That is kind of messed up.
Their little giraffe legs
My
running
bad.
around.
My bad, moo-moos. Tina girl, thank you.
And we have, not far from us, it is a sheep farm,
Oh, squirrel.
but she also raises little mini Broncos. And they will kick you. My mom had a mini Bronco. I think that's what it's called when she was growing up, and she said he was so tiny he would come in the house. But he would actually he would walk up, he'd go up to everybody and kick them. And so you had to watch out for him. He'd walk out and buck you.
Waiting to get out of here, folks.
Yeah, we kind of took a long road, long trail.
Yeah, that's my family. My mom actually had to ride to work one day in the car with a horse in the back seat of the car, not in the trailer. Right in the back seat. That's how my family roll. Oh, see, I heard there was some deaths this morning.
The nighttime is coming. When will we be out of here?
I hope that was a
Not
miss
much longer.
report then.
9
Yeah.
miles to the exit.
Driver woke me up this morning telling me about that. It rolled across us, but not the tornado, but the storm did. But we didn't get any tornadoes in our area.
Windmill down
But
there.
driver's
This is
from the
crazy
west
out
side,
here.
and that's what he said. Oh my gosh, the Menards, I guess.
Holy cow.
The
Little flat area.
Union. Okay, Union. The Menards, the roof ripped off, and but no, I did hear that. I was telling everybody when I first came on, that storm was so
We're on the
weird.
top of a mountain.
Oh, look.
The
we got some
lightning
little
wasn't
squirrel
like
cactus
bolts.
out
It was
here.
like these sheets. It almost looked
Oh,
like,
Look at
Thanks for the super chat.
you ever seen those like
Oh,
AI
there's a
pictures
cow,
of the
there's a house.
ocean waves that have like lights
Holy smokes,
across
there's-
the wave
there's
edges? It
cattle
almost
all
looked like that going across the sky. And
This is what I'd be interested in.
the thunder, it went from sounding almost like somebody was playing a tape backwards to like
If we smell
automatic
death,
fire.
get
I
out
mean,
and
it was
investigate.
It could
so
be a cow,
weird.
too, or
So
a
weird.
coyote. I thought somebody didn't map guy find a dead coyote the other day. JLR.
No, we got
Yeah.
lucky. We had like some power
that
flickering
guy?
on and off a little bit,
Where's he from?
some internet issues,
Oh, that's cool.
but
Jeep Girl didn't get back to me.
we just got really heavy rain and lots of strong thunder and lightning.
I mean, I have her number. I don't think I should just call her, but she didn't get back to me.
I always get nervous
Well, she wanted to do.
because we were literally like right in the center of that microburst that happened here a couple of years ago, and
She's very
it literally
woman, Colorado.
hit so hard. We thought it was a tornado,
Very upset.
but my neighbor's shed
She
rolled. We saw it on ring cam. It rolled like a tire down out of his backyard through his fence and smashed right in the middle of the street. It was just
This lane is weird.
oh my
too.
gosh.
Total change too, huh?
Phew.
It's just getting so
We
different
passed
now.
through there when we're
More
headed
raised,
to
more cacti.
Grand Rapids and stuff like that. Yeah, Portage. I am familiar with that. Well, not that, the exit off the expressway. I'm familiar with that.
You've never been there?
And now I'm going to use this same brand, the top coat, because it's a nice, thick, heavy-duty top coat. And I'm going to do 2 coats of that. To put on that builder in a bottle, and it's helped strengthen these up. And then I'm going to do this, and then we'll do some cute, like a cutesy little design on them. Oh, and that's just it. I love a good storm,
Little birdie.
but a good storm
Was it you
sometimes
I was talking about
means
the Blue Jay with?
property and people are getting damaged, and that's the part that I don't love.
Yeah, funny that I was calling it annoying. I went home.
I
and had,
used
like,
to be
4
really
kids outside
excited about them when they
supposed to lay
come
down,
until
Fine.
I
Oh,
had
they're sitting
kids.
there
Now
singing.
that I'm in charge of making sure that other people are safe during something like that, now it makes me a nervous wreck.
Y'all cool with the sunroof open?
We've got a nice spot that we can
That way we kind of smell, you know.
sit down in the basement and be safe, and we've got a weather radio so we
if
can
she's not in
listen,
the grave,
all
and she's
that.
on the surface, you're gonna smell it. So far, I haven't smelled anything deceased.
Oh wow!
I just want to.
I've heard of that happening. Yeah, they just are like sails, and they go through just boom, you know. And
About 8 miles.
we were really lucky. It blew a hole in our roof, and it there were trees that are right on our property line. They're half on our property line and half on our neighbors. So basically, if the tree falls on our side, we have to take care of that part. If it falls on their side, they have to take care of it. But they had a tree fall and it hit their truck. It was like a full-size Dodge Ram with a topper on it.
When you get back to her house,
It looked like a hot dog bun when it got done. I mean, we were like, woo,
up, down, purple,
and just came within inches of taking out our fence. Part of it did take out a gate, but we were so lucky. It ended up doing,
Stephanie says, I have faith.
I think it was like $20,000 worth of damage. That, thank goodness for house insurance,
We got
right?
some buildings up here. We got some buildings.
But I was lucky. Now a neighbor that was in the neighborhood next, like down the street from us,
bunch of paw prints on that.
they had just put their kids to bed,
That's interesting.
and
Linda said
she was just walking out of the room, and a tree in their front yard fell and hit the
Someone dozed that hillside.
youngest's bedroom window, like right, hit the house right there, and scared the daylights out of all of them. And thank goodness everybody was fine, but she was just, you know, quite shaken up after that. I mean, as would anybody be, especially when it's your little, you know, in there. And
So for those of you guys on my side watching tonight, I will hook up my big camera again. That way we can have the night time stuff and the low light cameras. That way we can kind of see without having to have all these lights on. If you want to park somewhere and try to be hidden out of the way. Well, now we're seeing this is the other.
Now we're seeing more civilization a little bit.
Yeah,
with houses.
This is the property that had the other buildings on it. It looks like airplane hangars where I was at online.
Yeah.
But they're more like shops.
oh, I know what else. That farm with the little baby Broncos raises honey.
Huh? Oh,
It's
I'm
some of
sorry
the
if I'm
best
talking
honey
about
around. I swear.
Yeah, they're good.
It's all wildflower honey. So good.
shops. I see a windsock, so maybe there is some kind of helicopter company. I don't know. Maybe they have a ranch. Service all the equipment on the ranch. I called Alex today to see if he wants to go too, and he had some stuff going on. So today he decided to sit out. He had prior obligations. They didn't
Alex.
like that, which I respect. Some rope on the road.
8 miles.
My bad. You're good. I didn't mean to hit it like that.
This is what we're looking at, folks.
I don't think we're going to see anything.
Some
over
point, we
here.
were talking
We're
about
not
it the
in
other
private
day.
area.
I don't know if anyone
We're
ever
just gonna be
did.
in public.
I know that earlier there was
A lot of
another
people are
elderly
scared to
gentleman that
private
just went
property unless
missing
it's their property because when
Oh,
there's buildings nearby.
a couple hours ago,
When the landowner,
it was in his 70s, that had just gone missing.
What was
I
that?
just saw white stuff on the ground. So look.
Piece of cloth.
And then
Yeah.
Go back or take off.
I saw a campsite too.
Unless you want to turn
I
around.
believe there was one the week before, another
I saw a
gentleman.
little like campsite.
But that's 3, and like, and it has been said there are a lot that go missing in that county.
Go back.
Go back.
Oh, well, and we were talking the other day too, like, and this is
Right.
same with Michigan, is out there, is there's a huge population, a huge group of like indigenous women that are missing, and nobody's ever even heard that they're gone, they're missing, you know, and
Dude, you could just
they
come
get
out here
reported
and
maybe
drive
to
all
the
day.
local, and then that's as far as
Yeah.
it goes.
You can drive down up and down these roads, and there's still.
Especially here when you go more, you know, you go towards up north, and
I know.
some of the reservation land and things like that, and
Where's that at?
I'll have to look it up on the map, but I want to say it's close.
well, and even
No,
just
that's
from my
what-
county,
Yeah,
last
went to
year,
El Diablo, didn't he?
I believe it's
Yeah, didn't he say he went to El Diablo Beach?
Yep.
oh, I'm not goth. I do look. I probably. That picture's a
he
couple
just
years old,
had
so I'm
to
definitely
did.
chunkier.
He said he went there.
But
So as we're coming down these hills, I'm looking.
I don't
up,
know what I
looking off
am.
to the left and the
I'm
right.
jeans and Adidas
Yeah,
and
so
When we started
hoodies,
out, it was mile marker 1, right?
and
Yes.
So we're at 25 miles.
if I'm going out, I've got my eye makeup on, I've got
5
my
miles
lipstick
from Andrews
on,
Road,
but
25 miles from the other side.
if I'm not, I'm just messy buns. I don't know. I'm a mess. That's what I am. I'm a
I
mess.
guess I guess they did 30 to 40 miles, but
I feel like I'm too old to be goth.
and the road itself,
Like, not to
the
be
road-
old to like that dress,
the
but like
beginning
too
of
old
this
to like
road
say I'm
is
goth.
like
Does that make
21
sense?
miles from Nancy's house. I mapped it out, 21 miles from Nancy's house.
But that is me.
Yeah, how
And I
long does
loved
the
that
smell of
lipstick.
I don't know.
Decomposition.
It was by
Long
Maybelline.
night.
It was
Okay.
Maybelline.
Yeah, I would.
It's called lip ink. I remember
After
that.
about a week is when it starts really stinking.
And it literally stayed on through everything.
I mean, people always seen roadkill on the side of the
Smooches,
road.
through dinner,
And you guys tell
through
me, how long do you guys smell roadkill? On the
eat
side of the
ice
road?
cream, everything.
Roadkill. Like you're driving to and from work and you see.
That
animal
is a
that's
good
been stuck in
sign
vehicle
of a
that's there for a couple weeks. And the entire time you're driving past it for those couple weeks, you're still smelling it. Now imagine that, but a 150-pound person, people will have like a nasty, stronger smell. Nasty.
But I would say,
Yeah, that's no.
back in the day, like when I was at the salon, I was getting dressed up every day and everything.
Can't unsmell it.
Everybody told me I was more a cross between kind of sporty and boho. So I like kind of the the hippie,
While we're live on this channel, this
long
social media
flowing
stuff,
stuff like that. And
it's been-
but I also like a good pair of Adidas.
Have you been around actually,
Nice
like,
pair of jeans.
death before? Or?
Levi's.
I mean, I've seen bodies. I never smelled that. I smelled Brian Laundrie.
Oh, did you?
Well, his remains when he was gone.
You found that you were there when they found him?
Afterward, I mean, I was there when they blocked it off. But afterward, as soon as they released the crime scene, like his remains were found. It was disgusting.
How long was he there before he was found?
I think 5 weeks.
So 5 weeks, and you were able to smell it after he was
Oh man, it
removed.
was the worst smell ever. It was all over the place. It was just disgusting.
Okay, he just said that he could still smell Brian Laundrie's remains 4 weeks after he had been at the reserve, but and I'm not going to get into that theory because there was remains there, but it's a
His
swamp.
body wasn't there.
But
So-
the ground is saturated.
He had a water bottle. The water bottle. Was
Can't necessarily say that that's what
The
you
trio
smell.
we
Swamps
didn't know
stink
we
like
needed
that.
is what somebody just said. Thank you for that, BB.
Oh yeah, for sure. I totally agree.
That was very
I
generous.
totally agree. I'm 48, so
About 3 weeks if it's hot. Because if it's hot, things
I'm Gen X.
We're almost out of this rain, folks. We're about 5 miles away. 15 minutes.
Humidity kind of like amplifies it.
Yeah.
Makes it way
So
worse.
the Arizona desert,
It's not humid.
it's probably less time.
Nice. 60 years young.
I would say things dry out faster out here,
Exactly.
but they still don't. I mean, it's been what, almost 5
And
weeks
really,
now?
truly, nowadays it definitely is just a number.
4.5, 5 weeks. 30. What's the day? 35.
8:35.
Because even if you can afford it, you can make your body into anything you want it to be. Look at the Real Housewives. Phew. Erica Jane's like 105, and she
This is a
looks
different range
awesome.
here too. It's more like flowers and stuff.
Definitely. The terrain and the vegetation growth has completely changed. We're seeing yellow flowers again. No more purple.
Ugh,
Gee,
T-shirt is driving me nuts.
thank you so much. You have no idea how helpful.
You're over my knees, stretch
Sorry.
it out.
You have no idea how helpful you are in searching semi-remote areas, Jacob. Nancy is somewhere, and I think you and the crew are onto something. Looking in secluded places. Very helpful of you to do so. Absolutely, I'm going to keep on doing that. So thank you so much.
I think this is how if she's out there somewhere, that this is how she's going to be found by either somebody accidentally finding her while they're hiking or something like that, or
out here. No.
You know what I've noticed? So
by a team out here going there, going here, going there to
coyotes
serve.
out here, so I think during the day they kind of like mid down, pay down.
Yeah.
And
Has
then
anybody
sunset
heard
goes down, they
anything
come out
more
and
about
hunt,
the United Cajun
and they do
Navy?
the
I
thing
thought
overnight, and then in the morning they also do their hunt. I believe they just.
I thought they were supposed to have some big
But I could be wrong. If somebody
Search
knows,
with all their-
knows more than I do with how javelinas and coyotes work, let me know.
resources.
What was the question?
Coyotes and javelinas. I'm under the impression that they kind of bed down during the day and they get active in the evening and throughout the night and into the morning.
Yeah, so they come out at dusk. They go hunt. And they still hunt at night too, but it's mainly during the morning.
Javelinas creep me out.
4 or 5 in the morning, right as the sun just is coming up. And then, as soon as because here it's hot a lot of the day, right? And so they'll go in their dens. And occasionally you'll see.
I know everybody
like
says that you don't have to worry about them. They're
male,
herbivores and whatever, but
normally you just don't.
or maybe they're different.
Okay.
But the hogs
The
here,
javelinas,
they don't care what they eat. They don't chomp on you.
and they love trash, that kind of thing, flowers, and so but they don't mess with people unless you scare them. So like this one time I was riding my bike on a sidewalk, and all of a sudden one of these javelinas like lunged at me.
Oh wow.
But he then he lunged and then he ran away. So I scared him, and that's what caused him.
Black Widow's web says this is better than sitting in an empty house.
I remember that name.
Mm-mm.
How you doing, Black Widow?
Well, you never know what something.
It hasn't
pops up
happened
in the
by
house.
now, then.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna like.
And this is gonna sound dumb, and I hope it comes out right.
And then I'm gonna start.
But my thought always was if she wasn't found right away, then
Oh, I do.
she's not going to be found for a really long
I
time.
can't really zoom into my guys because
There's not going to be like any in between.
Whoa, what is that? Those two tall towers over there off the left. See them?
And honestly, I mean, I'm not trying to be
Tucson?
What's that?
Debbie Downer, but she may never be found.
Those look like
And at this point, whoever did it, I think
What's this?
Stacks. Heck, another one.
they just want to be
Graves
done
site.
with it.
There's like two
They
of
didn't
them.
get caught, and they're probably fine with it.
Yeah.
And
this. I
mean, I think
He's out, you know?
We can get out. Yeah, we can get out.
There's 3 of them. I mean, this must have been an accident.
I want to say thank you to everyone that's been supporting us with super chats, memberships. Thank you guys for helping out with things like fuel, food today.
Dude, must be a graveyard.
Yeah, this must have been a
those are
multiple
pretty
fatality.
flowers. I actually have a pattern for my cricket to make those,
Could
but
be a graveyard.
I don't think I'm
Pay respect.
limber enough to do them.
There's 3.
Oh, this is weird. A lot of times when there's like something buried, people put rocks on top of it. So you can't dig too far down in the ground.
There's literally people buried here. And then, of course, there's beer cans. Beer cans. There's beer cans all over the place. Oh, here's another one.
It's probably like a party spot. Or
Beer
people come
cans
out
all
there
over the
to.
place. Dude, it looks like somebody else was buried here.
I know a girl I used to know. Her dad
here
was
with a
in a
bunch of
motorcycle
rocks.
club, and where he'd gotten in a fatal accident on the side of a road, they had a memorial set up for him. And every year on his birthday, they'd go out and drink a beer with him. You know, metaphorically. I mean, the beer cans laying all over, but not everybody's so conscientious of that. So that's what I think that probably is.
And they were buried in the 1800s. No, it might have been 1912. Anyways, there's 3 grave sites. Long story on that. But their grave sites are covered with rocks. They buried them.
Oh, Mom, let there be light. Exactly. Yeah,
What do you think that is?
they don't care. So that's exactly what I feel.
They look like hooves. Hooves, I think. At least that one does. I'm not touching it.
They're gonna do whatever they can to not get caught at this point and just move on to whatever horrific thing they do to society next.
Pretty creepy. Sad, too, but, you know, somebody buried on the side of them. Dirt road.
Well, they were talking earlier about
4 of them, maybe 5.
like them burying homeless people out in the desert because
Rest
they
in
don't
peace.
have the money to afford
I don't see any scratches.
end of
I
life,
guess it's running something
services.
nowadays. It does pretty good. Not like it used to be. Peanut girl. You guys need gloves and walking poles to turn things over. Thank you. Interesting. Gloves and walking poles.
And I know for a fact, just went through it, that it is not cheap. You have to deal with funeral home,
Yeah.
things
Potentially
like
car
that.
accident.
Not at all. But I keep thinking, at least I knew what happened to my mom, I know where she is now.
Map for you guys real quick.
It was a quad accident, somebody said, which that
possible.
makes sense.
Being right here.
Quad
Yeah.
accident.
Well, yeah, a lot of quads.
I can see that.
People flying.
It's the
Somebody
truth.
looked it up online for us.
Right
Oh,
here.
okay.
The truth.
We got some, like,
About 5 years ago, Amy Grill says.
That's interesting. So
Thank you.
real quick on my end,
Tell them
I'm about 150
give them respect.
followers away from hitting 10,000 on this backup channel. So thank you guys. That's beautiful. God bless you guys.
Well, I don't know what his backup channel is, or I would put it in the thing. Because I know
Thank you
he
so
had
much
just
for becoming a
gotten
member,
to 100,000 on his
Jennifer Hill.
main channel.
So if you guys are new to this channel, make sure you guys hit that like and subscribe if you guys want to see some more stuff like it. Tomorrow, I'm going to come back out to another area. If these guys want to ride with, you guys are more than welcome to.
He does. Let me find it real quick for you guys.
You know,
I said
knew
we
your
do the
other
dirt
areas,
road by the Mount.
You want to go up from the bottom of Mount Lemon on up?
Yeah.
Okay. So what do you guys think? Let's let the chat decide. Okay. My chat, JLR's chat, and Tucson. What do you guys think? Do you guys think we should go up the dirt road near Mount Lemon,
the back
the off road? And
that's like full 4x4.
should these guys come with? I think they should. These guys are awesome. It's
And
nice
this
having
guy
buddies
goes
with
and
them.
does live
It's
24,
nice having
like
people
not
that
24 hours, but
I feel like kind of
it's
have your
like
back.
2, 3 in
You
the
know,
morning.
It's better to travel with people than alone, especially when you're in remote areas.
should,
Yes. Hop in the
monitor
chat. Let me know.
scanner traffic, stuff like that.
JLR's chat. Let me
So
know,
if you're
guys.
into that stuff, he catches stuff other than just
And
stuff that goes
also,
on with the
we
Nancy
don't
Guthrie
mind
videos.
picking up a little bit of trash in there. I can't pick everything up. I'm not a dumpster, but I don't mind taking some stuff out of the nature into the trash, stuff that doesn't belong out here. Okay, my chat's saying yes. What's your
My
chat?
chat's saying a lot saying no.
No, they're saying
Well,
no.
there's half and half.
JLR's chat's saying no. My chat's saying yes. I got a couple no's. Oh no, I'm second a couple no's. People are saying 4-wheel drive time.
Taking a look at it.
We're getting into rough roads.
We're hitting that washboard. This is more sandy stuff. Where the dirt's changing once again. We're hitting sand. This is that washboard. Oh, look at that. It's trees, greenery stuff down there. Oh, we're almost
It
to that
gets
river.
different. Like I think when we go head down more towards sea level, or
I'm just putting
the
little
elevation keeps lowering, this will get
glitter along the Frenchy line.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't think Nancy's this far out. If she's on this road, I don't think she's this far out.
Well, that's the thing. Part of it, I think they have a lot more than they've said to us. They've showed us.
It's possible. That's
But-
that's very true.
Something I was watching this morning was talking
Well, it's
about
up to you guys. If you guys want to ride tomorrow, you're more than welcome to. I'll probably
they said
leave
that
right
there was
around
some
11
kind
or
of, like,
12, somewhere in there.
camera outage or some kind of outage
And
City says get a rid-
when she was being kidnapped. And
H-
you know, they've been talking about that antenna sticking out of the guy's pocket as possibly being like a signal
mile
jammer.
marker
But
30, so this road is 30
everything
miles
I
long.
read said that it wouldn't cause that to happen at like neighbors, and it would just interrupt the feed. It wouldn't completely cut it out.
Stop and look.
We're on railroad tracks.
Oh no, it's an old.
Pleasure to talk to you too, my man Jerry. You have a good
It
one.
just says, tell
Wow,
your
look at that.
driver
Well, and
yes,
that's
Mount
it. I'm like, was there? And so I
Mount
guess it was
Lemon
reported
tomorrow.
that there was some kind of outage at that
Hey, look, there's
time.
water right
And
There's a water
Lemon.
tank
She would
or
beat
a
out
pond.
farm and she literally-
On private
this is
property.
what's weird too. So this neighbor also has just come
Someone could
out
have drove to New York and dropped her off and then came
and
back.
said that
You never
apparently their
People
dog
were saying, check
was
the-
barking. Like they let their dog woke them up to go outside or something at that time of night
What was that?
The
Private?
locals don't wave out here.
when they believed she was being taken away. And
I learned to wave because like
see, just saying something
if
now,
you get a
like
flat tire or something and you're on
I
the side
don't
of the road
know.
trying to fix it. Sometimes those people remember you waving and they'll stop by and on the road.
something
Always
is
wave.
very weird and very wrong about all of that. And whether it's some
I'm gonna check out
huge game of CYA with the sheriff
You guys need
or not,
anything? Want to stop
They
and grab
don't
anything?
like
I don't know,
outsiders
but-
in Dudleyville. So
They
Then
don't
we go back
like
to dirt
outsiders.
road.
warning, they don't like
There's something.
outsiders in
Look how it
Dudleyville.
goes back to dirt road.
This is America.
I think it's just across this river right
I shouldn't mind a fellow American.
something, somebody's
here. All that
hiding.
water.
Driving in the water.
We're going through water, guys. We're
Holy
going,
smokes.
we're going through some water.
Yo, there's a river here.
Yeah. The water flow is going south.
We're going across a river.
We found her, guys.
That's pretty cool. I kind of hit it a little hard. My bad, guys.
It's got some stench.
Hey, feel how nice it's
It
nice and cool.
smells. It smells bad.
Smell. Found some water.
Dude, it
We
smells
got a
like
water
septic.
crossing.
Yeah,
Smells like
I don't know.
septic water.
I know. I just splashed it up with tires.
One of the things that they said about that
That's
signal
that?
jammers, yeah, it wouldn't affect the neighbors. It would just affect
Look how green it is right here.
her home. And I guess they said it wouldn't completely cut it out. It would make like like a staticky feed or pixelated feed. It wouldn't like completely blank it all out. It would just just mess with
This
it.
is a cool area though. These trees and
Yeah. What did you call that, man?
I can picture this being American.
I don't know, the whole thing with the cameras, the front door, all that is just weird to me.
Native American.
I still don't understand why it took the FBI coming in with a specialized team to take the camera bracket.
Where
That
they
guy's
do
got-
not like.
That guy's got goats on top of his car, just chilling on the hood.
And why the rug is still there.
Dudleyville, we're at.
The rug that the dude was literally standing on. We keep talking about DNA, spitting, sweating, hair falling, all that. In my little nail tech brain, I would think that,
They got Bigfoot right
hey
there.
Jane, I would think that that would be
All right, well,
important.
back to Nancy's home.
It's a little town called Dudleyville. That's where we're at.
Is there any like convenience store? Where do people? We should stop at the one convenience store if they have it.
Yeah, if I see something else, I'll pull
Oh,
over.
there's the junkyard. I'd leave, get a picture of
I think we
that.
just go 77.
You know,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do too. And I feel bad saying it,
It's
but
suffering for you too right now. Suffering for me pretty good right now.
Sorry, guys.
I just feel like there's going to be that element. We're going to
I've
find
never
that
been
out.
here, but
And
this is a cool little town.
Yeah, pretty neat.
I'm interested to see. If
I had someone in the other day saying, you know,
any sort of convenience store.
how could Savannah stand with
There's a retired cop car following
the
us.
family and support them and all of this if she thinks that something's going on? I mean, would you want them to know that you think that they're guilty
Following us out of town.
until you know for sure, or until they've got all the evidence? Or, I mean, she's a journalist. She's interviewed people she can't stand and still been pleasant, nice, you know. I mean, I don't know. Well, I'm just saying that's what
All the dust flying.
journalists have to. I've never seen her interview anybody, so I really honestly don't know what she's like when she interviews somebody. But I'm saying generally, you know, reporters and things like that,
Are we buffering?
they have to be able to, you know,
15 minutes where?
put on a happy face no matter what. Well, and that's it with that tie with the
Oh, let's see my
business
chat
and all
back,
that,
guys.
you know. It's just
I don't know. I get that
Weird.
sometimes. Every once in a while, just the app starts lagging out.
I have to let these dry on their own for a few because that striping stuff is just regular polish.
I can see that.
A lot of her family lives in
I think there's a lot that they don't want us knowing about all of them.
Nancy's, right?
Yeah. As the sun starts going down here in Arizona.
It is beautiful out
Wild
there.
terrain of Arizona.
I mean, at least we get to see some pretty, you know, sunsets and stuff like that. But oh,
I will say Arizona has amazing sunsets.
It does. It is beautiful.
so yes, I don't know if you can.
I'm more of like a
See that
mountain
at all?
kind of guy. I like the mountains. I like the woods.
It's hard with the light. I need to have this light. on, but
I'm kind of like grown.
just
to
little
Arizona
glitter
terrain.
lines along the Frenchies.
I don't know if I would like it if it was 110 degrees out. But
That's what I wonder. Is he, or is he doing this because
it's a casino.
for election
High jackpots.
reasons,
It's casino.
or is that what's happening? Is he getting donations,
Do you know how to
campaign
get back to
donations
Tucson, or do I need the
to be
GPS?
quiet?
You can probably GPS. I think you
Hey.
just shoot this way
I
down.
still think it's
Hey,
weird
Siri.
that I can't put his name in the title without
Take me
Is it
really-
stopping me?
Just this. Pretty simple.
making me change my title.
7 all the way down.
Take me to the Catalina foothills in Tucson, Arizona. Thank you.
And tell me that's not weird, you know?
So we were like right on the outskirts of the San Carlos
And the wiki
reservation.
getting changed.
Oh, really?
The one day when I looked at it, it talked about that there had been requests to edit this wiki.
Literally due east of
And when I went
Cassie
back a week
Road.
later, her bio was only like a couple
So if you would've took
sentences instead of
77
this big
north,
long
you would've
thing
been to
talking
San
about
Globe.
when she worked at Arizona University. And I thought that was
I'm
odd,
getting a lot of mixed responses across all three.
because that was how I found out that that's
my
what she did
JLR
work.
and the G57 Tucson.
And
Um,
they'd given a lot of
I'm
details.
gonna go up that dirt road more. I think I'm gonna go up that.
I don't know, I just thought that was odd.
And then come down Mount Lemon to Tucson.
It's hairy though. It's not like
Well, and that's it.
it's real 4x4.
That's fine.
I mean,
I think we'll be okay. I'm gonna
You don't
look
even
at
have
some
to
videos
be-
tonight and make sure that I can take my truck up it. But
you can watch a couple
I'm gonna
TV
put
shows
it
and know
so
that,
far, I think we'll be all right.
you check with neighbors. You,
It says,
People are saying yes.
that should have
the
been
road is crowded
like,
on
literally
weekends, it'll be
the
stop
first
and go.
On that
thing
trail.
to do.
Weekends, they said.
Well, people are less likely to go to stuff like that on Sundays, so I think Sunday would be a great day.
Instead, a month later,
Because that's usually people's church day.
now,
That's Dad's gone live. He doesn't have a TikTok. He uses the photos.
and then doing all the parking stuff to run press out and everything. Come on,
My posts on TikTok.
That wasn't about getting traffic flow back. that was about
I usually do Facebook and Instagram.
getting the cameras off of your screw ups.
And then you got 2 Facebook pages.
I have my own, but I don't use Facebook.
By the way, I know I've said it
Are
before,
you posting on your page though? Like
No,
little.
that's
but I'm
not me.
absolutely
It's
addicted to
somebody
these. These are
else.
like one of the
Yeah,
best
somebody else
snacks ever.
posting as me.
Oh.
They're everything bagel, seasoning,
Because I've been sharing
arm
it out.
clips. Oh my god, you see them in the
Yeah, I
store.
thought it was you.
Get them, they're so
That's
good.
not you.
No, I don't.
All right, sounds good,
I don't
Rebecca.
have a Facebook page for my channel. It's somebody else.
That's a loser.
Somebody posted.
I will have to
They're monetized, man.
pause in a little bit
There's 2 different pages that are
because it's
monetized.
I'll be back in bedtime, but
So I have the
I'll be
copyright
back
thing on my Facebook
after that.
account. I made it like whatever. When I click on other people's posts and stuff, I can tell.
Finish
It tells me like 2 insights. It tells
the
me
other
who's monetized
foot of
and
this,
not.
and
And yeah, there's 2 people with monetized Facebook pages that are reposting their stuff. One of them's got like 30,000, the other one's got like 70,000, I think.
figure out something else to do. I do that same thing too, my man Jerry.
They cloned me.
They cloned you.
Exactly.
Imposters.
Yes, exactly. It's funny you say that because I don't know what it was.
Yeah,
We were just
stay on,
watching something with him last night.
77 takes you straight to Tucson. It does.
I can't remember what it was. It had to have been one of the.
And East River
It had to have been one of the TV apps on the phone.
That's cool.
I can't remember what it was, but no, I was thinking
Yes,
about
the
that.
sun's
Yeah,
going down,
that
ladies and gentlemen.
years. So I mean, you just never know. When people ask you, when do you think
Hey,
they'll
thank you
find
so
her?
much for that super chat. For some Red Bulls,
Tomorrow or
let's go.
never. That's
Rich Racing,
the.
I'm going to use that towards Red Bulls because my ice chest was stolen today.
You guys don't like monsters.
I don't have any Red Bulls anymore.
Are you
That's
Monster
the scale that we have to go by. It is sad.
I used to be a
Does he?
Monster guy.
Yeah.
And when I was 18, my first tattoo was a
I don't
Monster
watch a
tattoo.
lot of commercials. We have a lot of
Thank you so much, Tiff. Thanks for all
Did you cover it or you
that y'all do.
we have cable in our living room,
Yes,
but
money from
all the
Tiff.
rest of our TVs just go
No, I
on
still got
Wi-Fi,
it.
and so we have our
I I still got it. It's right here on my
Oh,
stomach.
you know, like the apps like
Do I regret it?
Peacock,
Not really,
Netflix,
it's kinda funny how
Hulu,
I
all
got
that. So
But
No, why would you?
I usually don't get to see many commercials because the boys in my
yeah,
house
I
are
always use it as a
absolutely
joke.
against ads of any kind.
When I go to
So
concerts, like, the Monster booth, they always have like a Monster booth set up.
they have no idea
Yeah.
what it was
like
like
a stagecoach or whatever.
to not be able to fast
Like,
forward,
hey,
pause,
I'll tell you what,
rewind,
I'll get a Monster
have
tattoo
to
and
watch
give
all
you
the
a Monster.
commercials.
And then they always make a joke
That's
like,
how we
show
got
me
our
the tattoo
Christmas.
and I'll
That's
give you the
how we
Monster.
figured out all the
I'll
things
shirt
we
up, I'm
wanted.
like,
That was
oh,
the
all right, I'll
commercial.
give you a Monster. It's always just been a little joke I've done.
What highway is this?
77 south.
Gosh, I remember when that happened.
So we're gonna go to Murata.
All of our mothers taught.
No, I'm sorry.
That was the example our mothers used when we would like run away from them in Kmart or whatever. You know, is you never know who's watching. You never know. I mean, they were right.
Yeah, that area was pretty good. I mean,
Whoa! Look at that.
with his merch going on, I was like,
Whoa! There's two of them.
smugglers, maybe.
They said DGL drives too slow. I don't know, man. I've got friends that have like carried Mary Jane up and down the state of California in the past,
Uh-huh.
and when they carried stuff they shouldn't have been carrying, they were telling me that they no longer do it, obviously, but they would have a truckload full of them. The entire bed would be completely full, and they'd have a bed cover on it, and they would drive. The speed limit 65. They're driving 65 miles an hour. So I think if this person wasn't in a
See,
panic mode,
that ages us too. All of
Nancy,
our people are now doing commercials for like old people vitamins and stuff like that.
You said this Brian, what's his name? Brian, the Idaho guy? What's his name?
Kohlberger?
Kohlberger, I'm sorry.
Kohlberger.
Kohlberger.
I always say Kohlberger. Kohlberger.
Kohlberger. So you're saying that guy was panic mode, and when he left, he was
Oh yeah, he's zoomed out
out of hell.
He's like right through that neighborhood.
Did he remove any people, any like persons from the crime scene, or did he leave them all there?
No, he just
No, see, like I said, Kohlberger left them all there.
pretty fast in that little neighborhood.
That's the thing. All the theories about robbery, just
criminologists
murder, all of that.
got the light
They
Honda
didn't
Elantra
take
and
people
it
with
to
them.
a small town. Not very smart. You're going to be seen. I mean, they're seeing them.
The only thing that I can think of, but we don't know or not,
there it's less
if
popular.
it was a robbery to take her to go, say, to an ATM,
Get Kohlberger's vehicle in a very remote.
maybe something happened on the way there.
You have a community of 500,000 people.
That to me would be the
Tucson area.
absolute
You
only
can't get
reason.
one description of
But-
the vehicle here, which is bizarre.
That is very, very bizarre.
When you're in Moscow,
To
Idaho,
take someone
it's
out
like
of their
Moscow,
home in the middle of the night
25,000.
just to get the money out of the ATM doesn't seem very valid to me either, because there's limits on ATM withdrawals.
And,
So you're not going to be able to get out. To me, that's more of a crime of opportunity, like somebody's walking by the ATM, or you're near there, or you're at a store near there, or
You
something.
have places with 500,000 people, and you've got nothing.
That makes
Oh
no
yeah,
sense.
that's what I'm saying though. Doesn't he just normally do
This car had
children?
to be seen on camera. There's got to be evidence out there. I wonder if maybe they saw the car and they're trying to investigate the person, like keep it hush hush that they're investigating this person and trying to find.
If they keep that car and they have a description of the car, that's doing the public a disservice.
Well, that's it too. If this is something like that, then they need to tell people, because people aren't safe. If this person has now not only committed this crime but has gotten away with it,
That is interesting. There's a certain day at Hammond.
Sealing things.
it's called escalation. You know, serial killers don't usually start out just doing that.
You got a case unknown. You should.
They usually have
because any little clue could help.
I agree.
crimes of lesser that they've gotten caught
I agree with
I don't think it hurts.
beforehand.
Matter
And
of fact, Nanas might be complaining.
oh no, I agree. I just didn't know that if he looked for adults, or if he just strictly stuck to missing children.
Set the record straight.
In the absence of information, you only have speculation. So he has himself to blame for the speculation. He doesn't like the speculation. Give us some information.
The world's of information. he wants to sit there and say, "Oh, I cleared Tommaso and Annie." Okay, explain why.
Yes, give us reason. Why? How did you clear them? Give us some insight. Let's
But also
help
share
the
other
family
things, like to prove that these.
I think he said he cleared them
officially.
because
Again, and I'm
I
only
think
saying
he
this
got
because
pressure
the people are
possibly from the
speaking in my
family
chat.
to say
A
that
lot
he
of
cleared
people
them.
still feel like families are
That, you know,
the numbers, statistics.
the family, or
Close to
we
somebody
know
close
that
to the victim.
she, as
That's-
soon
in
as
this particular
she
case,
found out
kidnapping
that her mother was missing,
unless it's a homicide,
called
masked
Mark
as
Kelly,
kidnapping.
and he's known to be
I
good
do
friends with
think
the
it's
sheriff.
interesting,
So,
you know, with some of the wording out there, some of the media are saying, presumed to be kidnapped out of her home, things like that. I mean,
There is a
is
certain
the kidnapping not even legit, and it's just some sort of homicide masked, and somebody staging it as a kidnapping.
I mean, that's it. What if it is somebody that's like
Yeah, what do you
starting
think
to
about
become
the
serial, and
the alleged search
they're
of
just
Nancy
figuring out their
Guthrie's
next target? Like,
address, pictures of her home, and Savannah Guthrie's salary leading in the weeks leading up, weeks to months leading up to her disappearance, and
Well,
it also being
first,
from
where are we
Tucson.
getting this from? We're getting this from some reports based off Google Trends.
I got that from a news article. I don't know which news article it was, but I did. I'll look it up.
Yeah, so
Back at the hotel,
so the
but-
reports were coming out that Google Trends identified people doing searches on Nancy and Savannah on January 11th. But how accurate is Google Trends really?
Restaurant is
How
right on the right. That's
Well,
a
I thought when they
restaurant.
said
It didn't
they
really
had-
go by law enforcement. I mean, it
no, they're on their way back now. They
seems
went
like that
out.
came
I
from
didn't get to watch all
Google
day,
Trends.
but
But it wouldn't be shocking.
when I popped in, they were out.
Someone
And I
would do
believe you
research,
said,
because
like,
that's almost like probable that it's
northern
someone that's
Tucson
targeting them.
area, and they were going down through some trails and just some areas
What type of
looking to
research you
see
do on somebody, use Google.
if they found anything like anything
Pretty much
disturbing,
everyone in
anything that
this
looked
chat, everyone
strange.
shows about their lives, learning and being inquisitive. They use
And they
DuckDuckGo,
went and flew the drone up to
Google,
find
they
this.
use these search
It ended up
engines.
being, I think, like a hunting camp or something like that, or like a public land camp, but
So this
no, they
Mammoth,
didn't find anything, unfortunately.
I'm gonna be honest, it's pretty out here, but I like my Mammoth back home better.
But I guess you could flip that around and say they at least know another place where she's not.
It's kind of cool up here where it's kind of some of these houses are on a hill.
But you know,
But yeah,
like
and that's just
moving
kind of what I'm
forward,
doing, guys. I'm not
in
like
all these
spending the whole
cases,
day on this.
the next would-be criminal is using
there just
this
isn't
all
a lot
to study the
happening.
blueprint to not make the same mistakes.
I mean, I have no problem coming on and doing like our recaps and stuff like we're doing and having our discussions because I do like that.
They're gonna learn
reading
from it.
people's affidavits of probable cause, and reading people's court documents, and finding out how people got caught, what they did, and thinking to themselves, well, I can do better. I can do it this way. I won't do it this way. And one up the next person.
I'm wondering how long he's going to stay there because I
There's
think
psychos. I mean, there's strictly people that want to do things for the
he
thrill.
said
They're
earlier, a couple days ago, he was going to be there for the next 4 days. So
psychos.
assuming like through the weekend, but
They have street lights. That's funny. We have street lights here, but
No, they have
Tucson.
They have filters. They have filters on them. Look,
They have what?
filters. Look at the streetlights. Look up as we go under them. Look up. There's filters.
Oh
It doesn't
wow,
put out too much light. There's filters on it.
that's crazy.
oh, because of the light,
This looks like the van life.
the light ordinance.
Brian Laundrie and Gabby Petito right now. We're going to mow it.
I like the sound of that little baby turbo. Little-
Going to mow it.
Oh, these nails feel so
I
much
went
better
to
now.
mow
They
it.
actually
It's all
feel
van.
like
Is it?
Oh yeah, there's vans everywhere.
That's.
nails of substance. Not just some
Vans.
I thought about getting like a in the bed camera for this thing, so I can like start traveling a little bit more and do cover locations and stuff.
Have you ever been to Slab City?
No, that's in California, right?
Yeah.
I want to go so bad.
Oh my goodness, you got to go to Slab City.
Have you been there?
Yes.
That's neat.
there's just they just squatted the land, and it's just like how it's
So you come to me to tell me to leave you alone.
Place where there's like no cops or anything like that.
And for your
squatters
information,
on land. They
Southern
make their own
girl,
houses,
you're talking about nails
houses, little shops,
and about someone flying a drone.
So
So focus,
I saw a
pay
I seen a YouTube on
attention,
it, and I just remember thinking like, man,
and just
I hate to
FYI,
get in some trouble while I'm out there.
I'm gonna let you in on a little something.
it's like artsy. It's kind of
YouTube has this thing called engagement,
Mr. Beast did a video
and they
on
want
it.
all channels to have engagement. So the more people that talk in their chat,
I'm watching.
the more they push them out for more people to
How
see.
old is it?
So every time you come in somebody's chat and you decide to get all holier than thou on somebody about something that's none of your business and that nobody asked for your opinion about,
I think it's imperial.
you're helping the people that you hate. So, as a Tucsonian, why don't you do something good for your community? Okay? Why don't you go out, plant a tree? Why don't you do
I
that?
think it's saltier than Salt Lake.
Get people's attention somewhere else. Why don't you go find her? And then nobody will have to worry about it at
Oh,
all.
yes. That's the one where the Colorado River, they were doing some construction or something and flooded out, redirected the Colorado River on accident. It flooded out that entire valley, and then they fixed it, got the water to quit going there, and then they turned it into like a tourist area.
Well, as I was saying,
And then it just kept on
these
staying the way it was, and now it's the
putting
water
that
slowly
extra coat really did
receding,
help. They
causing
were
some,
just
some
so
problems.
thin when I
The-
started.
Yes.
Eat
I
Red
think that's
Bull.
what it is.
Shrek's 86 says eat Red Bull.
So now I have redeemed them. I'm not mad anymore.
You sure you don't want to do the night shift?
Night shift tonight.
Yeah. Stay out till 4 in the morning, 3 in the
By
morning.
the way, thank you for helping me by talking to me, Southern Girl.
Tired?
When would I sleep?
Tomorrow night.
Tomorrow night.
You
Man, I
see-
could go 36 hours.
Yeah.
Sleep. It's rough. But what do you do in the house?
Yeah, I just stay at the house. I drive. I don't put Annie's house on camera, but I'll drive down there because it's dark, right? So you can't see her house, and I don't even point it out. I just drive past her house and tell people if I see anything different. I drive by Luke's house. And I listen to scanners. It's nothing crazy. The only thing I really
It's
got
probably that
besides that DUI
lady from down the road
and then a UPS package delivery.
making a round on YouTube.
I got change rental cars.
So for my people, they're asking, what's your plan now? My plan is to go back to Nancy's house, set up my live stream for my main channel, and then I'm gonna live stream tonight. I'm gonna drop JLR and 857 off, and get ready for my live stream tonight. So, and then tomorrow I'm gonna do a live stream tonight, the night shift that we've been doing, and then tomorrow I'm gonna do the same thing I did today. I'm gonna go find another road to go down. I'm gonna do some research on Google Maps and stuff. And I'm kind of leaning towards that dirt road to go up that goes up the backside of Mount Lemon. But I want to do some research on it and make sure my truck's capable of going up it. If it's too bad, I'm going to assume that you can't take Nancy up down there. But I just want to check it out. There's a lot of people saying that maybe it's got a lot of usage during the day on the weekends. But I mean, I'm interested in checking it out. And I think I want to do like little daytime searches and then nighttime coverage. And if I do daytime searches, I'm not doing it until after like 12 or 1 p.m. because I wake up about 11:30 every day.
JLR, did you know that the Google Analytics is the one thing that busted the Tepe murders, the perp? He searched victims several times a week before, no activity since the day they were married. Yeah, Google Analytics, most of the times, criminals will make a bunch of Google searches, how to purchase this, how to hide a body, what do you do, where do you buy this, where do you buy that, and it always nails them weeks prior to.
Oh, we're talking
Even though
about
they wouldn't do nothing prior. Google searches
Dr.
always
Doom in the
seem like to be
Tepe
part of
case.
These criminal cases when these people get caught. Google searches.
that guy's terrifying looking.
I wish they could kind of reverse it in a sense to do kind of like a geofencing Google searches to be able to even though you don't know who you're looking for, or whatever like that. Google to determine who looked up certain keywords. Maybe they can do that to try to reverse it in a geofencing aspect. They don't know who the person is.
Now we're on the rolling hills.
You don't change clocks.
But it's crazy, like, because, like, if I ever got accused of crime, whatever like that, I'm Googling every how to do this, how to do that, just out of my curiosity as a journalist. And they'll just be like, oh, yeah, Mr. Riches, he Googled how do you murder somebody, but that's what a journalist does, is how to Google around a bunch of questions. I Google everything.
Well, that's how I feel
How to do
too.
this,
Like,
what's
Can you
this,
do me a
what's
favor
that,
right there?
how to travel
Yeah.
this, what's
You
that.
because you
My,
Google something doesn't
You
mean
know,
you're
I
like,
would be guilty
Ray-Ban
just based
glasses
off
are back there?
Googling
They're in
something.
my it would be in my computer bag.
a criminal. I mean, lots of people Google stuff just because they're curious.
I don't know. You got so many bags.
It's
up
all
there,
right.
it look like-
It's alright. I'll look when I get to Nancy's.
Get towards Oracle now, right? 30 minutes from Ina. Ina, you turn.
I think we're going around the east side of Mount Lemon.
Yeah, we are. We're going over some terrain here. Mountainous terrain here. Outside Tucson. I'm shocked that we made it like this far up.
Yeah. I think it's crazy.
Hello, road trip day, folks. We're good. Now we know this land up here.
Yeah.
I mean, the land's beautiful up here, man. It's like
rolling hills. And it's just,
guess is this. Look, we're going through this. Going over some heavy mountains. Top of mountains.
About 30 minutes. 40 minutes to the entrance, right?
Yeah, something like that.
about 42 to East River. For my people, I do want to stop by Walmart before I start the live stream. I'm gonna go buy me a little another chain and a lock. I'm gonna block my ice chest this time, so they don't steal my ice chest and take the Red Bulls.
JLR, tell us your theory. Unfortunately, I don't have a theory. I don't.
Oh yeah, I guess that happened. He got his ice chest
Every one of your
stolen
theories, I'm open-minded to. I don't have a
by a
theory.
homeless person, so that was
Oh,
that kind of
sure.
stunk. But
I don't have a theory. I really don't. I can't
He got it back,
figure this
though.
out. I can't put my thumb on the scale on this. I can't.
Doesn't make sense.
Just there's lack of information. We need like the cell phone. If it's true, if neighbors really, something happened to their surveillance cameras or something around the time, somebody saying that doesn't mean it's true.
Can I say something about that?
But like, if that's true, then there might be a level of sophistication. But a neighbor could just been making that up. The news just ran with the neighbor making it up.
Can I say something about that?
Sure.
So, if the guy had a Wi-Fi jammer, how did Nancy's camera that runs on Wi-Fi
Pick up.
upload the footage?
That's what I mean. Pick up on the guy even going up to the doorstep.
Yeah, it would have disconnected it. So, and then on top of that, they're saying on the news that it's a $70 Wi-Fi jammer. I looked up Wi-Fi jammers today and went through the process trying to buy one, just because I was curious. A Wi-Fi jammer that goes out 10 to 20 feet is $100 to $300. A Wi-Fi jammer that goes out like 300 to 500 feet is $1,200, and it has to have an external power source that you plug it in, so you're gonna need a battery pack. And they're kind of bulky. The one about the size that would have been in his pocket is $100 to $300 size. That's about the size of a $100 to $300 Wi-Fi jammer. And according to the ones I looked up online, they go out about 30 feet. So how would that turn off the neighbor's Wi-Fi? That's just my thought.
How about this? A neighbor just told the media, "Oh, yeah, I thought I had some footage, and so something happened."
They ran with it.
They just ran with it. Did we ever consider that?
I don't think a Wi-Fi jammer is like out of the question, but I also am curious, how did the camera upload the footage if their Wi-Fi was disconnected?
Misty Haynes says, "I'm going to dig some more information and as much as I can on the Gonzalez guy. They call the FBI Monday. So Misty Haynes feels like she knows who did this. Interesting.
I haven't heard that name.
Misty Haynes, I'll say the pictures that you shared with me. I'm not going to share those pictures. Look, kind of looks like the guy. Yeah. You can make an argument. It looks like the guy.
Oh, shoot, there was somebody online saying they thought JLR was the guy the other day.
I think it's walkie-talkies, three-way radios.
The picture that you got, did JLR see it yet? Of the comment on the Savannah post?
Yeah.
You saw that?
Well, yeah.
The guy commented something about tomorrow, like several weeks ago on Savannah Guthrie's page. It's the same guy in those pictures you got.
No, I don't have a theory. Like I don't know. I trust me, folks. I think about this day in and day out, every single day, almost every single minute. Like, what happened here? And I cannot tell you all that I know who did this and who I think did this, because I don't. I don't know. I don't know.
Jammers.
But if you could say, like, if you literally put a bullet to my head and said, who did this? What theory? I'm starting to think Dr. theory makes the most sense here right now.
Let's talk about Hughes theory.
Just some psychopath guy that's obsessed with Savannah and just was stalking her and just decided to target Nancy, Savannah. I just feel like did I say Samantha? Sometimes I say Savannah, I say Samantha for some on the street. If I did. If you right now with the available information, always subject to change as information becomes available.
So the cell phone jammers, people are saying they're not.
I don't know, man. I want to think that Tommaso was involved, but I don't know, man.
If they're illegal, how come it's legal to buy them?
Not
Like, how
buying
can you
them.
buy them?
Just not buying them. Just feeling
Like,
like
you get in trouble for buying them online?
there's just been
I don't
weird.
know. I'll have to double check that.
I figured you'd be looking right there, JLR, and all those Broncos.
I don't know.
Minutes later, then I'll buy it and say, yeah, you know.
Keep talking about the signal jammers and all this stuff. I just don't think these guys are that
They're
sophisticated.
taking pictures in their house. They got the cars.
And I don't think you have to be
all
super
around the
sophisticated to
neighborhood,
not
everything
get
like
caught,
that.
especially with as bungled as this investigation was from the beginning.
We don't know Tomat from anything. I don't know him. Poor guy could be a.
I just thought of something. Southern Girl's probably Sheriff Nanos. Probably his alt account.
Like that. He can maybe do more to clear his name, go on the media circuit, go around and talk, sit with a lawyer like the other two guys did. Remember the other two guys, they got lawyers, they sat down, I don't know, Tommaso, do the same thing. Is he not? I mean, it's bizarre. It's bizarre. I don't know the answers. It's just and a little bit of me saying some sort of migrant ring. It just doesn't fit their MO.
Somebody said you can buy jammers from a company in China, and when they come through U.S. Customs, they're not listed as jammers.
I don't think the person used jammers.
You don't?
No, I don't think so. I don't think they use jammers. I just don't see it. A neighbor could just say, "Oh yeah, well my camera didn't work that time too, man," and just people start running with it. I mean, it's anything more, me.
I think the distance the Wi-Fi jammers goes out, the amount of power they need, you should have seen the ones that go out like 500 feet. They have like 30 little antennas on the top. They're tiny little antennas, and they require a power source. They don't have their own batteries.
The migrant burglary ring absolutely uses these type of jammers. Jammers to mess the security systems up, camera systems up. They use these things in technology. I mean, they're very sophisticated. They're doing research on these victims, find out when they're not home, and they strike. But they go through high-profile people. They do this with rich people.
Oh look, it's biosphere.
That whose time of the break-in, we don't know if anything was taken in the house. That hasn't been clarified. What, if at all, was taken? Anything? No, nothing taken.
Thank you so much for that membership, Amanda. We are passing to turn off the
nothing's
biosphere.
taken, not taken.
That would be a good stream to do before you leave too.
Stop by the biosphere.
Yeah, you can do a tour inside.
Oh, that's cool. So we're actually on the same road that we turned off to get on that dirt road. That's Mount Lebanon to our left.
I mean, my mind also takes me to the Rachel Morin
And then
case.
right here, I don't know if you want to show it, but that's actually turned off on Willow Springs Road.
The Rachel Morin case. Guy crossed over the United States illegally multiple times, went to LA, tried to do a home break-in, tried to tackle the person inside their home. They got the DNA and matched what happened to Rachel Morin. Rachel Morin, she's walking the trail, some sicko just targets her, takes her out there and brutally
How many
murders her.
streamers do they have out there now?
And they got the guy through IGG.
Not like it used to be. A lot of people fell off.
In the
Well,
Midwest.
they just quit coming out as, you know,
Yeah.
some people come out 1 or 2 times a week, 1 or 2 times a month.
There's weirdos out there, man. There's weirdos.
Vegas with little, you know what I mean?
Oh, that scared me. I didn't know what that was. Water on his windshield. Okay.
I mean, there's an unsolved case up in Vermont, and it's Castleton, Vermont. And so this elderly, well, she's not as old as Nancy, but her name's Honoree Fleming, and literally looks like some young guy just attacked her on the trail, and she got murdered. She was found murdered on the trail in Castleton, which is this little safe, remote area, and that case is still not solved.
That's horrible.
And then I remember that weirdo that attacked the family at Devil's Den. Remember that wackadoodle?
Well, what? I don't know
Devil's
about
Den
that.
killer.
What happened?
He just attacks like a family sitting there going on in Devil's Den State Park, and they're just sitting there on a family outing, and this wackadoodle just attacks them and kills them in front of their kids.
Did they hurt the kids or left the kids alone?
Kids lived.
That's good. I mean, it's horrible, but at least, I mean, a lot of the kids are.
But I mean, it's just there
Devil's
is weirdos
Den.
out
It's
there.
like a
There's
documentary
weirdos.
and-
Where Richard Ramirez, the Night Stalker, and that guy was just attacking randos.
Ooh, we're just talking about the Night Stalker.
BTK, Brian Goldberg, BTK.
But they all left their
Ted
victims.
And there's people that attack elderly people.
The only person that took them with them
Thank you so much.
was
This one's weird. It just looks like some soldier, some
Dahmer
some sort of soldier was going to the war
and
to do specific harm to Nancy. Like it was an operation. It was just weird. It was like to me like low budget.
why am I drawing a blank? John Wayne Gacy.
Enough, we still don't know who the heck did this.
That's interesting. So
But I think with Gacy, it's because he did it right there at the house, so it was just easier for him to.
Dom C. It was good to see a Dom C. 303. But we don't know. House not locked down. No searching flyers. GoFundMe, friends, neighbors, none. Ward, nothing. Nothing adds up. Or FBI has case solved, collecting more evidence. Don't want to poison the jury. Unknowns, Dom C. And you asked the questions. Either they know who did this and they're just lining it up, or they just don't know. And look at all the other things that you said. We don't know. The house was locked down. We don't know what was done inside the house. We don't know what she was last wearing. We don't know what happened, gate entry in the house, how the perp got in that house. I'm starting to think the sliding glass door on the side by the patio, the left side, went in there. Just because the feds were, like, I seen the feds focused on it.
But do you think they were in there at 8 o'clock, like when Nancy left? Or do you think they went in after Nancy went to bed?
I don't know.
I mean, just a guess.
I don't know. I could go either way. I don't know. I mean, my mind's thinking, yeah, the perp was already in there while she was gone. Maybe she stumbled in.
Well, and also there's that bunkhouse in the back. So they could have been hiding out in there.
Yeah, the last day the FBI was kind of interested in that pool house, right?
Yeah.
Why
Yeah.
were they interested in that? Were they just double checking it, or were they actually thinking there might have been evidence in there?
Well, if you're going to rob a house, you're going to check probably that area too.
That's very true.
Some people say after, yeah.
I mean, I'll be honest, man. Whenever I'm out streaming, whatever like that, I study this perk, the photo, especially this little facial hair, and I try to match mugshots with other people arrested for burglary. I just try to see a way to try to identify the guy. I see all these migrant burglary rings that people get arrested, and see if it matches or some groups or associates, and try to see and trying to figure this dude out. Who is he? Where'd he come from? Who is this dude?
Not quite enough room.
More at
I mean,
me.
he has to be recognizable. I mean, you're in a community here, 500,000.
All 12 of them across, but
Brian and Gabby,
Where's the other person? Unless the person is from.
we got them. They're cute.
that
Kind
was
of cream
DB.
French.
Brian and Gabby, that was DB. The other guy, the Idaho thing, that was a crazy guy, psychotic guy with something he wanted to do that was bad. What's the motive here?
There was an 82-year-old woman kidnapped 2 years ago.
Hey, Truth Warrior.
What's happened?
You missed the first troll of the day. Good, I'm glad.
Robbed. Scared. Punch him. Some videos in New York City. There was a wackadoodle that broke into an elderly couple's home in New York City.
Oh, funny. Have you been listening? See, I just tuned in like a little while ago. We were I was trying to get a bunch of stuff done, and
left.
What the heck?
the little was listening to train
It was like
videos.
4 or 5 months ago.
Oh, I still have. Where's the box go? What did it do? Oh, here. I don't know if you can see very well the light, but they're just toenails. I bought these nails that, first of all, I thought they were supposed to be. It said a 12-piece set, which I assumed to mean 24 nails, a 12-piece set. But what it was is you got 1 foot per box. So I had to wait. I had to order the other feet. So I'm trying these because they have the. So I want like kind of an economy like
as you get into
level of nails. And these, the Frenches were already panned on them. They're really cute, and they come in all different
They'll
shades.
pull you over if you don't
Apparently,
know.
there's only 1 foot per box.
I would
So,
go 5.
yeah, yep,
I don't
toenails.
think the perk is awful to see it. I don't think the perk is like
I'll do
Let me
57.
see if I
enjoying
can.
this moment that is free. I think the perk is scared to death right now. Shook. I think the perk is having sleepless.
Is that
nights.
easier to see?
The perk is absolutely paranoid that they're coming.
Yeah.
He's waiting for
He's
them
not
to
waiting.
store them.
Yeah, so and like I said, I do these in 24-piece sets because
You can't sleep. You can't have nights.
there is no way to do
Imagine the
average
world coming after you.
toenails
Do you
because
think he has a normal job? If he does, do you think
everybody's toenails are different. Some people have normal sized pinkies. Some people have those little itty bitty teeny tiny.
How you gonna
pinkies
work
and-
welfare? How's the guy gonna live? It has to have some.
But,
It just lives a life.
Yeah, and I just did glitter under the white line, so just add a little
Victimizes people.
a little cuteness to it. Oh, that's my little toenail. And my second one from the end, there's like barely a nail on them at all. I basically just have to like dot the polish on it and we're good. But yeah, I figured they were finishing up. When I started, they had gone to like,
you're right?
I think they said it was like the south side or north side. They were going through some trails and some washes and some state land. They came upon what looked like it was maybe like a hunting camp or something like that.
So does the perp have a job?
Took the drone out and
Who the heck has a job? Well, do this type of job.
He doesn't have very much money because he's wearing Ozark Trail backpacks.
Yeah, some people are frugal.
Yeah, it could be.
Look at me. I'm staying in.
why? What happened? See, I missed everything today.
I enjoy it. You know?
I missed
I'm staying in an
everything
expensive
today.
hotel. It's inexpensive. I stay in a $60 hotel. I got a nice bed and food.
Awful live stream. You should totally hook me up.
Well, when I tuned in, everybody was mad at 857 because he was on TikTok, I think it was.
Like to be frugal, you know, like
And he kept having all these callers, and they were getting mad at his
He was
callers.
driving around in a little car,
I was like,
right?
oh.
Warren Buffett lives in a house in Omaha, right? In a childhood home or whatever, like it's just a normal house.
And I just turned down the volume and started nails and figured if something popped up while we were on, then we'd be watching and we could see it.
Stack their money or whatever, however they do it, whatever like that. They just look cheap.
And I figured out my
I
layout.
had Walmart clothes.
So my picture's up
I
now,
will.
so that
Shoes
no
I
one's
got
accused
right
me
now.
of being
They go
Brian
Walmart
Etten
shoes.
today, so it's a good day.
Expensive shoes. I usually get rid of them and get a new pair in a couple weeks.
No, you got it wrong
Like, I
again.
buy expensive shoes. And you're just gonna, I get shoes like.
We had a troll come in here,
Really?
tell me, came to
Got
me
wet.
and
Where's
tell
the
me to
water?
leave.
I
How long?
got 'em. I think I got 'em. Nike
Never
stores.
seen you
They're all
before in your
ruined.
life.
Alright,
Okay.
Walmart got some shoes. Here we
Been
go.
an interesting couple hours.
Let's do it.
I literally buy the exact same pair of shoes every single time. The same style I wore when I was a kid. They're not super expensive. They're not super cheap. They're just average, I guess.
What's that?
I mean, you know, you try to study this guy to a T. Man. You try to figure it out. Man. What motivates someone to do this?
Darn it.
I think it's either a kidnapping. I
You're
think
Brian.
it could either be a kidnapping gone wrong, meaning something happened during the kidnapping and she is no longer alive. They have to figure out what to do, or
And nobody's told me to shut up yet today.
and they wanted to do this
That's
to make
cool.
this kind of freak out. So I think if it turns out it was kidnapping for ransom, I think something happened and they realized that you can't get the ransom.
Oh,
anymore,
ma'am.
she's no longer
Ma'am,
alive.
could you please shut up?
Or
Oh, sure.
it was back in Savannah or one of the family members. I don't know. That's just a thought. And I don't know who would have done this. I don't know who could bring themselves forward to hurt an 84-year-old woman. No matter how mad you are at somebody, you can't do that to the elderly.
It was funny. It was funny.
Kids.
That one makes my blood.
I mean, we live in a country with 320 million Americans. There's 320 million personalities, people, all walks of life.
Oh my goodness.
In this country.
All kinds of backgrounds.
There's people that suffer from mental illness. There's people that have drug addictions. There's career criminals.
Gotta get my.
Desperate.
I just can't rip people hurting
I
the
am gonna do the other
or children.
foot
I can't.
in just a few. But I told my little I would let him play until 8:30. And we had to get ready for bed. So- Oh, did you? Oh, I turned my ringer off because Timu was stalking me again.
Based off the Google Trends, I don't know how accurate it is, but that's what's floating around. Grand Junction.
I see it.
Grand Junction. Grand Junction. I like Grand Junction. Grand Junction.
Colorado?
Been there? Yeah. It's like before you get into the Rockies.
Yeah, I've been there a couple times. I almost went out there
Far
for
west.
work. They wanted me to relocate, and I said no.
Colorado's interesting. It's like a major ice box. But you're in that Rockies, it's like an ice box. It's pretty isolated in the summertime. It's pretty nice and cold. 70 degrees. I want to.
Oh yeah, I saw that part.
Well, I've never home anywhere. A lot. I've been a lot.
I did see that part. Yeah, where he was trying to talk to her, and then he was talking over her, and then
After years.
I
If I
did
had a
see that
business
part.
thing, but I would prefer
I'm not
Colorado.
sure.
Saying tomorrow
For a little
that
while. I
the
mean, it took me
gambling
2 hours to do that
debt
1
said
foot
no
of
teachers
nail. So,
don't make a lot of money.
I've heard the gambling debt thing.
so yeah, it depends on
That's been coming up
But
for a while.
where are people getting that?
I don't know. I've basically
Gambling debt. We haven't had any friends. that
depends
have
on,
come out and speak.
so it could be
Every
a
time
lot
driver
of like
gets home too
speculation
tonight. I'm
from
not sure.
YouTuber podcasters that
he was on
because the thing is,
earlier.
there's a lot of YouTube
He was,
videos
I
out
think
there.
he's on. I think he was starting his.
Like
I think he was
AI
starting his his.
from YouTube, and I think a lot of people are going off of that.
River Lux, send me that information
On his way
via
home
Email. Who that
from
because
his
I'll
last
probably
load.
be able to
He,
find it, just like the Billy versus
Those
the
tornadoes, they were down. I'm wondering if he's gonna get
I'm
any
curious to know about the case.
storm pictures or anything like that. 'Cause,
Yes, they
I
caught
think the Three Rivers was down where he
home by Ruby River. Air
drops
conditioning
off.
Window, very sad case.
where one of his loads is either picks up or drops off. Picks up a load from, and
People are just, man.
so I'm wondering. They got hammered last year too. Cold water, all that down there. Oh man, he does. Some of the sunsets
Hey,
that
look,
he
like,
gets,
we
and
just drove over under a bunch of cameras.
I told him, I was like, you need to start a channel and just literally put a camera up on your dash and just drive, because
They would have checked the cameras, correct? Or
like
no? Do we know if they
people
checked the
like
cameras
seeing
this
that
area?
stuff.
We
They
are
like just seeing,
10 miles out from Nancy's area.
the highway. And
I
oh
don't
yeah,
know.
we got really lucky. So that's about all. That is about like an hour and a half
Time the perp would come up here,
west,
probably
hour and a half
50
southwest
meters.
from us. So we had
like an art show.
like weird lightning and thunder, a huge thunderstorm. Like,
Maybe it's,
I mean, it was
SWAT meet?
powerful thunderstorm.
I don't know
But,
anything about a gambling debt with Tommaso because I've
he,
just, I mean, getting.
we got home and it just kept like flickering, like the internet would, it just kept resetting the router and stuff. Like, I was getting frustrated. I'm like, I'm not even gonna try tonight. We ended up going to bed early.
Don't you have
And
to have cash when you go to the casino?
you always get good sleep in the rain. It just rained the rest of the night, but
2026.
Just cut you off, right? Forbid you from coming back.
Yeah, you can.
oh, that would be cool.
Do they allow you to take a line of credit at casinos?
Send me a text with his name. He wouldn't be able to put it on his truck because it's not his owned truck. His company gets.
I haven't heard this. I've never heard any information on.
They started getting.
that whatsoever.
It really stinks because they used to have
And we've all been
Safe Mile
investigating
graphics
this
on
thing
their
like
truck,
crazy. We all
and then all of a sudden when they switched ownership, they quit letting them
She heard
do
she
the-
checked
the-
again, or she had somebody on the
like his
phone.
one of his driving partners, he was actually his instructor, had 1 million safe miles where he hadn't gotten an accident, anything like that, and they made him take it off his truck.
Like that,
Repainted it.
people that actually know the guy.
But firsthand.
Oh, I'm sure he could
Not
Firsthand,
necessarily second, but she had
Oh,
to
sure
be on
he
the phone
could.
with her. That was
Yeah.
stick it somewhere where
I
nobody'd
turned
see.
off the-
I want to know.
He could put
what
it
the man-
inside. I
I
bet you
wanna
could
know
put
it
it inside one of the
But I want to know the truth.
what do you call it?
And
Well, the trailer.
gambling debt, people have said that it's spread.
Nobody'd see it.
Discuss
He'd
that
go
more.
he'd
Where
go
is that
everywhere.
No, I'm gonna go to Walmart.
Him put him in the New York
truck
trucks or the California
keep
truck.
JLR and 857 in the car. There's cameras right here, man.
Oh,
There's
that's
little-
cool. That's really cool.
So there's a camera somewhere that caught.
I used to follow a dude who had this truck that literally looked like a big, huge, light up skeleton, like Grim Reaper. It was so cool.
It's just
But
this,
I know he said he wasn't sure if he was going to be able to
take you down every scenario.
drive that anymore, if he was going to have to go drive for somebody else because it costs so much money to run that truck. But that's really cool.
I'd like to know.
Yeah, I can't
Try to
remember his
figure it
name.
out.
I'll have to look. I'll look for him. I think I'm subscribed to him.
When the media starts going away, everyone goes away. It's going to be less information out there. The local authorities won't be obligated to share anything.
But it was neat seeing,
That's what they.
seeing that truck come down the
Radio
road.
silent,
That-
but I
that's
don't
what
think
I'm
it hurt.
afraid of.
I don't think it helps them.
He did it all himself. I'm like,
It's
he's going to
wild
gradually add it
speculation.
to it, add it to it, add it
That's what
to
I'm
it.
afraid of. So in Kern County,
Yes,
in
that is
Bakersfield,
so cool.
this lady
Oh,
was
yeah.
missing. Her name's Christina Murphy.
They had it.
And when she went missing, no one even knew she was missing for like 54 days,
Where
except
was
for family. I didn't hear about it in the news or anything. Then all of a sudden,
Last year or the year before, it was somewhere down near Detroit.
a
Like at one of
very
the
large
events.
YouTuber with like
Might have
3
even
million
been like the
subscribers,
auto
they-
show
they
or
come
something
out,
like that.
They dived in the river and they actually found the car.
Oh, that's
but they couldn't tell
cool.
if she was in the car.
That's really cool.
And then all of a sudden, the sheriff shows up and they're like, okay, we're going to send our divers in. He waits forever. The sheriff looks up and just realizes the sheriff just left him high and dry. And he made us think about it on his YouTube channel. Well, the news stations picked it up. Then the sheriff's department got pushed to come back out there with all the media attention. The sheriff of Kern County said, no, you guys are staying here until we get this car out of the water. And they didn't send divers down to pull it out. Long story short, they pulled it out within a week of that YouTuber bringing all the attention to it.
Well,
And she wasn't in her car. Well, after the car was pulled out, the media attention died down, and we have not heard a single thing from the sheriff's department on what they think happened to Christina Murphy that day.
I
That she
remember
went missing.
hearing about this.
54 days out.
City is that? Or
That's in
state?
Kern County, California.
Okay.
She was leaving Lake Isabella when she went in the river. It was a case I covered, and To this day, she still hasn't been found. I talked to her sister Amber. She lives in Alaska, and Amber told me she's been calling the sheriff's department constantly, every couple weeks. You know, several times a week, sometimes other times every couple weeks.
That
She's never
happened
received a call
with
back. She's never received any information on the case.
a case I
And the
was
sheriff's department's not
watching
communicating with her.
a while back
But
with
the only thing that we all feel got the car out of the river
Adventures with Purpose, and they had
the
gone, they
media
had
attention,
found this
the streamer
person's car.
attention and the
And
mainstream news station attention.
They knew it was hers.
Make a big stink about it.
They
So
could literally see
it
it.
does. That's also why I
And
think
the
it's
police
a good thing that
wouldn't.
we're all out
They
here.
had made this
We
big
get a
stink.
lot of backlash
Said they were
being
coming out to help
streamers.
them in the last second.
But at the end of the day,
They all go
the
home.
more
Didn't even
media
tell
attention
the
we
guys
have,
that were in the
the
water.
more the sheriff's department and the local
When they called
authorities
them, they
are
said, "Oh,
forced
sorry, we're not
to
going to do it.
acknowledge
It's
the
too
case and
dangerous.
give
We're
more
not going to do it."
updates.
They literally there had guys in the water.
That's how I feel about it.
Wouldn't do anything about
What
it.
do you think?
Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Gift and the curse on everything. It's true.
I'll say it again. YouTubers found
Tina
Gabby
Girl,
Petito.
1968. I saw you earlier.
YouTubers
I just
found
saw this
Kylie
now.
Rodman.
Thank you, Tina Girl.
When the
from
police could
1968,
not.
if you're still here, I appreciate that. Always great to see you in person. And
Don't you stop by in person?
yes, Tina Girl stopped by in person.
wow.
She left some Red Bulls, some items and stuff.
That's so
You know,
cool.
she's out there saying, "Hey, we need help," whatever. So Tina Girl, if you're still here, very,
Oh,
very
he was
grateful.
looking for Red
So
Bull.
she
Girl.
supplied the Red Bulls that I stole from when you gave me Red Bull that day.
Yeah,
That's cool. Thank you.
Tina
Thank you.
Girl. Thank you. The Arizona sunset.
Oh, it's 8:30. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to put
64,
these
I believe. 364, I believe.
on their stands.
It's just a little stretch of the river. I got pictures of the sign, but they update it every couple of months. More people go missing. It's supposedly it's the deadliest river in America.
Ooh, look at the sunset.
Don't want mismatched potatoes. These are so thin, though. I'd have to put. Look at those. No, sir. I'm mad about these. I'm so mad.
Somebody recognizes the firm. Somebody. He's real. He exists. I don't want anyone to go into the route and think, "Oh, this is all fake. It's all AI, and it's not even real."
Figured out a way around them.
I believe it's real. I believe whoever did that is heavily involved with this. Who is
Make them work.
I agree with
who
you.
is
Is it one or is it multiple?
don't know.
Or what do you think?
I think there's multiple, but the evidence is only showing one thus far to me.
Do you think those that little group of cars that was seen 200 miles away around the same time?
Anyone that's watching for the nails as well as the
Don't know. Big
crime stuff, I'm leaving those little tabs on while I do it,
A lot of people.
and then filing them off afterwards because it's nice to be able to still have a little handle
People come through that neighborhood.
to work with.
Contractors, workers, there's homes under construction. Now, I want to think there might not
Ryan
be. It might be
Enton's
just one.
on live dogging YouTubers. I don't know. Ryan Enton's been pretty nice to me. He's been pretty respectful. Wiccan isn't witchcraft. I don't know what Wiccan is.
Oh, that's what I know. I heard that
All I've really mostly done is I'll do a missing persons case
in
every
another
once in a while,
report as they were
but I
talking
mostly
about.
just chase like
We're almost at
Let's get
Nancy's, folks. We'll do a final up when we get to Nancy's and see what's going on out there as it starts.
Annie being
probably be right
Wiccan,
on
I think,
time.
is what
Like
they said. But
11 hours and 30 minutes into the stream.
I don't know. I've known
And,
people that
like
are
we
Wiccan. They're not evil or
Try
anything. They're just
55 in that range.
Sorry, I
we'll
took
be
so
back
long.
at
more
it again
about
tomorrow.
nature and
Give me a second. Yes, sir.
stuff like that. They weren't,
Hey, how are you? I'm doing great.
putting curses on anybody or anything. It's not that I know of. Maybe that's why my hair's thinning. Maybe I took them off. I don't know. I'm just kidding. If there's anybody Wiccan here, I don't know.
Shit.
Don't curse
You're
me.
there now? Are you southward? No. Yeah. Where do you live?
And I know that
Towards the
someone what is it? She
No,
taught
no,
a
no,
class
I'm by the
on
airport.
ocular writing,
Yeah. I got you.
No, I didn't see the TikTok. We don't know
Alright.
who
Or-
that is.
oracle
Yeah,
writing,
I'll
or
be there
something.
soon.
Ocular writing, I think it was called.
I'm gonna take Alex home.
Did you see that?
You
Lady
just
who
want to
went
know
to
where
the
you live.
porch, she pulled up in the driveway and she walked up to the
There we go.
Yeah, what was that about?
I'm still trying to figure out. Someone said they had a TikTok about that.
Did anybody ask her? Or did you guys see her?
I think JLR tried. She completely ignored.
Fidelity National Title Agency.
The sheriff watches the stream.
I guarantee you we're being watched by the police and sheriff and law enforcement. Bet you at least somebody from the FBI is watching. They're keeping track.
Well, they're getting good ideas. I think they're getting ideas too.
That just takes me to a random spot in Tucson. We're in the Catalina foothills, East River. I forget because we're on Oracle, right? I was just gonna go down to Orange Grove and then make
Yeah. That's always the route I take. I always come in from the north at Orange Grove.
Okay. It is 8:34 my time, and it is time that my little go to bed. So
You like it?
I am going to go do that. I'm going to leave this on.
Yeah, I guess.
That's what we don't get.
I'll turn up the volume so anybody that wants to listen, watch while we're gone. I have everything set in the right spot right now, and I don't want to move it. So
Fit your needs,
I'll have my other phone on me in case there's any
you know?
Do you use all the memberships and all that stuff? Get discounts?
anything.
No,
I'll turn up the volume and
Yellow hearts for
I
Nancy.
don't have any hotel loyalty.
Appreciate that, guys. Yeah, I've been using loyalty points, rewards, several different ones.
Just go where I want to go.
It's nice.
They
Yellow
like to
hearts
go
for
on.
Nancy, everyone. Thank you guys for those yellow hearts
you see, I think he's still at Nancy's there.
for guiding her home.
I
You
don't
wanna
think
get
he
that
right. I didn't
perfect
think he rode with
Goldilocks
them.
hotel that has great
But,
continental breakfast. But
like I
some of
said,
the
I
continental
just-
breakfasts around here don't
I
start
came
till
in really
6:30
late to
a.m.
all of
They're
this.
already out the door before 6. So I
They
miss
don't
it.
start till that. That seems late.
Places
Fire
start at
truck,
5. Some people start at 10. You know, some of the places around here.
And I
seem
like John
they start
DePietro. I know
to
he
open
bugs a lot of
at
people,
6:30
but
a.m. So that
Okay,
doesn't do me
there.
any good. So you gotta get somewhere where it's like 5 a.m. You gotta get somewhere where it has nice fluffy pillows and a nice comforter. You know, some beds have slim sheets. You know, some air conditioners don't even run right or make too much noise. You gotta find the right spot. All
That's
I
true.
care in this point is 7 hours of quality sleep. Six. That's all I care.
That's true.
6 hours of quality sleep. That's all I want. A nice fluffy bed. Pancakes. Miss pancakes. Good pancakes.
Whoa, Sheila says this guy who got arrested in California for the fake ransom played music at the same club as Tommaso band in Tucson. Plus, he called Tommaso and Annie's phones. How did he get their numbers?
Got their numbers through publicly available information.
So public phone books.
Been verified.
Okay.
I got Tomas's phone. I never called them, no, but I got their number. I got all their numbers. I got Savannah's number.
I said, do you have Savannah's?
I do. I never called it, but I have it. Yeah, I got all the numbers. I mean, this stuff's out there in all the databases, all their numbers. But I mean, who knows? Maybe he does knows them somehow. I don't know.
Interesting.
I don't know. No, I have no purpose of calling.
When baby Emmanuel was missing,
Uh-huh.
we went to Jake Harrow's mom's house, and she reached out to one of us and said she wanted to talk. But by the time we got out there, we showed up at her door. So we told her, "Oh, we'll stop by tomorrow around this time." By the time we showed up, she was nowhere to be found, and the stepdad was outside and started threatening and cussing me out, and all this stuff. So I was like, "All right, well, I guess I'll leave then."
Really?
I don't know.
Yeah, but the mother was wanting to talk about situations with Jake Harrow. I like Yellow Whale. don't know if you guys realize this. I'm kind of like a child at heart still.
We just passed Luke's neighborhood. Luke, right there.
Yep.
Camino de Nanco. Luke lives 2.5 miles away from Nancy. We're only 3 minutes away.
Did you think this would have been solved by now?
Yes.
I did too.
I thought this would be solved within a week, 2 weeks after. Yes. 2 weeks long.
I'm gonna be honest. I thought it was gonna be solved right after Luke was taken into custody for questioning, not arrested, questioned.
Oh, I
That was
absolutely
later
agree.
came forward. I think he
They
came
were out
forward
today
to
looking in some
arrest.
areas, some like washed, some like desert land and stuff like that.
From my understanding, Luke and Carlos both don't even know why they were detained yet.
And I'm still wondering. I thought the
They were just detained for
Legion
questioning,
Navy
but
was
they don't
supposed
know
to be out there,
how they
but
got the
then we
search
never
warrants.
heard anything else about them.
Yeah.
So,
At least from the interviews I watched.
okay, guys, I will be right back. Well, I mean, not right back, but
Rolling into Nancy's.
then I'll have my phone for comments and stuff like
Yeah, I
that.
mean, it was a fun little adventure, but at the end of the day, guys, it's a very serious situation that we want resolved. We want Nancy to be found. So while it is, yes, it's a fun drive, it's not about fun. It's about, getting peace of mind, looking in the area. Like something just tells me to keep on going down dirt roads. Something like tells me dirt roads. I'm not a psychic. It's not like I'm having these visions or anything like that. I just have a gut feeling. My instinct says look up dirt roads, go down dirt roads every single day, find a different dirt road, go down it. Eyes on the ground, boots on the ground. Let's go.
Let's go.
Yeah, I would.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Long day.
That is Dad's going live on YouTube.
Howdy.
Are you just gonna be out here tonight?
Here I'm gonna go do the banner thing. So I have those candles. I'll probably get 2 candles tonight and just write my viewers' names on them, like I did when we did the Hope Gathering.
Yeah.
But for those of you guys watching, do not send me super chats to get your name on a candle. Just comment your name when I'm doing it. I don't want any super chats for it. I just want to do it. It's not about super chats. It's about just getting your name out there. The more people, just how many people are having their heartstrings pulled. This is affecting a lot of us. There's people from Ireland, Australia, New Zealand that are watching all of us right now. England, hop in the chat. If you guys are from another country, hop in the chat. Comment where you're from. If you're from a different state, tell us what state or country you're from. I'll bet you it's going to go crazy right now. It's insane to see. And I'm sorry if it's going to make your chat go crazy, JLR.
Mm-hmm.
Nancy's Road.
Yep. We made it back safe and sound.
Thank you for
Are you Buffalo
driving.
coming down here?
Thank you for driving,
AT&T
Jacob,
is
and
dead spots.
safely. Great trip. Wasn't as successful as we liked. Gave it our best shot.
I tell you what, dusk and dark and scary.
Yeah, it's creepy out here at night, that's for sure. Sitting out here by yourself. You want to go back to our house?
Yes,
Okay,
please.
no problem.
Are you stopping now, Jacob, or are you heading out for a bit?
All I gotta do is go grab some food.
There's cars here. There's cars right
Someone
here.
said Brian. He's alive.
There's still people out here. Look, people are here. Look at Alex.
Howdy.
There's Alex. I'm gonna take him home. He wants a ride. We're back.
Oh, I do think that's Brian.
You see what-
Quick.
You guys are great.
Yeah.
You stepping out?
Yeah, I'm gonna set up my live stream right here. right.
Oh, where'd you park your truck?
A mile away, and I ride the scooter in.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So I'm gonna
Woo! Getting cold out here. Hello, Alex. How do you do, sir?
Man, is that your tripod over there too?
It is. How's it going?
Good.
Nice to
Yeah,
see you.
How was the trip? I wasn't able to watch.
You missed it.
How was it? See anything?
Oh no, we just went on a drive,
Nice.
a road drive. It's a long drive, but it was a
Was it Mount Lemon? Like kind of like the last?
Um,
I don't even know really the mountains out here.
come around. Hey, my bodyguard. Never been in prison before in your life.
Never.
God
Jail
bless
a lot
you.
of time.
God bless
Never.
you. No, there wasn't really anything out there, but it does bring a lot of perspective because she could be out there in that terrain and everything. Like that.
Right.
So, let me step away here. I'm going to do
Yeah, yeah.
some final talks to my friends and fam, Army, JLR Army, everybody that has been watching the stream. Back out here in front of Nancy. So let's kind of look and see what's going on here. A lot of people coming out. Hey, how are you? How's it going?
Okay, this one would pay respects.
Pay respects. Absolutely. Pay respects. What's the pay respects? Pay respects. Winding down, folks. Winding down. Everything is winding down. It's still nothing. Day 35. Sad, isn't it? Heartbreaking, right? What brings you out here tonight?
I'm sorry?
What brings you out here tonight?
Well, we're avid watchers of the Today Show.
Yeah.
It's so heartbreaking.
Did you lay like flowers down?
Yes, we did.
Where'd you come from?
We're from Ohio.
Oh, Ohio. You just happen to be in the area. Yeah, it seems like a lot of people that just like from somewhere else, they're here and they're just here to see what's going on.
It breaks everybody's heart. Everybody.
It does. It does. It does. Absolutely. All right, folks, it is getting dark, so I'm going to head back to my car and we'll continue the discussion. If anything breaks on this case with Nancy Guthrie, you'll hear it here on JLR Investigates. Tomorrow, let me know how you think. Should we go with Jacob? We could also go out there and follow him, or should we stay here? Just let me know in the chat what we should do. What's best. Majority rules. We are a majority rule chat, so we are the Army. So let the Army decide how we want to handle tomorrow. Go or stay back, or just I can follow and go in my own car, kind of go around. So we got some motorcycles. Who's that? Speeding around here. 25. Folks, we are praying for Nancy. We are praying for Nancy.
Well, I think that's all she wrote for JLR. So let me drop him down, and I'm almost done with my mom's stuff, but I will put something on while I go. You can listen to if you feel like it. Let's see. Here. I'm going to put this on. This is a case about I'll share this. This is about a would-be serial killer. Well, he was a serial killer from my area that was a member of town, that was a member of everyone. He worked for a sprinkler company, was in everyone's houses. Scary stuff. So this is the case of she was the U of M provost that was killed. Evie was her name, and she was killed back in the like late 80s, early 90s. And this was one of the cases that I was talking about, where the other day about DNA. Come to find out, he had committed another murder years ago, and he was caught for that because of his DNA being caught and found at the home of this Mrs. Evie. And so I'm going to play that while I finish doing bath time and everything like that. This is mine, so I won't copyright myself or anything like that. So let me do one thing, because I don't have to have it. So I'm going to put this on, I'm going to mute, and I'm going to finish up doing my mom duties, and then I will be right back. So we'll finish up nails, and we'll go over some clips and some shorts that I have watched, that I do have. I tried to keep them in my history in order so that I can go over them. So we will do that too. So enjoy, and I will be right back. And this was literally my very first crime cast that I ever did. So please be kind. The sound's not that great, anything like that, but it's just kind of a audio short story to listen to. I will be right back.
Hey there, everyone. I'm Cutsy, and if you would please hit that subscribe button and maybe kick me a like, I would greatly appreciate that. So first, let me say I am going to be changing up the format and my style a little bit. I have recently found out that a family member really needs my help, and so a lot more of my time is going to be spent doing that. And I'm not going to have quite as much time to do some of the nail videos.
This is also the very beginning of when my mom was starting to need me. So that's why I was kind of telling everybody I wasn't going to be able to be online and be doing this stuff as much as I thought I was going to. But, that changed now. So here we go. I'll be back.
Not as many, at least. I'll still be doing them, but it takes a while to do the editing and putting them together. So yeah, I'll still be doing those, but not quite as much. But in the meantime, I'll try to be filling in with a little crime cast. And what I'll be doing is telling stories from around the world that I find interesting, that are cold cases that were solved, cold cases that are still going on, things like that. So I hope you'll stick with me. like I said, everything, the nail business, everything is going to be kind of put on hold for a little bit. But I'm still going to try and continue to connect with you guys and have some fun and discuss some things, and even have some podcasts where we just talk about health things and things like that we want to do for ourselves. But yeah, so with that being said, let's get started with episode 1 of Cutsy's Crimecast. So first, this story I want to tell you about, it's like, it really hits close to home because the person that was found to be the serial killer was someone that was part of my community. He was well known in my county, and he provided services for people around the county. He was in their homes, and I worked at a salon. So, you know, what are the two businesses in a small town that know all your business? The salon and the bar. And we knew this guy because he happened to work for a sprinkler company. And the salon that I worked at, there were a lot of the well-to-do women that came in, and they'd leave their keys by their back door so that he could come in and adjust their sprinkler panel while they were off getting their hair and nails done and going to the grocery store, and never thought a thing about letting this guy in their house because he was trusted. His family had this well-known company, and they'd been doing this stuff for years. And yeah, so that's where the story ends. But let's start at the beginning. Now, I've got a few different articles that I'm kind of pulling from because this is something that there's going to be facts that the police give, there's going to be facts that witnesses give, and then there's going to be facts that I remember hearing in the salon because, again, you know, we know everybody's business. So, first, this starts out with this woman named Nancy Ludwig. She was a flight attendant, and she, on February 18th, she arrived in Detroit. Well, she landed in Detroit and then went and stayed in Romulus, which is a suburb of Detroit. She headed straight to her hotel, which she's done a million times before, and she worked for Northwest. So she got on the shuttle van, all her bags, to go to the hotel, and that was it. She wasn't even supposed to work, but a last-minute substitute was needed, and she accepted the Las Vegas to Detroit flight. And so it was said that she was always a team player, that she could always be depended on, and so there we go. Events of that night, we don't really know exactly what happened, but we have kind of an idea just from what people have said and the situation. So we know that she checked into the Hilton Airport Inn at 9 p.m. And that's when she was last seen making her way to her room on the 3rd floor. Now, she wasn't on the official roster, so no one came looking for her the next morning when she didn't show up for her flight out of Detroit. At 1 o'clock on Monday afternoon, a member of the housekeeping staff walked in and found her. Now, this is where some of the details are a little debunked, different. This article says that they found her lying on the floor with her hands tied behind her back, and she was smeared with blood. Now, there's an episode about this on the Lake Erie murders, which is on Discovery Plus, and it is season 2 episode. It's called Heartbreak Hotel. I can't remember what episode it is, maybe 2. In fact, there's another case that's also on that I'm going to be talking about that happened right around the same time. But it happened, again, very close to where I live in my county. So anyway, now the documentary, Lake Erie said that they found her in bed. And so that's where, either or she was found Monday morning by cleaning staff. Management immediately called police, who were on scene within minutes after learning that the room was registered to a woman named Nancy Ludwig. An investigation into events of the previous night got underway. An examination of the body revealed multiple stab wounds, including a number of deep gouges in her hands, indicating that she had fought hard for her life. Besides being stabbed repeatedly, Nancy's face and upper torso bore numerous superficial cuts, which had apparently been inflicted for the sole purpose of causing her undue pain. An autopsy would find that after enduring a vicious essay, her throat had been slashed from ear to ear. Her attack, and it was said that it was so bad that she was nearly decapitated. That's something that I know I've heard in many instances. He then AR'd her a second time post-mortem. When he was finished, he turned his attention to covering his tracks. In an attempt to remove any traces of himself, he had wiped down her body with a wet rag afterwards, and he had performed a spot wash with the same cloth. Now, this is one of the parts where we're going to want to remember. Curiously, he made a point of taking his victim's belongings, including her clothing, jewelry, ID, and luggage with him when he fled. He had left the blood-soaked washcloth wadded up on the bathroom sink. Investigators bagged the invaluable piece of evidence in anticipation of time when technology would allow them to harvest the biological evidence that would lead them to the care. Later that day, Art Ludwig received a call from authorities informing him he needed to get to Detroit as quickly as possible. Something terrible had happened to his wife. He would find out soon enough that his wife of 13 years had been found red-rummed in her hotel room. It would be up to him to positively identify his beloved Nancy before the case could move forward. Investigators faced an uphill battle from the get-go, since the airport hotel saw thousands of people coming and going at any given time. Narrowing down the list of suspects wasn't going to be easy. With guests, employees, maintenance workers, and any number of others to consider, not to mention the lack of security allowed anyone off the street to come and go as they pleased at any hour of the day or night. The odds of finding the culprit were not good. Even so, they had to try, both for Nancy and for unsuspecting victims to come. Later on, a fellow flight attendant that had heard of this horrible incident came forward and said that she had ridden the shuttle in the shuttle van with Nancy on that night. According to her, there had been a third passenger, a man in his 40s, who's had he just made her feel uncomfortable, she said. He gave her a weird vibe. She recalled that even though there had been room for them to spread out, he had made a point of sitting right next to Nancy, as if that weren't strange enough. He hadn't taken his eyes off her from the time they departed airport till they reached the hotel. He had made such an impression on the witness that she was able to describe him to police, who distributed his likeness to both the public and neighboring law enforcement agencies. But he was never located. Another guest who had been in the hotel parking lot that night reported seeing a man loading a set of Northwest Airlines luggage into a Monte Carlo around 10:15 p.m. Although they couldn't quite put their finger on it at the time, something about him had seemed off. Sensing that he was up to no good, they made a mental note of his appearance, as well as the model of vehicle he was driving. With their help, a police sketch artist had created a drawing of a man whose presence they had found so unsettling. Though this was a promising lead, to be sure, it ultimately failed to produce a viable suspect. Now, I also remember this guy saying, this witness, I believe he was on the documentary, that basically he saw him stuffing the uniform into the trunk of his car, and he thought to himself, boy, buddy, you're not going to be happy that you did that tomorrow morning when you need to put your uniform on. It's all crushed and wrinkled and, blah, blah, blah. And because that just caught him funny, that why would you do that to your uniform? Now remember, DNA was still really young at this time. This is 91. And so the detectives basically figured they were just going to have to solve this with regular old police work. And so they compiled 20,000 names of people who had connections with the hotel where Nancy had stayed that night, on the last night of her life. And though the process moved along at a snail's pace, And every once in a while, a promising person of interest would emerge, only to be eliminated, sending them back to the drawing board. Before anyone knew it, the weeks and months had turned into years, no rest in sight. Okay, now let's back up a little bit. There's another case that also happened very close to me, and I remember hearing about this and it being, whispered and kind of scary and such. Now, this article I'm going to switch to another article because we've got to go over this case too to be able to understand. This is by a gentleman named Peter Hinterman. It was published on May 1st, 2023. It is on My City Mag. It's Flint Crime Files. So, I'm going to read this first part because I think it's really well written. It's just kind of a nice part. It's just interesting view. It's not fact of what happened because we don't really know what happened the night that a woman named Margaret Eby was also red-rummed in her home. All was quiet as Margaret Eby approached the entrance of Applewood Estate. She stopped her vehicle but left the engine running as she got out to open the gate leading to the gatehouse where she'd lived for a blissful, industrious 5 years in Flint, working as provost and music professor at the University of Michigan Flint. Now, let me interject. Applewood Estates is on, it's the Mott Foundation, Mott Property, M-O-T-T. He was one of the founders of Flint. So, she shivered as she opened the car door and stepped out. The day had become increasingly cold as it waned, and the temperature at the time of the night hovered just above freezing. Her light jacket had provided more than enough warmth during a day spent with friends downtown was no longer adequate. She quickly felt in her pocket for the key, but realized she didn't need it. The gate was standing open. She opened it fully, stepped back in the car, and continued up the drive. It was a long day, but a good one. After enjoying dinner with friends, she wanted nothing more than just to relax in the warmth of her home for a few hours before officially retiring for the night, readying herself for another full day at the university. She turned off the car and stepped once again into the cold night. The sky was overcast, obscuring all moonlight and threatening to cover the ground in the year's first blanket of snow. She fumbled with her keys, straining her eyes in the darkness to find the right one as she approached the front door, but found again that the key wasn't needed. The door opened with a simple click. Did she leave it unlocked when she left earlier? She stepped inside, switched on the light, then closed and locked the door, securing her inside. She removed her jacket, hung it up, and moved into the kitchen. As she opened the cabinet to get a cup for tea, she heard a thump from the next room, and then another. She froze, afraid to turn and look. She heard footsteps, and then a shadow moved into the corner of her eyesight. Margaret Eby wasn't alone. On November 9th, 1986, the city of Flint woke up in shock and was horrified. Margaret Eby, the beloved music professor and founder of the citywide Basically Bach Music Festival, was dead. Murdered in her home at Applewood Estate. The crime scene was grisly. Police determined that Eby had been arred and stabbed to death the night before. There were no signs of forced entry, and the only evidence the killer left behind was a single fingerprint found on a faucet knob in the bathroom, where he had cleaned up after the deed. In the months and years that followed, detective exhausted all leads while a city and family mourned. Margaret Eby was beloved both at the university and in the city she had adopted. In the investigation, all paths led to dead ends, and the case was forgotten by everyone except those who clung fast to Eby's memory. One of which was her son, and we'll swing back around to that. Now back to Nancy Ludwig. This is what we think happened to her. She was using her key to get into her room, and suddenly a man emerged from a nearby stairwell. He grabbed her from behind and forced her into the room at knife point. Just after noon the next day is when a member of the housekeeping staff had found her with her hands bound behind her back, and her throat was slit ear to ear. Now, that is something that this stairwell door was right across, kind of across adjacent from her room. And there was another witness that had stated that she exercised every night. So when she was in a hotel or an inn, what she would do is walk the stairwell every single night before she went to bed. And she was walking the stairwell And she said that there was this very odd man standing in the stairwell right on the stairs in between the landing of Nancy's floor and where this girl was trying to go. And that he was almost angry that she had to walk by him, and just, she got a very bad vibe off of him. So now back to the coroner determined that Nancy had been stabbed multiple times, including wounds on her hand that she sustained while fighting her attacker. Examiners also determined that she had been AR'd multiple times, but the police found little evidence of her killer with the exception of fluid, DNA, and a blood-soaked washcloth left in the sink. As with the EB case in Flint 5 years prior, detectives were facing an uphill battle. Besides little physical evidence, they were also able to get a sketch of a possible suspect from witnesses in the hotel parking lot who saw a suspicious man loading baggage into the Monte Carlo nearly an hour after she was murdered. All roads went nowhere, and the case went cold until 5 years later, when Ludwig's husband, Art, received a phone call from the son of Margaret Eby. Now, there is a documentary somewhere, and I cannot find it, I've been looking for it, that interviews Margaret Eby's son, and that was something that he talked about, is remember coming home from school and finding out that his mother's life had been taken, and then living most of his life trying to find out who did this, the next 6 years trying to figure out who had done this to his mother. Or maybe not coming home from school, coming home from work or something like that. He didn't live with his mother, but he was, anyway, he became his own detective because there was just nothing. After reviewing details of Nancy's case, Eby's son told Art he believed that both Nancy and Margaret were killed by the same person. They reviewed notes and were convinced. Art called Romulus police, who told him that they would look further into it. In 2002, detectives reprocessed the fingerprint found in Margaret's bathroom. And at this time, they got a hit from the database. The fingerprint belonged to Genesee County resident Jeffrey Wayne Gorton. Here's a little history on our little SKer. Jeffrey Wayne Gorton came to Michigan from Florida in 1985. While serving in the Navy in Florida, he was arrested for attacking women on the base. His method of operation was to follow them, bash them in the back of the head, and steal their undergarments as they struggled to gain their senses. He posted bond for release from jail, but was quickly arrested again for breaking and entering. He was tried, convicted, and sentenced to 4 years behind bars, but released after serving only 2. Once out of prison, Gordon moved to Genesee County and began working for the Buckler Automatic Sprinkler Company, owned by his parents. This is the sprinkler company I was telling you guys about, y'all. They literally served the entire county. And these guys had full reign into going into people's houses while they were gone. And just, wow. Back in the day, you wouldn't probably have that. Well, there's probably still some people silly enough, dumb enough to do it. But I definitely won't after this. Anyway, the company provided service.
Are those going to be famous last words with this case? Because we've all said, could it be somebody that worked for her, that did some work for her?
To the Applewood Estates in Flint, and Gorton frequently worked there. At work, he gained a reputation for having misogynist and extremely perverse views towards women, despite being dubbed Uncle Perv by his coworkers. That's nice. Nice guy. Gorton eventually married and fathered 2 children. In fact, it was an outing with his family where investigators obtained the evidence that had eluded them for so long. Now, I remember this. After reopening the case, investigators finally had a name to go with the fingerprint left at the scene of the Eby murder. But being an employee on the grounds of Applewood Estate at the time the crime was committed, it was possible that Gordon could have put that in the bathroom during his workday. It was determined that more evidence was needed for a conviction. I guess he was some kind of like maintenance guy, groundskeeper, kind of, jack of all trades there. And so he may have possibly gone in and fixed her sink or something, or done something and washed his hands. And convinced that Gordon had committed both murders, investigators began to track him in an attempt to obtain DNA to match the sample found at the Ludwig crime scene. They followed him to a skating rink where I went a million times, by the way, so this is kind of freaking me out. Or when I heard about it, I'm like, oh my gosh, probably saw him there with his kids. But where he spent the night with his family skating and eating dinner. There, investigators were able to retrieve his drinking cup and get a sample of saliva from the rim. The saliva was found to contain 2 different DNA sources, meaning the cup had been shared. However, one source matched the DNA from Ludwig's evidence. With the new evidence in hand, a warrant was obtained to search Gordon's home. Now, this is again where you get small town rumor, you get police accounts of it, you get documentary accounts of it, and they're all a little bit different. So, it says, with this new evidence in hand, a warrant was obtained to search Gordon's home. There, investigators found strange items, including hundreds of pairs of women's underwear and lingerie, some tagged with the original owner's name and description. It seemed Gordon had been continuing the criminal activity he started in Florida years ago. Now, according to the documentary, when the police did the search warrant, they found all the ladies. I mean, it was slips, skirts, panties, stockings, bras, dresses. I mean, this guy was stealing everybody's pretties, okay? And what was said was the police found it. But what we heard in town was that his wife had gone upstairs to get a tote of Christmas decorations or something like that, and instead found his box of ladies' undies. And she had already known that he was being looked at for this, and so she called police and told them, and they went upstairs, up in the attic, and found bunches of boxes of this stuff. So word around the salon was all these women are freaking out and starting to look in their drawers and see, do I have any, a lot of us have, cute little negligees or slips or whatever that we never wear, and they're stuffed in the back of our drawer, and we don't think about them until we're going somewhere fancy or whatever. Well, a lot of women were freaking out because they're thinking, where does he get these things? Are there other victims, or was this guy going into our homes where he was supposed to be working on our sprinklers and stealing our drawers? And that's kind of what has been thought. So that all of these women around the county who were just letting him in their house, he was probably sneaking into their hampers and grabbing their stuff, or going in their drawers and grabbing the pretty stuff from the back. There were videotapes found of him videotaping himself, dressing in all of these things. And I mean, just absolutely wild. When questioned by police, Gordon refused any wrongdoings and even denied ever having been in E.B.'s bathroom, thereby eliminating any legitimate reason for his fingerprint to be found, which helped solidify the prosecutor's case against him. Even when confronted with all the evidence, Gordon maintained his innocence and refused to confess. The trial. The matter of the people of the state of Michigan versus Jeffrey Wayne Gordon was tried by jury in 2004. Charged with the R and red rum of both Margaret Eby and Nancy Ludwig, the 39-year-old was convicted of criminal misconduct and first-degree red rum in the death of Nancy Ludwig. Rather than go through another trial, he later pled guilty to K-ing Margaret Eby. Wayne Circuit Court Judge Maggie Drake sentenced Gordon to life in prison without the possibility of parole. He continues to serve his sentence today in Ionia, Michigan. The monster who took the lives of Nancy Ludwig and Margaret Eby is behind bars, and he may have never been caught if it weren't for the gut feeling of Eby's son, who grieved the loss of one of Flint's finest citizens, Margaret Eby. Now that's something I want to say too about Flint. Is back in the day, it really wasn't such a bad place. There were a lot of really awesome college cultural events and projects that were being done by the citizens. Unfortunately, the government and the city council didn't care. They cared about what they got out of the city. But the people that lived there and the people that worked there really did care at one time. And this woman, this Margaret Eby, was one of those. And a couple of my clients, whom I had done their hair for years, were good friends with her. Now, I was only, maybe 10 years old at the time when this all happened. But I remember it being a story growing up about how tragic it was that this woman's life was taken because she really was a pillar of the community and she really cared. And it's sad when you lose someone that is that good to the community, wants to bring prosperity and happiness to it, and that she just happened to meet somebody that was sick. And it's
Exactly, Sue. I was waiting because I remembered that I had said that when I recorded this originally. She was just unlucky enough to meet somebody that was sick. And that's all it was. He probably fixed something in her home because he was the maintenance guy. And she was kind, she was caring, she cared about her city, she cared about the college. She was just a good person. And same with Nancy Ludwig. And they just ran into the wrong guy. And I'll show you. Yeah, this is him. He just looks like a regular old run-of-the-mill kind of doofy guy, right? But I still say, look at those eyes. Those eyes, there's nothing there. Let me see if I can find, this is Margaret Eby on the left and Nancy Ludwig on the right. Both two women that were innocent. They didn't do anything wrong. They were doing their jobs. And just to think how close we all were to this guy. I mean, I've said it in here before, a lot of my clients were well-to-do women, and they had pool services and they had sprinkler services and lawn service. They didn't do any of that. I mean, and anyone that has those things, you don't work on them yourself. You have someone else do them. And this guy was in all of their houses, and afterwards, everyone's sitting there wondering, were things of mine in that box? And it didn't just, he murdered this woman, these two women. But the feeling, I remember the feeling of them feeling so violated afterwards, knowing that someone who had done that to someone else and could have possibly picked them, it was, they still felt like victims of his in a way. And I understand that, to think that someone you're supposed to trust, I mean, not that you trust them with your social security number or anything like that, but you trust that they're a good person that's coming in just doing their job, and yikes, And that's the thing with Nancy. Or excuse me, both Nancy and Margaret. Now, he didn't take them with him, though. Oh my gosh. See, that's so scary to think about that. I have another one that we'll listen to another night. It's a little bit longer, but it's about another guy from this area, Mark Latunsky. He murdered a man named Kevin Bacon. And in fact, I keep forgetting, his sister has wrote a book, a self-published book on Amazon. And I know some of you are into that, reading, the stories and the histories. She's got that, and she just posted a couple weeks ago again about I'll text you what town I'm in. I'm not gonna say it on on here, but Mark Latunsky wasn't in my town. He was in, I think it was like the county over, but he was catching people off of oh, why am I having a brain cloud right now? Grinder is where he was finding them. Oh, it's okay. It's all right. No worries. Just never know who's watching, right? There could be a serial killer right now coming to get me. This is a sweet picture. This is Nancy Ludwig and her husband. And I watched another documentary about them, that he was just absolutely heartbroken when she was murdered, just sad. Gaffney. I can't remember the county that he was in. I think I found it. Leroy Martin, known as the Gaffney Strangler, an American serial killer from Gaffney, South Carolina. Ooh, see, this is exactly the kind of stuff that I do my crime casts on. I do like Missing in Michigan and like unsolved cold cases in Michigan, but I also do the serial killer series. And I'm bookmarking this. I will do one and then we'll go over it since you are familiar with it. Yeah. No, I'm saving that. Wow. Yikes. Well, and that's the thing, we talk about, so many people are so ready to throw out the idea that it's someone that didn't actually know her that's really just doing this. I mean, there's so many reasons why this could have happened. I don't see a link. See, I'm on StreamYard again. When I do StreamYard, oh, what did I just do? Good grief, what am I doing? I just realized I misspelled my title too. Just a second. I'm surprised no one has come in. Well, I blocked a lot of the trolls. I'm surprised nobody's come in and gotten on me about my misspelling. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'll do like I'll set it up like I do like the crime casts, and then we can use that just as informational background, and we can discuss it, because that would fit right in. Let's do one of our sleuthing Saturday nights again. Let me see. What I was trying to find was this guy, this Jeffrey Gordon. I had sorry, I'm just reading something. I was trying to find the videos of him. He literally took videos of himself. Jeffrey Gorton. So Gorton. He oh sweet. Yeah, that sounds good, definitely. You know, I agree with that too. I had somebody earlier that came in all in a huff saying, leave us alone, blah, blah, blah. But you know what? It's not your mom and it's not your sister that's gone. And it doesn't hurt to have. Now, there are some chats and some channels that do get down and dirty, but I don't see you guys doing that. I see all of us in here just coming up with possibilities and just having discussions and just really trying to figure this out because you care, because you think, oh gosh, is this, you know, what if this was my mother? What if this was, let me see. Okay, so most of you have watched Silence of the Lambs. This guy literally did videos of himself dressed up in these women's clothes and dresses. Like, it reminded me of like Silence of the Lambs. He was like, it was creepy. It was creepy. I mean, oh yeah. I mean, that's it. You know, you get the random person that's just mad and upset. But I don't understand the harm in just discussing and trying to figure it out. People are curious and they have ideas, and it was JLR or something that said, you know, that law enforcement, you know, monitors these chats and stuff. Like, and I don't think they're just sitting there like watching every word we say, but I mean, I bet they do, you know. See, and it bugs me too. There's just so many things that are off. Like, I don't understand how the sheriff thinks that people are so stupid that they're just going to be like, oh yeah, no, it's okay. Yeah, you're good. I mean, really and truly, we're not experts, but most of us have common sense and know and have watched enough true crime. I mean, this is not the quilting committee coming to the bench with ideas. This is the true crime community. And we've seen a lot of these stories play out, and we know what other agencies have done, and we know what, you know, it's Up here, let me. I just don't understand. But you're gonna get people mad. They'll turn on the claw cam again. You're gonna get people mad no matter what. It doesn't matter what you do. It's gonna happen, and it's just the same as people going in chats and yelling out, "She's been found. She's been," I mean, Truth Warrior, you better go watch that movie. When we get off of here, you better go watch that movie. That was one of the first scary movies my dad ever took me to go see in the theaters. My dad was the one that made me see all the scary stuff. But see, that's it, that there's nothing solid, like literally nothing. I mean, but I will say, it's not the first time. I mean, we have, I've talked about that young man, Sebastian Rogers, that went missing out of Tennessee. 2 years later, there's literally nothing. Nothing. I mean, I don't even know how that happens, like, let me see if I can find it. In one hand typing. I wonder if it'll show it in here. Just a second. Anything with nope, that's not it. I was gonna see if I could find. Oh, come on. I don't see it. I'll find it because I know that I watched it. It was his little freaky neighborhood. Hi, Sandra. That's what I'm starting to wonder too. If she's close, because it just none of it makes any sense. Like literally none of it. Oh, here, sorry, I was on another tab. Let me catch up. Well, and that's just it. Like, I don't think that they took this real serious. I don't think he took it seriously. I think he thought, like, when they kept stressing how sharp as a tack she was, sharp as a tack. I honestly wonder if he just thought she wandered off somewhere or she went somewhere. And, it was just the family freaking out. Now, I know that it has come out that they did have a search with dogs, border security like that, like Was it that Monday? And they used, thought they said it was FLIR technology, the heat-seeking technology, but that was also, I believe, Border Patrol. Because that was one of the things that he kind of automatically, during that first press conference, started on with, was about being funded for certain equipment. And it kind of sounded like, well, if we had the equipment, we could have done this already. Like, that was just the impression that I got off him. And I thought, come on. Like, dude. And he'd said something like, well, that's for another time and place. Yeah, you think? Well, and see, that's it too. Yeah. If they were looking for someone that was alive versus someone, Somerset. Well, I know they did bring in, I don't know what kind of dogs they were, but that was, so the blue shirt that was seen in the bushes out in front of her house, that apparently was from the dog search. It was for scent specific dogs. And so that might have been, I don't know if it was the last thing she wore. Yeah, I am too. Well, if it were Border Patrol K9, chances are either they were just searching for a person or possibly scent specific. But I don't know that they would necessarily have, or if they would have been using at that point, cadaver dogs. That was the part in, so remember when I said I was watching Ashley Banfield the other night and all of a sudden the video cut off and I couldn't find it again. I had to wait till the next morning to go back. That was the point when, and so this kind of makes me wonder if it was done on purpose. The part that was muted out was the part where she had just asked, how long does someone have to be deceased before a cadaver dog could pick up on the sense of, someone being deceased? And as soon as the expert started to talk, she was muted the whole time. And then as soon as she got done answering that question, Ashley started to speak again. She was unmuted then. And everything was fine the rest of the broadcast. Yeah, I don't think they did either. And I'm wondering why they muted that part out. It's just weird. Well, exactly. I mean, they can pick up on historical deaths even. I mean, that is amazing. The science behind that. And wow, I can't remember. We were watching something the other day that was talking about that and they were finding like historical burials and stuff like that, these dogs. And I don't know, just wow, See, Sue, that's part of what I'm wondering too. There's something, it's like there's this one thing that's looming that nobody will say, that once everybody knows, it'll be like, oh, well, okay, we get it now. But what is it, and who's hiding it? It's just, it's like that's probably the linchpin of everything. And I don't know. I'm just glad. I wouldn't want to go missing. And now I will say, like I said, I was saying it earlier, there are a lot of people that are saying, rough stuff about the streamers and stuff being out there. But, I mean, they're looking. They're going out on these hiking trails. They're going out. And like we said earlier, that's probably how she's going, if she's going to be found. Unless whatever evidence they're working on, they've got something. And it's going to be, like I said, like a Kohlberger. And all of a sudden we're going to wake up one night and somebody's going to have been raided and arrested. And we're going to see the perp walk. Oh, did they? See, it's just like done now. It's done. It just, I don't know. Like I said, I think it both helped and harmed for this to go so national. I do too. I think it's going to be way closer because I mean, disclaimer, I'm not an expert. In case anybody gets in their fifis again, okay? But I think people are making it just way too complicated, and I don't think that it's nearly as complicated as we think. And that if she's not alive, held up somewhere, then chances are she's probably very near. Something probably happened, Oh, mine too. Exactly, Sue. They wouldn't listen to some sheriff saying, I don't think you should do this. They'd be like, be quiet and sit down. I mean, but like I said, my sheriff would be out in the bushes looking for me too. So yeah, don't take me around dinner time because my family will know I'm gone and they will come get me. They might drop me right back off after I make dinner, but they will come get me. No, that was the troll earlier was like, you half-baked something about what did she say? Expert. What are you talking about? I was like, well, we were talking about nails at the time. I'm like, well, it's like, first we need you to focus because we're talking about nails. She said, Tucson wants us all to leave them alone. I'm not bothering anybody in Tucson at the moment. And if you want me to leave you alone, then don't come in my room, Hello. Exactly. Oh, I'm going to need you to focus, okay? God. Woo. It was approximately 5 o'clock in Tucson, so maybe that's where that came from. Just it's 5 o'clock somewhere. I should, yeah. Sorry, lady. Oh, it's probably not even from Tucson. It's probably from like, who knows? Just got to be starting something on a Saturday. You know how some people are. Apparently, I got to start leaving a bowl of Snickers by the doors as people come in. So sit down, have a Snickers, get your attitude right. We'll be with you in a moment. Yeah, it's been pretty good today. They said everybody screaming, prove it, prove it. I mean, like, I don't want to. I don't have to. Sorry, please drive through. I mean, don't get me wrong. I want to build my channel, but there's some stuff that I'm just not going to deal with. I was thinking last night I should do is I should do like a troll of the week and pick out like the best one out of the whole week and like feature them in a little short. Exactly. Girl, you hangry. True crime hangry. That's a bad kind of hangry. Oh. So, yeah, it's on right. I'm like, I'll do that. I'll put some cute little music with it. Give them the attention that they want. And I know I've seen a couple of people on here like saying that their shorts are getting flagged for music. I think I know what it is because it happened to me early on in my channel. You can't play any of the music over 30 seconds. Can't play over 30 seconds of the music. If you play it over 30 seconds, then the copyright thing will catch you. So even if it's music offered by YouTube, and see, they let everybody start making the short length longer. So, oh, thanks, Sue. I try. You've got a choice. You can either laugh or cry. And it's much more fun to laugh. And I do think it's funny. I think it's funny that there are people out there that literally just are sitting there just vibrating and infuriated by me for absolutely no reason. Like, just because I'm talking. And they think that coming in here and getting all poopy about it, like, is somehow my problem. Like, it's not my problem. I don't care. I don't care what you think of me. Was it Dr. Phil? It says it's none of my business how people feel about me. Like, you're the one walking around feeling all pressed because you're mad at somebody because they said something you didn't like. They covered something you didn't like. They wore something you didn't like. They ate something you didn't like. Who cares? If they really were that, like, balanced of a person, then they wouldn't have the time or the care to go in and say that to somebody. So you just got to make fun of them, give it right back to them. And I figure it this way. I'm getting some more like kind of haters in here, but like that means more people are seeing me, right? That means my channel's actually going out into the algorithm. So I get like one turd per every like 99 awesome people, right? So that's a pretty good ratio. I can handle that. That's a better ratio than in real life, really. I mean, I run into many, many more stinkers in real life than I do on here, honestly. Oh, there we go. Whew, 12 little piggy toenails. Now I gotta find my cotton. I am a freaking hot mess today, let me tell you. I can't find anything. I need to clean my room again because I have been just like running and throwing. I will eventually. I will. I'm glad you did too. All of you guys, like everybody that comes in here and talks, like, and don't get me wrong, I don't have any problem with people who just want to sit and watch. That's totally cool with me too. Even if you're sitting there just judging me, I don't care. It's cool. But no, I love all the people that like I've been meeting like lately. Like, you guys are awesome. And like we all have completely different opinions on most things. But it's like cool with everybody. And, you know, I'm glad. I may not be some big huge channel. I mean, shoot, I'm not even to 1,000 yet, but I'd rather get there slow and get to have like the cool people coming in and having these good conversations about anything and everything, and you guys sitting here watching me, work at my business and watching me grow my business and giving me ideas of stuff, the colors. Oh, wow, I did not even know my own muscle there. Look, I broke that thing right there. Call me Hulk. What was that all about? Tell me you're stressed without saying you're stressed, right? Snap. That little thing. This is just a cheap one, but it broke right in half. Oh well. Oh my gosh. Can you imagine? I do think, like I said, all this talk, this is the way things happen, and one of us has got it right. They have to, right? I like John DePietro too. I do too. And like people get like mad about him, but he's so funny. I love him. Yes, I was so it's just they're cheapy ones. I had a set of like really skinny nail stands, and I think the other ones, that was like one of the last few that like hadn't broken yet. So, and I think with all the using alcohol and acetone dripping down, it's just finally said, yeah, I like him. I like his accent too. And I like the way that he comes up with stuff when he's like, all right, he sits down, he sets the scene, and he says what he thinks. And but no, I do like him. And he was getting, I mean, again, say what you want about these guys. The media on camera is saying really cruddy things about them, but they're the ones giving them tips because they want tips back from them, where to go, where to see this stuff. And again, say what you will, but they were all following behind Brian Etten and JLR the nights they were going to all those places. So behind, that's why they were mad, because they were behind. Yeah, and that's the thing too. Who's Turtle Boy? I've heard about Turtle Boy, but I don't know who he is. Yeah, no, well, and that was the thing too. There was somebody, I'm not going to mention the creator. It was a channel that I was watching, and John had come on there and said a few things. But I mean, granted, this creator didn't know who he was, and I didn't know who he was before. No, it wasn't him. But he was questioning him about one of his sources, and the reason why I got kind of like huffy was because it was one of the days when I think it was ABC had said something. It was either ABC or Fox had said something to John, and we were right there when it got said, so we knew. Oh, Dolly is the turtle. Okay, yeah, because they had that Turtle Island, but no, there's a guy named, they call him Turtle Boy, and it's somebody other than Dolly. Like he had something to do with the Karen Reed case or something like that. But he has a channel, but I don't know who he is or what he talks about or any of that stuff. Okay, so like follows like crimes and like court cases and stuff like that. Okay. Yeah, Dolly had that Turtle Island game that he and his fiance used to do. Yeah, see, I didn't watch a lot of true crimers and when I came to YouTube. Hi, Lori. Good to see you, girl. I watched like Forensic Files and stuff like that. It took me forever to even realize there was live chats on here. And I started watching during, I'm trying to think. What was the first court case that I watched on here? I'm trying to think. It was either, was it the Boston Parade guy, that Darrell Brooks, that made a box fort in court and hid behind it at the defense table? There is somebody that did a reenactment of that trial, and they did it with like South Park characters. And oh my gosh, I'm telling you, I almost like, oh my gosh, let me see if I can find one, because they're so funny. Let me see. This one, where's the box for? Oh, here we go. Oh, just a second. What am I doing? No. Sorry, got the wrong tab. I am just all a mess. I got all excited about this. Because it is so funny. Let me catch up on chat. Sorry, I was just looking at it. I know. We need something to laugh about. Oh, I can't spell either. I cannot type. I cannot, like, I need a new keyboard, I think, because I keep missing letters. Rhode Island. Oh, Rhode Island. I just got that. Duh. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. My brain's not braining today. When does it ever, though, right? Okay. Just remember, I got to do the pausey for fair use, but.
Madam Clerk, may I please get verification that the audio and video are working in the name?
And by the way, this Justice Jennifer Darrow is literally my favorite judge in the entire world. This woman was so patient and so nice and did every single thing possible to make sure that every I was dotted and every T was crossed so that this horrible man could not come back and try to appeal and get out of this. And I just love her for that. And the crap that she had to put up with him was just beyond.
We're in courtroom. All right, thank you. I do have verification. There are headphones on the table in front of Mr. Brooks should he choose to wear them. I see he's reading from a book at the moment. I do need to make a record that this morning, although Mr. Brooks was not raising his voice, there were repeated interruptions. I gave Mr. Brooks multiple opportunities to stop talking.
The building of the box fort.
I asked him repeatedly to stop interrupting me. I advised him that if he continued, he would forfeit his right to be present in this courtroom and would be taken to the neighboring courtroom. I believe I gave that warning at least twice. It's my hope that we can continue with Mr. Brooks in this courtroom at some point today, I'll certainly invite him back over when I get through these advisements.
And this, if you didn't watch, this guy had so many theatrics throughout the whole thing, and he was pro se, so he's his own lawyer.
I'm not asking for a response yet, Mr. Brooks. What I'm asking you for is whether you have any requests for jury instructions, or if in your review you think anything needs to be changed, deleted, added, etc. Do you have any requests as it relates to the jury instructions, sir?
And I'm not kidding you. If you watch this trial, you know that this is literally what he did so that the judge could not see him.
I would note he put 2 boxes right in front of where he's seated, so I can't presently see his face. He is unmuted. I've confirmed previously regarding the audio working, and I will just ask him a second time, sir, do you have any requests as relates to the draft packet of jury instructions, whether that be any additions, corrections, edits, or deletions?
And Your Honor, would it be possible for the bailiffs to just move the boxes off the table so
Yes,
we
I
can
think
see?
that's fair. I'm going to advise the bailiff to remove the box so I can see Mr. Brooks. I don't know what he's doing behind there.
Hey, why do you tell them to move my box?
Because I couldn't see you, sir.
Or what?
I've asked you twice now, and I'll ask you a third time. Do you have any requests as it relates to?
And we can't hear him because he also refuses to use his microphone. So, because he's just a giant baby child.
To the jury instructions, any additions, deletions, edits, or otherwise?
Hey man, you don't gotta talk to me like that.
Do you have any requests
First of all,
related
what?
to the jury instructions, sir?
Yeah, I got requests. It ain't like they gonna be honored though.
As it relates to the jury instructions, sir, what are your?
I heard what the hell you said, man.
Mr. Brooks,
What
that
the
was very
hell?
disrespectful.
Yeah, and I didn't get disrespected since the beginning of this whole process. So welcome to the club.
Mr. Brooks, do you have any requests as it relates to the jury instructions? Sir, I understand you may be upset, and I really do,
No, you
but
don't
I've made my
understand nothing.
determinations.
You don't understand nothing. You don't understand anything, Your Honor. You don't.
I'm going to mute him again because he's not answering the questions that I'm very
Gotta mute
clearly
again.
asking him, and I've given him 5 opportunities. Mr. Brooks, do you have any requests as it relates to the jury instructions?
How she has not like just gotten down and punched him in the face yet is beyond me.
Unmute you for that answer.
I can't hear everything you're saying.
Mr. Brooks, do you have any requests as it relates to the jury
Yeah,
instructions?
I can hear what you're saying. I can hear what you're saying.
You just told me you didn't. So which one is
Yeah,
it?
I got the headphones on. You can't see that?
What are your requests as it relates? What are your requests as it relates to the jury instructions, sir?
Man, don't try to come with this whole little image sir. Now it's all this sir and all this. Trying to put on this little act like you so worried about what's going on with me. You don't give a damn. Never did.
Mr. Brooks, you're being disrespectful again.
You've been being disrespectful. You've been being disrespectful.
Mr. Brooks, do you have any position on the verbiage of jury instructions 70 on page 65?
Don't ask me no question. Are you my accuser? Are you my accuser, Your Honor?
All right, he's choosing not to answer, so
Yeah, this guy. Oh.
I'll mute him again. It's unfortunate that he's deciding not to participate in this. I agree with the state. I don't need to highlight with that second paragraph. I will take that out, but I will include in the paragraph that reads, at times, Mr. Brooks has appeared from another courtroom, period. This must not influence your verdict in any manner. Mr. Brooks, do you have any position on that? Which is, so jury instruction 70 has to do with the defendant proceeding pro se. I need the bailiffs to move the boxes away from his face. I need to be able to see him. He can keep them on the table, but they need to be moved off to the side. And if he does it one more time, then I will instruct the bailiffs to take the boxes away. Those are trial prep materials. If there's something in those materials related to jury instructions, he should take those out now. Mr. Brooks, one final time, do you have any requests as it relates to the jury instructions? Otherwise, I'm going to approve them. I'm going to take a break and then we'll come back in the afternoon to go over verdict forms.
I didn't answer yes or no, so how do you consent to anything without me answering the question?
Are you going to answer the question, sir?
But you can't force me to do it. You can't just say, I'm gonna do this.
Sir, but you also can't stall the proceedings by failing to answer.
I didn't try to start the proceedings. You the one that held me in contempt.
I never held you in contempt. All right, I'm gonna mute him once again because he refuses to answer a very simple question about whether he has any requests as it relates to the jury instructions. I will work on making all the changes with Madam Clerk, finalizing the order. So we'll come back at 1 o'clock to finalize the verdicts.
Oh, I forgot to unmute, but no, what I said was I will
Provide the court with your
this is the
sentencing
real
recommendation.
Judge
Thank
Darrow.
you, Judge. Obviously, I'm very grateful to the court for its patience and listening. Is located just a few feet away from him. That handgun had previously been reported stolen.
This is the real Darrell Brooks.
Believe he has court on those files later this week in Milwaukee County, Your Honor. As far as convictions are concerned, there's a 2012 conviction from May 15th, 2012, resisting obstructing misdemeanor in Milwaukee County, sentenced to 30.
Mr. Brooks, be quiet.
Being mouthy.
Except
I'm
for
not
his-
gonna sit here and be disrespected.
Mr. Brooks, be quiet.
I'm not gonna
You'll
sit
have
here
your
and be
opportunity.
disrespected.
These are sentencing arguments and they can make them.
So I could do the same thing?
Mr. Brooks, there's nothing disrespectful. They're doing it in
Yes,
a
it is.
respectful
Okay,
way.
call me out of my name again.
Go ahead, Attorney Opper.
Judge, these are the facts. You heard from so many of these parents and so many of the people that were there of that fight or flight, right, that kicked in.
He's mad because they're reiterating his crimes right now before they get ready to sentence him. He was sentenced to like almost 400 years in prison for what he did.
He ran. He fled. He tried to protect his own self. That's it. That's all he did. Everybody else sprang into action. Whether that action was to immediately account for their for their family and get them out of there to safety, whether it was good Samaritans. And Judge, I really thought long and hard. I had a video clip that I was perhaps going to show to you. You've seen a lot of this during the trial, but I mean, it comes from the clip when I showed during my closing argument near the end of the parade route where the Catholic community had been struck and all the shoes laying in the road and things like that. That person that took that video walked down Main Street for quite some time and captured quite a few images. And it's really quite powerful, but I also thought it's really quite painful. But one of the things that was just so remarkable to us as we watched things like that was the average citizens that just sprung into action to save somebody else. There's a particular moment where there's a person on the ground fervently performing CPR on a victim in amongst a pool of blood without any regard for themselves whatsoever. I don't know who this person was. I don't think I'll ever know, but it's a prime example of the good that came out. So many people talked this afternoon about good versus evil, and I definitely believe that's what this case was about. Darrell Brooks is the epitome of evil. He is evil in
Another
person.
courtroom, please.
No, you may not.
The community is
May I
good.
order
The
the court
people
so
are
I can,
good.
I think it'd be
The
best for me to
victims
just go
are
into
good.
the other
Mr.
courtroom.
Brooks, I'm talking.
I don't care about you talking.
I don't care what you care about.
I know you don't.
Sit down and be
You-
quiet.
Nah,
Everybody has told you
nah,
that. Stop it.
See, you got it all wrong, Miss Opper.
Judge, the community has spoken. This jury returned a verdict in 2 hours. That's how open and shut this case was.
Actually, it was
Everybody saw it. Everybody but Daryl Brooks. This jury deserves to be commended for their conduct, their
God bless you,
patience,
though.
their
God bless you.
service. Mr. Brooks?
I asked to go to the other courtroom.
I'm not
so we
sending
wouldn't
you
have-
there.
So we wouldn't have to go.
It's not, that is not a place you get to request to go to. It's
So
when you disrupt the proceedings. She's
I'm not trying
almost
to
done.
disrupt the proceedings. I'm trying to go to the other courtroom
No.
Oh,
so
yeah.
she can finish saying the
I wanted-
BS she got to say.
I wanted to share something with you, Judge. This is something that came in on December 5th, 2021. An anonymous letter came. Well, it's not anonymous. It's signed, but it's from a person we don't know. From another state, from the state of Kansas. December 5 of 2021, this person took time out of her day to write a card to, it's addressed to the Waukesha community, and it was sent to our office. And she wrote, "We have been praying for the healing of your community. Please know that there are people who care deeply all over this nation." That's the kind of message Daryl Brooks needs to hear, because
Well, so let me say, and I'm gonna play this after in a second, because this is his sentencing, and this was wow. And I absolutely love what she says to him, because he gives this closing argument that, you know, he's a victim of this, and this, you know, this is not fair, and he's moved on from this. And what he did was, he, after getting in an argument and almost running over his ex-girlfriend, he got angry and decided to floor his Dodge Durango. Yes, yep, the Waukesha Christmas Parade killer, through a huge Christmas parade, literally the entire route of the parade, going through barrier after barrier after barrier, running over people all the way down. He even ran over a bunch of grandmas. I believe the youngest victim was 7 or 8. It was a child softball team. And that doesn't even mention all the people that were injured, like hundreds of victims. And he ended up having, and he had no, and the thing is that makes you even madder about all of this, he wasn't supposed to be out of jail. He had already been arrested and put in jail for almost running his girlfriend over. Or he did run her over. He ran her leg over in a gas station parking lot like 2 weeks before, and got put in jail on a DV charge. And somehow he was not supposed to get out. Either they didn't catch that he was like a habitual offender, or I can't remember what it was, but there was a mistake somehow, and he was let out. He wasn't supposed to be able to be bonded out or something like that, and they bonded him out. And he is still. The other day I saw something about him being in court again, and he still got the suicide vest on. Now he comes in a wheelchair because he can't walk. Oh, good grief, you know. And just, yeah, here is her sentencing him.
No one is safe from you. This community can only be safe if you are behind bars for the rest of your life. The actions of Daryl Brooks demand punishment. The community is not safe from your violent and criminal conduct unless you are in custody. You left a path of destruction, chaos, death, injury, confusion, and panic as you drove 7 or so blocks through the Christmas parade, never once stopping or seemingly caring about the wake of carnage that you left. Four of those blocks were turned into a scene that frankly is no different than a war zone. On counts one through 6, this court is imposing a life sentence.
I forgot to unmute. Yes, no, I remember that. He was on there because that guy gave him at the house, he gave him a sandwich and a coat because they thought that he was in danger, not that he was the perpetrator.
Without the possibility or eligibility for extended supervision consecutive to one another. 1 life sentence for Virginia Sorensen. 1 life sentence for Leanna Owen. 1 life sentence for Tamara Durand. 1 life sentence for Jane Kulik. One life sentence for Bill Hospital. And 1 life sentence for Jackson Sparks. I've considered the enhancer and the additional 5 years that I could impose, but I don't need to really order that because I've not made him eligible for extended supervision, and it would only be to increase his time on initial confinement. But make no mistake, Mr. Brooks.
Oh, it's because I paused and I forgot to unmute myself because I said something. I was saying that Jane Kulik was one of the dancing grannies, and that Jackson Sparks, he was the little boy from the softball team.
You use that vehicle as a battering ram, no different than, frankly, a firearm. On counts 7 through 67, these are 61 counts of first-degree recklessly endangering safety. These charges alone and these convictions without the enhancer carry a maximum of 12 and a half years because of the...
And they charged him for every single one. I love that.
Enhancer, a total of 17 and a half years. And under Wisconsin law, the 5 years is added to the initial term of confinement. So what could be 7 and a half years is a maximum of 12 and a half years. And I'd ask that everyone no longer show any reaction to the sentence so I can get through this. On counts 7 through 67, on each count, I will impose a total sentence of 17 and a half years. 12 and a half years of initial confinement, plus 5 years of extended supervision, consecutive to any other sentence that I've imposed here today. That is 762 and a half years of initial confinement, and 305 years of extended supervision on top of the life sentences that I've imposed. That is 17 and a half years, sir, for Nicole White. 17 and a half years for Eleanor Andrews.
I believe 11
Anders, excuse me. 17 and a half years for Sasha Catalan Castillo. 17 and a half years for Maura Gilchrist. 17 and a half years for Justin Gullickson. 17 and a half years for Harry Guilfoy. 17 and a half years for Aiden Lofgren. 17 and a half years for Theo Maza. 17 and a half years for Tyler Pudliner. 17 and a half years for Connor Tank. 17 and a half years for Eric Teagues. 17 and a half years for Adelia Maffioli. 17 and a half years for Kelly Graybow. 17 and a half years for Josh Craner. 17 and a half years for Riley Rogers. 17 and a half years for Caden Rogers. 17 and a half years for Tucker Sparks. 17 and a half years for Isabella Bartlett.
Now, Tucker Sparks was the older brother of Jackson Sparks, and he saw what happened to his brother, and he was also injured himself. So, double whammy.
17 and a half years for Yaritzi Becerra Montez. 17 and a half years for Samantha Coelho. 17 and a half years for Madison Hollingsworth. 17 and a half years for Mackenzie Hollingsworth. 17 and a half years for Mitchell Lampine. 17 and a half years for Kathleen Pielmeyer. 17 and a half years for Julia Schleichow. 17 and a half years for Olivia Stover. 17 and a half years for Jennifer Stover. 17 and a half years for Jesselyn Torres. 17 and a half years for Alice Urell. 17 and a half years for Charlotte Urell. 17 and a half years for Vivian Urell. 17 and a half years for Grayson Urell. 17 and a half years for Lola Hospital. 17 and a half years for Tamara Rosentreter. 17 and a half years for Betty Strang. 17 and a half years for Maria Alvarez Dominguez. 17 and a half years for Gregoria Romelia Perez. 17 and a half years for Elliot Hallmark. 17 and a half years for Benjamin Hallmark. 17 and a half years for Patrick Heppy. 17 and a half years for Lori Locken. 17 and a half years for Marisol Lopez Gutierrez. 17 and a half years for Adair Lopez Rubelar. 17 and a half years for Juan Marquez. 17 and a half years for David Marquez. 17 and a half years for William Mitchell. 17 and a half years for Jason Petchloff. 17 and a half years for Margaret Pachulis. 17 and a half years for Yamilet Perales Alvarez. 17 and a half years for Island Perales Alvarez. 17 and a half years for Ashley Perales Alvarez. 17 and a half years for Jose Perales Alvarez. 17 and a half years for Maria Perez.
And if you notice, all of the last names that are in common, this man mowed down families, entire families.
17 and a half years for Camila Perez Gonzalez. 17 and a half years for Isaac Foglia. 17 and a half years for Deborah Ramirez. 17 and a half years for Charles Green. 17 and a half years for Lily Green. 17 and a half years for Brinley Harris. 17 and a half years for Kelsey Knapp. 17 and a half years for Owen Briciotti. On counts 68 through 73, which are the 6 counts of hit and run resulting in death. These are 25-year felonies each. The court will do the following. On count 68, a 25-year total sentence, 15 years of initial confinement, 10 years of extended supervision. This will be concurrent to count 1. Count 69, the same sentence, 25 years total, 15 years of initial confinement, 10 years of extended supervision, concurrent to count 2. Did I say that the right way, the first one? Okay. Count 68 is concurrent to count 1. Count 69 is concurrent to count 2. Count 70, 25 years total, 15 years of initial confinement, 10 years of extended supervision.
It was 2021. So right after the vid, when things were starting to open back up. And
Vision concurrent to count 3. Count 71, 25 years total, 15 years of initial confinement, 10 years of extended supervision concurrent to count 4. Count 72, 25-year total, 15 years of initial confinement, 10 years of extended supervision concurrent to count 5. And on count 73, a 25-year total sentence, 15 years of initial confinement, 10 years of extended supervision concurrent to count 6. On count 74 and 75, the 2 felony counts of bail jumping, the court is ordering a 6-year sentence total on each count, 3 years of initial confinement, 3 years of extended supervision, consecutive to all other counts, but concurrent with one another. And lastly, but certainly not least, the maximum sentence for the battery to Erica Patterson, 9 months consecutive to any other sentence. To order.
Erica Patterson was his ex. That was the one that he originally ran over in the parking lot. And then they caught him on ring camera right before this happened, getting violent with her right down the road from where this happened. And he ended up dropping her off somewhere. It was her and another friend, and he like threw her out of the car and then went squawking off right through the parade route.
Anything other than what I have done, sir, would be to unduly depreciate the seriousness of these offenses. It is needed, although largely symbolic, given the number of years that I have imposed here today, because frankly, you deserve it. I know it's symbolic, but it needs to hold you accountable in a very real and tangible way. For all of these sentences that I have imposed, I will order the following conditions: no contact with the victims as identified in the amended victim key or their families, no contact of any kind with Erica Patterson.
He even tried to bring victims as defense witnesses.
You are to pay restitution in the amount of $47,193.29 to EMC Insurance Company, that's on behalf of the Waukesha School District, and $124,000, $220.65 to the Crime Victim Compensation Program. I am ordering DNA surcharges on all counts. On counts 1 through 75, it's $250. On count 76, it's $200. Those are mandatory under the law. I'm also imposing the domestic abuse surcharge on count 76 of $100. I'm also imposing all standard court costs on all counts. Although my primary emphasis is that restitution be paid before costs, surcharges, and fees, I will order that restitution, costs, and fees be paid out of prison money. In other words, that all financial obligations shall be collected pursuant to statutory provisions as requested by the state. That's frankly a standard, it's customary, but it will be in the judgment of conviction. And then pursuant to 949.165, I'll find that it is appropriate for this court to order an escrow account under 949.165 for payment of restitution, costs, fees, surcharges, and even for costs associated with prior legal representation or future representation under the statute. Mr. Brooks has been convicted of a number of serious crimes for which this section is appropriate. I will order 360 days credit as to count 1 and count 68. Only, all other counts, 0 days credit because of the consecutive nature of the sentences that I've imposed here today. I calculated that with my sentence calculator. Of course, that is through yesterday because these sentences commence today. There are a number of advisements I must go through. First of all, Mr. Brooks will be provided with a written explanation of determinate life sentence regarding the first-degree intentional homicide charges. Of course, he's not eligible for release to extended supervision. That form defines extended confinement for him, and there's other language on here that he can read at his convenience. He also will be provided with the notice of right to seek post-conviction relief form. The court will fill out the caption for him. He is instructed to review it and review the defendant's acknowledgement, make the appropriate selection, sign and date it, and return that to the court. I must advise you, sir, you have been convicted of a felony. That means you may not vote in any election until your civil rights are restored. You may not possess a firearm. You may not possess body armor. Both of those are punishable as felonies. You also have 20 days from today's date to appeal the decision of this court. Does the state believe I've overlooked anything here today?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, those documents will be provided to Mr. Brooks. I will note for the record, at many times during my final sentencing remarks, he was holding up an objection sign. That objection is noted for the record. This now concludes this hearing and this case. We are now off the record.
Do you want to do the motion stay pending
Appeal or
Can you imagine the relief? I mean, I can't imagine having her dealing with him every day. She had to just be, that's got to take some strength to be able to walk in and know that you're going to have to deal with somebody like that every single day. And so I stand corrected. I thought it was 400 years. It's almost 1,000 years that he was sentenced to prison. And this guy is just, you know, I don't know if he did or not. Before the assault and everything like that, it was like, what was it? Did she say like almost 800 years or something like that? And then you had to add in all the assault charges, and yeah, he was just nuts. He he would sometimes claim sovereign citizen and say that the court didn't have jurisdiction over him. Sometimes he would claim that he couldn't hear. Things, oh, he wasn't feeling well someday. He was just, what was the other one that did stuff like that? That Sarah, the one that put her husband in the briefcase, is another one where he'd had several sets of lawyers, but he didn't like what they had to say, and so he finally ended up going pro se. Now I think that Sarah, she was forced to go pro se with a legal advisor, because she had fired so many public defenders. Oh shoot, what's her name? Yeah, Sarah. Oh. Remember, she kept writing letters to the judge, and he's like, "Stop writing me letters," you know. You weirdo. But yeah, she's gone through lawyers like changes of clothes. I think 11 is when the judge finally said you either have to stick with them or do it on your own. And I didn't know that they could do that, but I guess because like it eventually starts holding up the trial with all this, you know, ridiculousness. And yeah, I cannot remember for the life of me. And I was just talking about her the other day. But that's another one. It's just like, well, and like in this case, he was trying to do things like Like literally call some of the victims as witnesses, and he's just absolutely sick. And he is somebody that every moment that he's ever spent on earth, he's done nothing but harm other people. And she took care of that. Oh my gosh. Well, whatever happened with, did you guys see that case that was, I only saw a little bit of it, but somebody found some women, I thought it was a guy, found his wife and some other women. They were like on a hiking trail or something, or near, but it was like 2 or 3 women. I just saw that the other day. Was that the one? Oh, no, never mind. I'm thinking that was a guy that I was thinking of. I just watched, it was like a true crime doc about, it was kids that were doing a TikTok, and they found a suitcase down like under a bridge or something like that, and went to go open it. It smelled really bad, and come to find out it was like parts of someone that they had been looking for, a young man. They found his leg or something. It had a tattoo on it. Yeah, this was like just the other day. Oops, I'll search for it as soon as I get done doing this part. Let me see. Let's see. Oops, if I can type. Is this it? No, that's... Oh. Okay, I just found it. Here it is.
Alert. Breaking news right off the top. We now know the names of those sisters who died such horrific deaths.
They are 8-year-old Mila Chapman and 10-year-old Amor Wilson. That is Mila laying down on the bed, and that is Amor sitting up next to her. 2 beautiful, innocent girls. Their lives stolen from them. Good evening, everyone. I'm Brian Duffy.
I'm Tiffany Tucker. Thanks for joining us. Also breaking at 6 o'clock, the suspect now charged with 2 counts of aggravated murder.
Now at 6, Brittany Weir takes us through what we know so far.
Yes, 28-year-old Aaliyah Henderson has been arrested in connection to this. She is currently here at the jail. Now, this all comes after the bodies of those 2 young girls were found stuffed inside suitcases and then buried in shallow graves on Cleveland's east side near Ginn Academy. And like you said, now we are taking a closer look at how investigators were able to track her down just 2 days later. This tragic case started with a dog walk Monday evening. A man and his dog were near East 162nd and Midland Avenue when the dog caught a scent in the field near Ginn Academy.
And for the last week, she's been stopped. It was like a mound of dirt. She's been stopped and sniffing like a little too long.
When officers arrived, they found a suitcase buried in a shallow grave. Inside, the body of a young child. A second suitcase with another body was found nearby. Cleveland police confirmed the two children were half-sisters, one between the ages of 8 and 13 years old, the second between 10 and 14. Wednesday night, officers served a search warrant at a home on East
Cleveland.
162nd Street, just steps away from where those bodies were found.
So part of the investigation led us to this home, and it's been a nonstop, ongoing investigation. Our homicide unit, it's often not said, but they have been working around the clock in this investigation.
Neighbors told 19 News that Henderson lives at that home. She was booked into Cuyahoga County Jail for murder and child endangering.
What they've committed to this investigation, and they're working really hard to bring justice to these young girls.
And they did share with us that when they arrested Henderson, they did find another child in that home. That child is now under the care of Family and Children Services. They're asking anyone with information about this case to please give them a call. In Cleveland, Brittany Weir, 19 News.
Hey guys, thanks so much.
It's 2 hours ago. But yeah, that's the one that I was thinking of. And I was just looking at something that
Alert.
Breaking news right off.
one of the side ones. This is it.
Brittany, thank you. Our team coverage continues with 19 News reporter Harry Boomer. Harry spoke with a man who claims he is the father of one of those little girls. Harry joins us live with that part of the story. Harry.
Brian.
Harry.
Let me tell you, Duffy, I'm standing here near both of the shallow graves. When I was out here a couple of hours ago, there were very few stuffed animals, but as you can see here and at the other one about 25 feet away, lots of stuffed animals. And yes, Deshaun Chapman was overcome with grief and anger as he comes to terms with the terrible truth. His precious little girl is dead. Her body found right over here in those shallow graves that I mentioned to you. Deshaun Chapman walking slowly in the rain toward the shallow grave where he says his daughter was buried.
I've been looking for my daughter for 5 years. I've been calling CPS, going to the courts, trying to get emergency custody, calling the police for welfare checks, but they denied all access.
The 8.5-year-old's body was partially buried in a suitcase at the edge of a field behind Ginn Academy in South Collinwood. Chapman says he's working with police right now to prove he was the father of one of the little girls. We are not naming either girl until the medical examiner confirms their identities.
I'm still in contact with the detectives. We're doing the DNA samples, so I get more details within the next couple of days.
Chapman says the girl's mother has been avoiding him by moving around a lot. He says the last time he was able to see his daughter was when he helped buy her clothes for kindergarten. Tell me what you're thinking, what you're feeling, believing that your daughter has been murdered.
What I'm feeling is hate. I ain't gonna lie, I feel hate. But I asked you numerous occasions, just give me my daughter. If it's too much for you, just give me my daughter. I just want my daughter.
Seeing where her body was buried, overwhelming. He had to be comforted by a friend.
I don't get how you can hate your own kids enough to kill them, to bury them, to do all this, and go right there to that home, right there, and live there where your kids is dead right here, and go be a mother to another child. Why you just killed your other two?
Now, Deshaun Chapman wants changes to the system he says has denied him a chance to be a father.
Change these laws. Make it better. Men do have a say-so in their child's life, married, unmarried.
Well, it's sad that, you know.
Alert.
What if, I mean, just. Okay, let me find him again. It could have been, they just, I don't understand. If you can't take care of them, then let their dad have them. So let me close down my 1,000 windows that I have open.
Appreciate it. Please click to subscribe. It is now day 35 in the search for Nancy Guthrie. Today is Saturday. I'm obviously still in Tucson, Arizona. I am actually outside the Pima County Sheriff's Office right now. These are all their SWAT trucks. Might remember these from when we went on, saw those raids a couple of weeks ago. In terms of updates on the case, we're still looking into the possible internet outage around the time that Nancy disappeared. We know the FBI is aware of it. They've been asking neighbors about it. They will not officially comment to us about what they've
Just in case anybody thinks I'm Brian Enton.
learned. Same with the Pima County Sheriff's Office. But there's still a lot happening behind the scenes. I know that. And I'm just trying to stay on top of it all. In this episode, though, I wanted to dive into an issue that I've seen with this case, but also with almost every big case that I've covered recently. And that is when innocent people who are not connected to a crime end up getting dragged through the mud because people on the internet with huge followings think that they've solved the case and think that it's appropriate to call out innocent people for.
Okay, well, he's not talking about me because I don't have a huge following. So, Mark's safe from being scolded by Brian Enton.
Or crimes that they did not commit. So I'm going to get into examples of that happening in the Nancy Guthrie case, but I also want to dive into.
We are watching a little bit of everything. That's what we're watching.
A situation with the Brian Kohberger case, because it's all connected in a weird way. And you guys might remember there was this TikTok psychic that decided that it was a professor from Idaho who was responsible for the Idaho murders, despite there being absolutely no evidence and it being an insane theory. Well, it turns out the professor took the TikToker to all the way up to federal court, and there was a trial. And this TikToker now has to pay $10 million for essentially slandering this woman. And it just got me thinking, because we've seen similar situations unfolding here in Arizona, and it's just so irresponsible that I wanted to do an episode on it. So I'm going to get into all of it in this episode of Brian Enton Investigates. All right, hey guys, yeah, so I'm at the
well, and that's been going on all over YouTube, all the lawsuits, defamation suits, all that fun stuff.
The sheriff's office here in Pima County. And this is an episode, something I've been wanting to talk about for a while, that I was just waiting for sort of the right moment when I had like some time and things weren't really crazy. Because this is something that has bothered me for quite some time, covering crime. When innocent people, or people where there's just no evidence to prove that they are connected to a crime, end up somehow getting thrown under the bus online, and these things just take off. They go viral, and when there's nothing really to back it up. And I've kind of just like sat back and watched it happen a lot, several times. I mean, you think back to like,
well, and we've seen that happen. How quick does an opinion or a rumor become fact on the internet? It doesn't matter. We've seen that in our very own chat, people coming in and saying stuff. And we know that it's not a fact, that it's just something going around, but
Idaho, when I covered Brian Koberger and I was there for months. And throughout that process, I mean, people were accusing Ethan Chapin's frat brothers of being involved and naming them and showing photos. And then there was Hoodie Guy. And I mean, this isn't just, you know, friends chatting at dinner or friends in a small online group just kicking around theories. I mean, obviously people are going to do that.
Well, that happened in Kylie Rodney case. They had, oh, it totally fell on the ground. They had all those high school kids, and they're trying to find out their names and all this stuff, and it's like, yikes, you know? I mean, and there's some people that are really upset that you know, parents and things like that weren't letting their kids speak, yada, yada, but I'd want to protect my kids from that too.
That, you know, that's fine. But what bothers me is when it's people with a huge following that literally go viral. And you know, I'm sitting here covering the story, thinking to myself, wait a minute, like there's no evidence that this person is connected. We haven't seen any, you know, facts to support this. And sometimes I'm like, oh, maybe the person is, maybe they aren't. But, you know, maybe the person is, maybe they aren't, isn't enough to report something. And I get that, like, a lot of people who discuss these cases online aren't journalists, and they're just, I think some people lose track that this is like real life and these are real people and real families. And it's almost like a video game to them. And they don't have the same like journalistic standards as people who are, you know, covering these cases for like news organizations or for YouTube. And I'm not, by the way, I'm not trying to call out like YouTubers. I mean, obviously this is my YouTube and I have TikTok and I like YouTube and I like TikTok.
Although I will say that none of the TikTokers or YouTubers that I saw when Annie dropped that card off down at the memorial, I didn't see any of them pick up that card and read it. And I love, you guys know I love Brian. But he picked up that card and I just thought, oh, I like Twitter. Done that.
I'm not like calling out like, hey, the journalists are better that are on TV and that do the, you know, are newspaper journalists. Like, I don't think that at all. So that's not what I'm trying to say. I guess what I'm trying to say is it bothers me when I see people who I know, because I'm covering the cases so closely, there's no evidence that they're connected to the crime, being called out. And I've seen behind the scenes what that does to families. And everybody moves on, like with Idaho. But those people, you still Google their names and these crazy theories are out there, which I'm going to get to the Idaho connection in a second. But just speaking specifically about Nancy Guthrie, there was this New York Times article about Dominic Evans, who is Tommaso's bandmate. Tommaso, of course, is Annie Guthrie's husband. And I've tried to talk to Dominic and I haven't had much luck, but the New York Times was able to talk to him. And, you know, there were all these theories online that he was somehow connected despite there being no evidence. And he told the New York Times, I feel like someone's taken my name. I don't know, monetary clickbait to be relevant, entertainment, but there are innocent people that get hurt. And like with him, he is a teacher. So think about like what these theories that get out there and people posting things about him or someone like him, like what that can do to your career and to your life. According to the New York Times, Dominic's connection to the Guthrie family dates back to 2007. He joined a rock band. It was called Early Black with Tommaso after responding to a Craigslist.
And I don't remember, but I thought it was a news outlet that brought him to our attention. But don't quote me because I'm not positive, but I thought.
This is all according to the New York Times. They started jamming regularly. Dominic mentioned that he was married to the older sister of Savannah Guthrie, that Tommaso had told him that. And he said he met Nancy Guthrie only once in 2011 when he brought his oldest son to hunt for Easter eggs at her home. So that's his sort of connection to Nancy Guthrie. But beyond that, like no one has seen any evidence that obviously that he's connected to the crime. But these theories went crazy online for a while, to the point where, even if you guys remember back on February 13th, I had the tip, and I was, basically there with the SWAT team when they raided that house, which that person, Luke Daly, still hasn't been arrested, and we don't know if there's no evidence that he's connected either. But what's interesting is that same time there were a ton of other people over at Dominic's house thinking that his house was going to get raided, and he was apparently like so scared that he didn't sleep at the house that night. And there was never any, I've got sources now here. There was never any evidence behind the scenes that they were going to raid Dominic's house or that he's ever been connected to the crime. So it's just one example of this happening, where a couple of people online with big followings decide to call somebody out who they think is involved, even there's no evidence of it, and it spirals out of control, and then everybody moves on. But the truth is, for these people who are victims of this, like they can't move on. Their name is now out there forever, and these posts live on forever. And again, it's just something that's bothered me because I've seen it happen over and over again. And the example also back with Idaho, which is really what I want to dive into in this episode, is there was this professor who this TikTok psychic from very early on was posting relentlessly about, saying that she was responsible for the murders, even though there was literally no evidence. It was like the craziest theory ever. There was zero evidence that she was at all connected. And this TikToker would not stop doing it. The TikToker's name is Ashley Gillard, and the Idaho professor's name is Rebecca Schofield. And she just kept saying that Rebecca Schofield was responsible and would not give up. And the theory started to catch on with some people that were following this TikToker, even though the theories literally made no sense. And what's interesting, and that's what I wanted to focus this episode on, is this professor fought back, whereas a lot of people don't. They just try to move on with their lives.
Yeah, I had heard that the other day, something about that she's suing her for defamation, or that she did.
But this professor fought back and ended up taking this TikToker all the way to federal court, where there was a trial that just ended last week, where a jury ended up awarding the professor a $10 million judgment that the TikToker now has to pay. Now, whether she has anywhere, there's no way she's going to be able to pay that. But I think it just sends a strong message that, there are repercussions for doing this. And a lot of people kind of get away with it. But this is an example where someone decided to fight back, and a federal jury ended up coming back with this $10 million judgment. I'm joined now by Kevin Fixler from the Idaho.
Well, and I'm going to pause it here for commentary real quick before we get into this part, but that happened. That's happened a lot. We've all seen cases that go like that. Idaho 4, there was a certain YouTuber that swore that it was the neighbor, this kind of meek and mild guy, and he, or again, the guy in the hoodie. We got all of that people swear that's him, and it's just not so. And very innocent people can get really, really harmed in that.
Statesman, it's good to see you, Kevin. Thank you for coming back on my show. I was super interested in talking to you just because, I've been in Arizona, obviously covering this case here with Nancy Guthrie, and there's already been, the New York Times has done some reporting, and I've just seen on my own, there's already been a lot of people here sort of, inappropriately called out that have nothing to do with the case, and, with all the influencers and that kind of thing. And you just finished covering this trial with this TikToker, Ashley Gillard, which it kind of relates to just sort of a bigger picture issue here happening, especially with like true crime coverage. And people will remember, I remembered the basics from this case because I knew that there was a professor from University of Idaho who was suing a TikToker based on just ridiculous claims. Remind me what, and you've covered the trial, so you know like the ins and outs of it all, but.
And this, like I said, I heard a little bit about this, but I hadn't heard all the details, so.
What did she do again? What did this woman do, this TikToker?
So it was a woman in Texas out of Houston, and she had claimed through tarot card readings and her own psychic abilities that she had landed on a history professor, and not only a history professor, but the chair of the department at the University of Idaho, Rebecca Schofield. And she believed that she was responsible for the 4 murders. And this is before Brian Kohberger had been arrested, obviously, or a suspect even identified. And so this dates back to...
Well, and again, like, people are getting angry with like JLR and some of these guys for not letting these psychics on and talk about this stuff and everything. And even a psychic, it's still, you know, defaming to people, especially if they're not guilty.
Late November and into early December, where she was making these allegations, and essentially that Rebecca Schofield had been in a relationship with one of the 4 victims, and that when that relationship ended, and I should note that this woman is married and is heterosexual, but had been in a relationship with one of the female students who passed. And when that relationship ended, that she ordered the murders, the murder of that student, and then these other 3 were killed in the process. Over time, that story evolved, including with the arrest of Brian Kohberger, and Ashley Gillard continued to say that through her readings, that they were tied together, that Brian Kohberger was involved, or the ex-boyfriend of one of these students was involved. But it continued for not only months, including...
And if you want to watch this whole episode, it's his newest. If you want to watch the whole thing without my pause and commentary and all that stuff, here is his link. I know it gets annoying sometimes. I have to do...
After Kohberger's arrest, and even through
plea
agreements and his confession, essentially leading to his sentencing, she continued to post over the years that still implicating Rebecca Schofield with no information beyond sort of her intuition. She was found to have defamed the professor more than a year ago. The judge in this federal civil suit said that she had defamed this professor on these 2 counts. And so what this trial was about was the monetary damages, leaving that to a jury to determine.
So, I mean, as much as we know about the case, like this is just a ridiculous claim. I mean, there's 0 information connecting this professor to the murders at all, period. But she just kept posting about it. I mean, she just kept going.
Yeah, I think she really believes this stuff. I think she believes that she truly has psychic abilities. She claims to be claircognizant is the terminology she used. I sat with her for about an hour and a half over a coffee, even before the trial started. So there was jury selection on Monday last week, and then there was a 4-day trial, as I said, to determine monetary damages. And before any of that really got underway, though, I sat with her and I wanted to get to know her a little bit and understand from where she was coming. It was clear to me that she does believe that she has these abilities, and she really didn't.
And you just don't know. You don't know if someone... I mean, I don't know what I believe about that or not, but you don't know if they're right or they're wrong until they're proven right or wrong. And you can't use these things as fact in courts of law and things like that.
Walk back the fact that she believed Rebecca Schofield, the professor, was involved in this. In fact, there was kind of I don't know if it was a funny moment, but an interesting moment where she said, "Are you a guilter?" And I said, "What do you mean?" And she said, "Do you believe that Brian Kohberger is guilty?" And that apparently is the terminology that goes around online. And I said, well, if what you mean is, do I believe Brian Kohberger confessed to the murders and is now serving 4 consecutive life sentences with no chance of parole and waived all appeal rights in exchange for removing the death penalty, then the answer is yes. I believe all of the evidence pointed to one particular individual. And rather than being somebody who maybe they would put her in the camp, I think most people would, of sort of a conspiracy theorist, she was sort of positioning others as being those who believed in the guilt. She felt Brian Kohberger probably did that only to avoid the death penalty. But yeah, I mean, it was a interesting situation to sit with her and learn her perspective, and she believes that she was able to stumble through her abilities and tarot card readings and oracle card readings, for those who knows what those are, but that she had learned information about the case and about the, what happened that early morning before police even released it to the public. And so she really leaned on that and saying, look, I got these other issues correct, and highlighted that during the trial to the jury. But of course, as Rebecca Schofield's attorney pointed out at trial with a direct examination of Ashley Gillard on the stand, she said, you have no facts, nor have you ever had any facts to point to Rebecca Schofield as being involved at all.
And you can, a lot of this stuff, you can guess things. You can, just from things you've watched, you can come up with your own, ideas. I mean, you don't have to be, if you have some common sense. And that's a lot of times what some of these people say.
Yeah, and I mean, it's one thing if you say you're a psychic and you have these beliefs and maybe you like tell your friends or whatever, but it seems really different, obviously, that she was posting over and over again to TikTok, and it became, I mean, I had heard about it. It became somewhat of a thing that this woman was posting this. Does she have any regrets? I mean, what was the final judgment that now she'll have to pay? Is it 10 million?
That's right. So the jury was there to determine monetary damages, and there's two types in a civil defamation suit. There's compensatory damages, which is the route there to compensate, meaning cover all of the medical expenses. Rebecca Schofield and her family had installed, new security mechanisms, including cameras and various things like that. They wanted her to pay for that and for sort of long-term medical care, whether that was physical therapy related to, various almost migraines. I mean, she was having headaches and continues to have them, and other body and nerve.
For migraines?
Problems she was associating or affiliating with, the trauma she had gone through in being accused and almost becoming a pariah in her own community over suspicions of her involvement. And then what you had were punitive damages. And again, the root there related to basically a penalty for having conducted yourself in this sort of way. So the jury awarded $2.5 million in compensatory damages, and then an additional 7.5 in punitive. And that's how we get to that $10 million, which, is Ashley Gillard worth $10 million or more dollars? And I think the answer is absolutely no. So I don't think they landed on this verdict with the idea that much, if any, of that money will ever be awarded or handed over. That's up to attorneys to sort out. But it's really the wrist slap and sending a message, I think, to the rest of America that you cannot do this online and just sully someone's name repeatedly, and after cease and desist letters and request to stop, and landing on a suspect, a lone suspect, and then moving through the judicial process and the adjudication, and ultimately someone confessing and then being sentenced. I mean, you cannot continue on and on and on to go after someone with, again, no provable facts.
So did the professor try to make her stop? Because, I mean, she went all the way to, a federal jury trial is a pretty big deal, but did she do a lot of things before that to try and just get her to stop?
Yeah, so she learned about this, and she told the whole story from the stand, talking about what she had experienced, and explained that...
I never ever thought about, medical bills, for therapy or for, physical issues like migraines from stress, from... That's wow.
They sent a cease and desist letter shortly after Thanksgiving and trying to get this TikToker to stop. Basically, you have no information. This is incorrect. We assert you must give up on this. And she didn't. And I believe they sent that by email, and that was ignored. And then they had proof that she had received the second cease and desist because they sent it to her actual address. And then Ashley Gillard then actually took that cease and desist and sort of made light of it in future videos. And so they obviously knew that she had received it. She had put it in one video on a toilet paper roll, basically suggesting that's what she thought of it and how she might treat it. You can use your own imagination there. That was played in court, by the way. So I think that won some points with what ultimately was a 7-member jury who had to be unanimous in their decision. So they made those attempts through, I would call those legal means. And then I believe it was on December 21st of 2022, shortly before Brian Koberger was arrested on the 30th, that they filed a formal defamation case in civil court and in federal court. And this played out for years. I mean, as we saw, it outlasted the actual criminal case for Brian Koberger and was only just resolved this past Friday.
And so her defense was that she actually thinks this is true still? Is that what you said?
Yeah, she pointed to certain facts that she asserted she got right beforehand, could point to videos and, terrible.
That's my question, is that was she stating them as, is that the reason why? Because she was stating them as facts, not as opinions? Because we have a million channels on here now that follow a multitude of different stories and they give their opinion. Or is this just looked at? I mean, there's a real fine line between like First Amendment and defamation. It amazes me.
Card readings had shown that what was being put out by police and the public, which was, as you recall, pretty limited in the early days, about whether or not the two surviving roommates in the house were awake or asleep. And she pointed out, hey, that was a detail I got right, that they actually were up. And we have obviously over time learned that that is the case, that the two surviving roommates were up for certain periods of time, had heard various things. One of them, Dylan Mortensen, had come almost face to face with Brian Koberger, feet from her door before she closed it and locked it, and then ended up down in the first floor roommate Bethany's her room. So she pointed to those things. She pointed to the fact that she believed herself to be claircognizant.
Thank you. Now I just have to find them again when I want to use them.
That her intentions were to advocate on behalf of the victims, to ensure that justice was done, that this was not malicious, that she had no intent of going after the professor specifically, but just that she wanted to put information out into the public. That was the first thing. The other thing that she showed the jury is that she actually did file a tip to the FBI tip line and asking that they investigate. There was this really interesting moment at the trial where Wendy Olson, who was the attorney for Rebecca Schofield, and Wendy Olson is a former presidentially appointed U.S. attorney for the state
Hello, Shorty Small. Welcome.
of Idaho. That was during the Obama administration. So, a heavy hitter here. She was at the podium and direct examining Ashley Gillard, sort of in this adversarial role, and saying, you have absolutely no proof, nor have you ever had any facts. And they had this sort of debate about whether or not that was what she needed in order to make these allegations. And Ashley Gillard's response was, psychics don't use facts, they use intuition. And then that was supposed to be part of her defense, that, I had the best of intentions here, even if I was wrong, that she could be wrong, but this is what she was getting back in her readings. And repeat readings, by the way. She told me when I sat down with her that, she had done dozens of these readings before she ever went public. And
But intuitions aren't facts. And they have to go by facts to be able to accuse someone of a crime.
On TikTok with these accusations.
Did she show any remorse for what she did to this professor's life?
My sense was she didn't really understand it. Her defense was often that I didn't do anything to her. And I think she made that point in her closing remarks, or at least attempted to with the jury. She was saying, look, she's pointing to physical and mental health damage that I have done to her, seeking monetary damages in response. But according to medical guidelines, you cannot acquire post-traumatic stress syndrome directly from a video. You cannot watch something online and then get PTSD, which she has been diagnosed by her therapist with. And so Ashley Gillard, who told me that as a combat veteran herself, I've not been able to independently verify that, but my understanding is she served for 4 years in the U.S. Army, she told me this, so I'm sharing this with the public, that she had been in an IED explosion of a tank she was on in Iraq, and so had actually been diagnosed herself with PTSD. So she had this interesting familiarity with this mental health issue. And so she challenged Schofield's therapist specifically about her own diagnosis. And she went through the medical guidelines step by step and said, so she doesn't qualify here, correct? That's right. She doesn't qualify here, correct? She doesn't qualify. And so they had this like lengthy back and forth that really got uncomfortable. And I think I could even sense in the jury, it was difficult to watch. It was highly.
Well, so she already had PTSD. Then I don't know. I don't understand how. I understand her going after this woman for defaming her, but if you already have that disorder, then how can you? I mean, unless it's exacerbated by someone else.
Uncomfortable, and it was until Ashley Gillard sort of got the responses she needed to sort of secure the win, if you want to call it that. I'll put that in air quotes, I guess. The win that this therapist was acknowledging that she did not meet the medical guidelines that were being presented to her, but she said, but based on my 32 years of experience as a mental health counselor, I am diagnosing her with this. She absolutely fits the criteria, and so that became sort of something that the jury had to figure through in order to determine whether or not there was direct correlation between the impacts of what Ashley Gillard had put out on TikTok repeatedly and other social media forums, including to YouTube eventually, and what the real damage was to Rebecca Schofield and her family, by the way. I mean, they corroborated her story and were cross-examined. And I will actually note, Brian, I mean, this was such a unique case because Ashley Gillard chose to represent herself at trial, pro se, many know that as. It created these very uncomfortable moments where the very first time that Rebecca Schofield and Ashley Gillard had ever talked was when Ashley Gillard was cross-examining Rebecca Schofield on the stand. So that was the communication. And then later that led to her also cross-examining Schofield's best friend, Schofield's therapist, Schofield's husband, Schofield's mother. And there were these really heated moments that were incredibly uncomfortable. I've never seen anything like it, and I don't know if you have either.
Yeah, so she was literally she didn't have a lawyer, and she was literally the one doing the questioning of these victims, of her victims, essentially.
See, that's the thing about pro se. Like we were talking when we were watching Darrell Brooks. He got to cross-examine every single person that he hurt in that trial. Like, I don't think that's a very fair part of the legal system.
Yeah, I mean, again, purported, but I think the jury. But the other thing that was really interesting was then she had to, because she didn't have another person representing her, and she also didn't have any witnesses except for herself. She then had to both cross-examine herself sort of on the rebuttal phase of Schofield's attorney direct examining her. And then when Ashley Gillard put on her own case, she called herself to the stand and basically did the same thing in this very odd Q&A format that the judge made a point to say. He took, he said aside to the jury, like, I know this will seem very bizarre. It's not unique in a case like this under these types of circumstances. Don't hold it against the defendant, who had to basically say, question, is your name Ashley Gillard? Answer, yes, my name is Ashley Gillard. It was
bizarre.
Very bizarre. Yeah, it was very strange. I've never seen anything like it. I don't know that I ever will again.
Has there ever been a case like this? Do you know?
A defamation case related to?
Yeah, related to a TikToker and, a big crime story.
I mean, my coverage primarily focuses on.
Just very speeded up a little bit because it's just a lot. So I'm getting tired.
Idaho, as you know.
Yeah.
There has to be precedent for something like this. And I know that's sort of your larger question about sort of the scope and the precedent this may set across the national landscape. I think this sets the tone and also, sends the message I mentioned as, the jury verdict on this, an extreme amount of money that she's been ordered to pay. I do hear she plans to appeal. She did tell me that directly. So I guess we'll see where things wind up. But I'm not familiar with another case like this. Certainly there are defamation cases that have resulted in large amounts of money. In fact, actually, Schofield's attorney, Wendy Olson, I mentioned she has quite a career background. She represented a drag dancer out of North Idaho who had been accused of various things that were untrue in a defamation case, and also won quite a bit of money. I think it was $1.1 million. I think that was 2 years ago here in Idaho, but that's completely different and not really. I mean, I think there were some social media elements to that, but not like this. I mean, the Moscow murders, as we both know, was such a high-profile case, and for these accusations to go on and on and on, I've never heard of anything quite like this.
Yeah, and it wasn't just her. I mean, there were a lot of TikTokers with big followings that were calling people out. I remember some of like the frat guys.
Yeah, the frat guys blaming Dylan, blaming, was it the guy at the coffee shop? Blaming Jack.
Hoodie guy. I mean, people really had their names drugged through the mud. And I'm seeing it happen again now with the Nancy Guthrie case. There was that New York Times article about the bandmate, and there's been other people too. I mean, I just interviewed one of the people who have been detained who were never arrested. You know, everybody now is trying to say that they were involved when there's really no evidence of that.
Okay, but now I don't know about Carlos, but we'll call him LD. I mean, if you watch the interview with him and his mother, and you saw his record, when she said the police came to her house, she's like, well, no, I didn't think it had anything to do with him. Come on. Come on. He had all this upcoming stuff going on. He might not be connected to this, but he's not a nice dude, and he's somebody that the public needs to know is trafficking in their neighborhood. So, which he has been convicted of. So I don't know what to tell you.
I mean, do you think this case could send a message out that this is not okay? I mean, $10 million is a pretty, it's a big number.
It's a huge number. I don't know if it's unprecedented in Idaho. We have seen with Ammon Bundy, who's kind of a right-wing type, who ended up in a different type of civil suit in order to pay $52.5 million for damages to a local hospital group. But that's kind of, unrelated. I think with regards to defamation, if it didn't set a record, and in Idaho in particular, it has to be close. And I do think that I follow social media, post things like that. And I'm seeing in the conversations around the stories that I wrote related to this 1-week trial last week that many are sort of hashtagging or atting various people who have been involved or accused of engaging in defamation about things like the Charlie Kirk shooting and maybe the Guthrie case here that you're on. I think we're starting to see that there is a belief that there's sort of, a path that if it wasn't known before, that this definitely lets them know that these are things you can pursue. I will say, I think what's interesting when we've seen sort of this collision of, the online sleuth world and, even if it's best of intentions to help law enforcement solve a case, I think we're seeing that sort of in the face of, libel law, slander spoken and people trying to figure these things out and help direct law enforcement. But, as journalists, we know that we can't just report something without attribution or citing court records or,
Well, okay, he says that, but again, how many times have we seen and heard this stuff from mainstream media too? It's not just, I'll stand on that. It's not just the TikTokers. It's not just the YouTubers. It's, now there are some, yeah. And I think we do have to be careful because our words hold weight. And they do have meaning. They do get around, Again, we were talking earlier about how quickly something that's just a rumor becomes fact, literally in 2 seconds. Someone says, I think, and then someone forgets to put I think in front of it and just says it in a chat, and all of a sudden it's fact. But I think we got to be careful, and we got to be respectful, and we got to remind ourselves that these are real people and real families. But it's hard sometimes when you want to have that conversation. And I don't even necessarily think it's about people trying to solve it all the time. It's just people trying to work it out in their own head. Like, how did this happen?
A law enforcement source said that this person is a person of interest or a suspect or, and even then we have to be very careful with the words. We can't say that Brian Koberger murdered 4 students. We have to say that during his arrest, that he was arrested on he was suspected of it. So I think we're seeing this sort of, the unprofessional side of that world, just for lack of training. I'm not.
Allegedly, in my opinion. But I've heard that doesn't even help sometimes if you say it. It's just putting it out there. So I wonder where the line is.
Trying to be judgmental here, but I think it is the training that we receive as journalists, and we have editors and producers and people who make sure to double check our work to ensure that we're not creating defamation and libel potential in the things we write and say that get published. And on social media, those layers, they sort of are eliminated. You know, we're all in media, but they're on social media versus more traditional media, and they sort of run these risks. The last thing I'll say about this is, outside of Ashley Gillard, who puts her name and face on her accounts, I think we see a lot of these accusations and suspicions that get bandied about online, but a lot of it's done by people who are anonymous. And if there was a mistake made here by Ashley Gillard, it's that she didn't hide her name or face, maybe to her credit that she really believed these things, but they were obviously defamatory. A judge ruled they were defamatory under the law in Idaho and under federal court guidelines, and she's paying a huge price as a result.
And the thing is, these things live on forever on the internet. Like, even if, hopefully there'll be an arrest in the Nancy Guthrie case. There was an arrest and a, conviction in the Brian Koberger case, he admitted to it. But still, if you Google these people, these things come up, and it sort of just lives out there forever. And it's really unfair.
Well, and that's true. And when you hashtag things, hashtagging, while it's not considered doxing, because it's basically just for data use, it's just to direct your videos. It's for search engines. So if you go on and you search Brian Kohlberger, you're going to get every video that has it in the title, that's got it hashtagged, anything like that. It's just like a data directing system. But you put that in, then all somebody's got to do is type your name in, and boom, there you are.
That was Ashley Schofield, or excuse me, Rebecca Schofield's perspective too. I mean, this has damaged her career. This has hurt her potential to kind of in that publisher perish.
I sped it up because I was getting tired and they were talking real slow. So I put it up on 1.25. That's why. Because when it's not, he's like really slow and I can't.
Demands of academia and upward mobility and growth of her career, and with her reputation with her colleagues, and she's Harvard educated, has a master's and PhD, and has worked her whole life toward that goal, and her family has made grave sacrifices for that purpose, for her career, and that she was damaged irreversibly. And anytime, I mean, here we are, we're still even talking about it. Rebecca Schofield, her name will always be attached to this. And that was the point they were trying to make. They had an expert in PR and a background in journalism who actually had taught at the University of Idaho and was retired.
I will say, though, I remembered that there was a teacher that was accused, but I didn't remember her name. I didn't remember who she was. So I don't know.
Pointed out, it takes 25 to 40 years for something like this to shake from someone's reputation and their name. And we know in the internet age that you say the wrong thing on TV, or the wrong thing gets attached to you forever. It never goes away. I mean, I just saw the headline today that Justin Timberlake is suing to prevent the release of video of his DWI, that this will damage his career forever.
Oh. Okay, I have something to say about Justin. Shut up. Just go sit down, okay? Justin Timberlake.
And it's interesting because that's a public document, and we all know what the allegation is tied to that case. But he says, if this thing gets out, this will damage me forever. So even
well, then you maybe shouldn't have done it. Maybe, I don't know. Because guess what? If anybody else does that, then their records are public record, right?
And he's quite aware that people will associate him with that forever. And we think about the Mark Sanchez case, the former NFL player who was alleged to have stabbed this trucker in some sort of incident while he was under suspicion of being on drugs. And that's
I think he was talking about the dude on the left, because he was like blah, 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 blah. Because I sped it up because my ADHD was starting to kick in.
Allegations. I mean, this has tarnished his life and his career forever. I think he was fired from his commentating job, and he's just trying to recover so he can avoid the legal ramifications. I mean, these things stay with people forever, particularly if you're a celebrity, or if someone spotlights you as potentially involved in something you weren't, and sort of builds this, if it's not fame, it's sort of infamy attached to who you are forever.
Do you know, was Gillard's TikTok, I don't know if it came out in the case, was it monetized? Like, is this something she was making money off of?
So Wendy Olson asked her that specifically, whether or not she had made earnings on her TikTok account, which, by the way, I should add, her account was banned in July of 2023. So she does have a new account on TikTok with many fewer followers and much less,
That does make a difference too, not as far as legal, but if you are monetized and you are making money off of these platforms, you have to abide by certain like terms of service and community guidelines, and they literally can tell you and decide what you can and cannot talk about.
Noteworthiness, I guess I would say. People are still sort of following it to see what she'll say next. And she has been on, but she said on the stand, so under oath, that she said she never made any money off of this. I did actually put it out to the public through, I'll call it X. I know many know it is Twitter still, but I asked people, I said, well, I'm not on TikTok. I guess I'm a viewer of it in some regards when I need to for work purposes, but I'm trying to understand, like, can you monetize? Can you make money?
But also different platforms have different standards. So, like, I know I've heard, like, Kick is way more lenient on things than, like I think Facebook and YouTube are two of the most strictest. Then you have Rumble, there's Kick, and what's the other one? What's the other one? It was the one that in the Idaho 4 case, the mac and cheese truck, Twitch was on Twitch.
And it seemed to me people were saying if you sort of corner the market on both a following and going live, there are potential benefits financially. But Ashley Gillard said she never made any money on it, and I think that surprised Wendy Olson, because I think she was thinking, hey, we're going after sort of the proceeds you received to some extent, and then to be told again under oath on the stand, like, well, I never made any money on this. So
yeah, just because it seems to me like people who have crazy theories about cases and name people, it's almost like the crazier the theory, the more clicks you'll get, versus just sticking to the facts and the truth and being patient, waiting to see how things play out. So that's why I was wondering, just because that seems to be an issue that I see, and it almost gets rewarded to a certain extent. Like, you'll get more clicks if you're like, you have the craziest idea.
Sometimes, but I don't think it's just about clicks. I think it's about, because if you're just getting clicks, people aren't watching your ad revenue. I mean, I don't know how it works on TikTok though, but like on YouTube, I think they have to at least watch the, 3 or 5 second ads or whatever for you to be able to have that video count. But I have no idea how TikTok works.
You have what happened, and you name somebody that no one else is, and people will be interested in click, but you're really just like ruining that person's life essentially.
Yeah, Schofield's attorneys pointed out that Ashley Gillard was hashtagging all future videos that she made in this lineup, this series of videos, that more than 100 videos, that she would hashtag it with Rebecca Schofield. Ashley Gillard's perspective was, and her assertion was, well, I only made a handful of videos about Rebecca Schofield. They were about solving this crime. She had branded herself as this psychic who does tarot and oracle card readings to help solve mysterious murders and crimes.
She kept hashtagging them all with her name.
Yeah, I didn't verify that, to be clear, but this was the assertion in court, so I trust it's true, but that was part of it. And so, Schofield's attorney said, well, I mean, these were all about Rebecca Schofield, and Gillard's response was, well, no, they weren't. I only made, a dozen or more that were specifically about Rebecca Schofield. But I think by continuing to hashtag it, especially with hashtags, probably Idaho 4, Brian Koberger, these types of things, Moscow murders, I think it obviously drew the direct correlation, and people continue to digest this information.
Well, like I said, anytime anyone that knows her types her name in, if she's been hashtagged one of those videos, it will bring her up.
According to Schofield's attorneys, millions of times.
I wonder if it's like almost criminal in a sense, like almost like stalking, when you just won't let something go and you're calling someone out like that publicly,
Yeah, I mean, I
guess it's not really stalking, but I don't know, it's terrible.
Well, and in the Sebastian Rogers case, there's a YouTuber that got 4 orders of protection against her because they considered it like cyber stalking. So, but I know we've only got a few more minutes left of this, but I have got to go. Driver just got home, and I have to go potty because I drank a whole big pop. But and I'm trying to be. That's what I've been not trying to be really careful. I'm not hashtagging anybody. I'm not putting anything in my title saying this is, unless I'm sitting there literally looking at it happen. And I know it's a fine line. It's a fine line. between defamation and just trying to talk things out, figure them out. And not necessarily, I don't think everybody's like trying to solve it. I think, like I said, everybody's just trying to make it make sense. Oh, that's nice. I'm hoping, I gotta check. I'm wondering if it's raining. I hope it rains tonight and crack open the window and let some fresh air in and listen to the raindrops. That's always awesome for great sleep. So on that note, thank you everybody for coming and sitting with us and going through all of this again, and for watching my nail project and all that fun stuff. And I am not sure. I probably won't be live tomorrow night. It's Sunday. Day with the family. If I am, it'll be much later. But unless something like pops off, then I'll be like, oh my gosh, I'll come and tell you guys. But yeah, so I've got a lot of work. I'm still trying to pack up my mom's house, all that stuff. So yeah, I hope everyone has a great Saturday night. I know this is the weekend that we have to change our clocks. 2 a.m., right? So yeah, remember at 2 a.m. we spring ahead. Boy, there goes our hour of sleep. So, all right, guys. Everyone have a great night, and I will talk to you later. Oh, and by the way, gotten some new subscribers again this week, and I just want to thank y'all and for helping me grow my channel. If you haven't yet, please hit the thumbs up button for me and the subscribe button for me and the notification bell if you want to know when we come live again, because we talk about true crime, we talk about just everything, so that's awesome. See, I can't get the emojis to work on the computer. I can only get them to work on the phone. So I'm excited though. Let me do some more. Do my claw. It doesn't show up on the computer either, but oh well, at least on my computer. So, all right, guys, I'll talk to you later. Peace, love, and claws, y'all. Good night.